Duke didn't know much about bloodline mages. He only knew that although bloodlines could make their paths smoother, it could also become a restraint later on. For instance, someone like Bell, born into an ancient wizard clan, would find it extremely difficult to reach particularly high levels in the future, as he would find it hard to break through the limits of his bloodline power. To break through the constraints of bloodline power, one must enhance their bloodline power. However, for ancient wizard clans like the Crawford clan, they have already optimized and improved their bloodline power countless times. Continuing to enhance it is easier said than done, and it's not something that just anyone can achieve. When Duke saw Bell, he immediately knew who had won the Deep Sea Heart. He didn't expect Bell to be in the Flower Sea Plain, and just so happened to be in the Gland Forest area. The bidding process at the auction was anonymous, making it difficult for others to know who was bidding. Bell probably didn't learn about it from the auction site. He most likely found out through other means that Duke intended to bid for the Deep Sea Heart. Duke quickly thought of the Giant Rock Commerce Association. Previously, he had asked them to watch for news about crystal cores. It was through their channels that he had come to the auction. The matter wasn't particularly secretive. The Giant Rock Commerce Association naturally hadn't kept it confidential. The information likely spread from there. Organizations like commerce associations are inherently complex, so it's perfectly normal for the Crawford clan to have spies within them. Bell most likely learned through internal channels of the Giant Rock Commerce Association that Duke was coming to bid for the crystal core. Earlier, he was also in the Jade Heart auction hall, probably in one of the private rooms above. Bell wasn't certain which auction item Duke was bidding on until the Deep Sea Heart appeared, confirming that this crystal core was what Duke needed, prompting him to start bidding. He raised the bid by $1 million each time, preferring to take a loss than let Duke win the Deep Sea Heart. Bell had already become a crystallized wizard and naturally didn't need such things as crystal cores. Moreover, he was a dark attribute wizard, so he wouldn't need a water attribute crystal core. His actions were merely to disgust Duke, preventing him from acquiring the Deep Sea Heart. In just an instant of seeing Bell, Duke figured everything out. It's also not the Giant Rock Commerce Association's fault. He indeed hadn't asked the association to keep the information confidential. Given the structure and composition of the association, it's difficult to keep any secrets. From this, Duke could see that Bell never intended to let him off the hook, always keeping a watch on his movements in secret. In the past, it appeared that Bell didn't bother him simply because Duke was too reclusive, almost always staying inside Black Sail without going out, or he was at the Beastman Plain or Wood Elf Plain. The only time he had traveled far was to the East Coast, but due to some reasons, the trip ended abruptly, and he returned midway. Reflecting on it now, Duke speculated that it was fortunate the trip ended early, or he would likely have encountered some trouble. Defeated by Duke last time, Bell's reputation was tarnished, and he wouldn't easily let it go. Now, upon arriving at the Flower Sea Plain of the Silver Hand, Bell couldn't wait to show up. When Bell saw Duke approaching, he wore a mocking smile and held a wooden box, saying, "The Deep Sea Heart you wanted. I think you should buy yourself an egg." Duke casually remarked, then continued walking forward without pausing, not intending to engage with him at all. Bell hadn't finished speaking, and upon hearing this, felt as if he had eaten crap, his face turning crimson red. As a noble, what he cared about most was his dignity, and being publicly ridiculed by Duke made him feel immense humiliation. Just as Bell was about to explode in action, two nearby wizards in white robes immediately focused their spiritual power in this direction, instantly deterring Bell from acting. This was the Silver Hand's domain. The Silver Hand always valued rules, showing no mercy to those who dared disrupt them. Moreover, the Flower Sea Plain, as one of their important tourist and entertainment plains, had stricter demands for security and wouldn't tolerate anyone causing a scene in front of them. Duke knew this well, so he wasn't afraid of Bell at all, striding past him confidently. Many wizards around were watching the commotion. Most of them didn't know who Duke or Bell were, unaware of their grudges. But a few who were informed quietly communicated via spiritual power about the incident with Bell's egg being smashed, causing some wizards to chuckle. Bell's fingers on the wooden box turned white from exertion, his knuckles protruding with bulging veins. Duke's light, mocking remark was like a poisoned needle, piercing precisely into Bell's most sensitive and shameful old scar. The faint laughter and whispers nearby seemed like countless small tongues of fire, licking at his noble dignity and the pride of a crystallized wizard. He felt a rush of hot blood surge to his head, almost breaching the dam of his rationality. "Stop!" Bell's voice squeezed out through his teeth, hoarse and icy. With a hint of forcibly repressed madness, "Duke, do you think this is over?" Duke did not pause his steps in the slightest, nor did his shoulders even twitch, as if he hadn't heard the threatening roar filled with rage. His silhouette appeared particularly jarring to Bell, full of contempt and disregard. Duke had no intention of wasting words with Bell. The matters couldn't be settled peacefully anyway, so they'd see in time and wait for the right moment. This time, Bell indeed caused Duke some trouble, making him lose the opportunity to obtain a water attribute crystal core. However, Duke has more than enough time to prepare slowly and doesn't care much about such a water attribute crystal core. Bell originally intended to frustrate Duke with this matter. The less Duke cared, the more it troubled Bell. After all, spending a full 6 million magic stones wasn't a trivial amount for Bell. It was like a punch spent a long time charging that ended up landing on empty air, leaving him extremely pent up and uncomfortable, as the repressed emotions couldn't be released, making him even more distressed. Soon, Bell watched Duke's figure disappear into the darkness ahead, leaving him incredibly frustrated. In the distance, Duke and Horn walked along a shaded path, with luminous mushrooms on the roadside providing a little bit of starlight-like glow. After a moment of silence, Horn said, "I'm sorry, mister." "Duke, it seems that the problem is on our side." Horn was evidently a smart person too. As he quickly figured out the source of the problem during the journey, he knew it was the giant Rock Commerce Association that had messed up. Duke waved his hand dismissively and said, "It's not your problem. This matter wasn't intended to be kept confidential from you. Even inside Black Sail, there might be eyes from the Crawford clan, let alone organizations like the Giant Rock Commerce Association." Duke's dream manor must already be known by Bell, which is one of the disadvantages of leaving Black Sail. The security is insufficient. He could only stay vigilant and pay attention to all potential dangers. "Rest assured, Mr. Duke, I will report this matter, and we will definitely get to the bottom of it," Horn said rather apologetically. Duke smiled and said nothing. This matter wasn't worth investigating. Even if they found out, what could they do? The Giant Rock Commerce Association wouldn't dare act against someone from the Crawford clan. On this issue, relying on the Giant Rock Commerce Association was not a choice, as the association is profit-driven and cannot deal with too much. After Duke returned to Dream Manor, he pondered for a long time. Now that the crystal core wasn't obtained, there was no need to keep staying here. Bell was surely still secretly watching him. Staying longer would invite some trouble. With this thought, Duke suddenly had an inspiration, and his magic power surged within, activating the magic model of the shadow perception spell. Moments later, the surrounding shadow space fell within his perception, with a shadow lurking not far outside Dream Manor. Due to the manor's witch array protection, this shadow couldn't pass through the array and could only keep watch from a distance. After Duke used shadow perception to check the surrounding situation, he calmly retracted the perception without doing anything. This method surely came from Bell's people, as ordinary wizards can't master dark attribute magic. These surveillance and observational methods through shadow space often came from the Crawford clan. Duke didn't alert the snake, nor did he deal with that shadow, but let the other side assume he didn't find anything. Duke couldn't possibly be someone who mastered dark attribute magic based on Bell's intelligence. Thus, it would be difficult for him to discover such spying from shadow space. From the actions he observed, Duke inferred that Bell probably wasn't planning to act against him yet, only intending to keep him under surveillance. After all, this was Silverhand's territory. If Bell were to act against Duke, leaving would be troublesome. Although the Crawford clan is vast, it is still somewhat lesser compared to Silverhand. Furthermore, Duke wasn't just a lone figure. He was part of Black Sail 3rd Legion, and if something happened, Black Sail wouldn't just let it slide without action. But Duke knew clearly that Bell wouldn't just leave things as they are and would act against him at some point. It's just a matter of finding the right opportunity. Both Bell and Duke were waiting for an opportunity, knowing that Bell is continually watching him. Duke must eliminate this hidden threat as soon as possible. Otherwise, someone might secretly emerge and stab him one day. The next morning, Duke left Dream Manor, informed Horn briefly, and then returned to the wizard plane via the teleportation array in Gland Forest. He had arrived at Dusk City before and was returning to a city named Zu this time. It was also a Silver Hand territory, likewise a harbor city along the west coast. It's a pity Harbor City doesn't have an entrance leading to the Flower Sea Plain, otherwise it would be much more convenient, Duke thought to himself. He knew this wasn't realistic. Although these wizard organizations hadn't waged wars for many years, they would still not place an entrance to a subplane on another wizard organization's territory, as it would undoubtedly pose a risk. Duke arrived at the port in Zu, activated the black sail badge, and waited for a few minutes until a small boat appeared on the sea, rowed diligently by a dark demon. After a while, the small boat reached the front, and after Duke got aboard, the dark demon rowed the boat heading towards Black Sail. This time, like before, Duke observed carefully, but as usual he sensed nothing before entering Black Sail's interior, far from the coastline behind. This time, the small boat appeared near the deserted island and soon reached the island. Duke customarily rewarded the dark demon with 2 dried deer hearts, and the dark demon gratefully grinned, revealing its white fangs. Upon his return, Yale had prepared hot water for him and served him a bath. After some warmth, Duke was reflecting on his subsequent plans. Besides continuing to find news of the crystal core, he had to accelerate his strength progression. Duke closed his eyes and saw that over half of his spiritual power had already been compressed into liquid state and needed some more time to fully become a level 1 liquidation mage. Though originally unhurried, he now felt the need to quicken the pace. Duke knew of magic potions that could accelerate the spiritual power compression process, though these potions were generally high-priced and had to be used frequently. Concentrated potion, special magic potion for accelerating spiritual power liquidation. Its effect is significant, enhancing liquidation speed multiple times, but the materials are expensive and the refining is difficult. Its core principle is to provide a pure energy flow with guidance and compression properties to advance the spiritual power compression process. Duke quickly recalled the relevant content about concentrated potion: frost flower bud, star realm dust, active crystal marrow. These materials are all costly, and the raw materials for one concentrated potion are worth 10,000 magic stones. The market has refined concentrated potions, typically selling for 11 to 13,000 level 1 magic stones per potion. Extremely pricey, because it requires frequent use to be effective. Just using one occasionally has almost no impact on spiritual power compression, with little significance. Duke would certainly not opt to purchase directly. For him, learning and refining it himself was essential. This way, not only could he build mastery, but he could also save some expenses and even earn money incidentally. The raw material for one potion can be divided into many portions upon refining, far more cost-effective than direct purchases. Though the initial learning phase requires some effort, Duke contacted Harrison. Mr. Harrison, I plan to learn the refining of concentrated potion recently. Do you have the materials? I do. I'll send someone over with 10 portions of material right away. Harrison replied straightforwardly. Given the increasingly close cooperation between the two sides, these small matters could be conveniently assisted without charging Duke. To the Giant Rock Commerce Association, these were investments. They didn't fear Duke asking, but feared him having no demands. The efficiency of the Giant Rock Commerce Association was as reliable as ever. In less than a day, a custom metal box emitting cold air was delivered to the deserted island. Inside the box, the rare materials needed for 10 portions of concentrated potion were neatly arranged. These included the bone-chilling frost flower bud, the flickering star realm dust resembling a miniature galaxy that seemed ready to dissipate at any moment, and the active crystal marrow containing mild life energy like liquid diamond. Duke spent some time studying the refining of the concentrated potion. Although this level 1 potion wasn't as complex as the Blood of War, refining it was not easy. The key lies in balance. Duke recorded in his experimental log. The extreme cold condensation of the frost flower bud provides compressive force. The star realm dust anchors energy flow to prevent the dissipation of spiritual power, and the active crystal marrow protects the sea of spirit from impact. The attributes of the 3 elements conflict intensely, and dynamic balance must be achieved at the moment of introduction, otherwise Duke held a bottle containing a slightly blue solution, with sporadic starlight flickering within. This was the concentrated potion, which aids in compressing spiritual power, a single portion of which took Duke several days to successfully refine. Concentrated potion. Level 1, 1/30. Duke then conducted a series of tests on the successfully refined concentrated potion, recording many data points. After completing these, he took a vial of the concentrated potion and drank it, then entered into a state of meditation. Once the concentrated potion entered his body, it transformed into a stream of pure energy. Duke guided this energy towards his gaseous, nebula-like spiritual power. The energy, infused with pure potion power, merged into the gaseous spiritual power, and then began to exert its effect. The gaseous spiritual power nebula began to contract. Inward, albeit at a small amplitude, almost imperceptible without careful perception. But this was already much faster than his usual progress in compressing spiritual power, noticeable even to the naked eye. When Duke usually compressed his spiritual power, the gaseous spiritual power would hardly change significantly, requiring time to gradually polish. After experiencing the effect of the concentrated potion, he opened his eyes. The effect is quite good. It seems I need to put aside the refining of the blood of war first. Duke immediately altered his subsequent plans, shifting to refining the concentrated potion in order to complete the liquidation process as quickly as possible. He accepted an order for a batch of concentrated potions from the Giant Rock Commerce Association, totaling 100 vials. Duke only needed the portion left over from the refining process to suffice for his own cultivation needs. Moreover, the Giant Rock Commerce Association would provide extra magic potion materials, so there was no need to worry about a shortage of materials. Concentrated potion level increased, free attribute points +1 concentrated potion. Level 9 trait, variable compression. After consuming the concentrated potion, spiritual power compression can automatically adjust the compression speed. According to spiritual power usage, Duke spent half a month upgrading the concentrated potion to its maximum level and gained the trait of variable compression. He carefully felt the effect of the variable compression, realizing it essentially adjusted the speed and intensity of compression based on current spiritual power usage. As the process of compressing spiritual power fundamentally requires the wizard's full concentration and complete focus. Matters involving spiritual power would always be handled carefully to avoid any problems. The concentrated potion's ability to automatically compress is naturally not a simple task. Adjusting compression speed whenever necessary during the potion's efficacy. For instance, if a wizard is using spiritual power to cast spells or refine potions, the compression speed would slow considerably. But if the wizard is meditating or doing nothing, the speed of spiritual power compression would increase. Understanding the effect of this trait, Duke was amazed, never imagining a potion could function in this way. If he were to develop such a potion himself, he would not even have a thought on how to achieve it. Duke had never heard of any similar mechanism. Potions and assumed this branch might not exist in the current magic potion framework. However, despite having this trait, he dared not multitask while compressing spiritual power. Duke had performed compression before, so he naturally knew how difficult the process was, requiring an extremely high level of concentration and not allowing any distraction. Now, relying entirely on the potion, he was indeed somewhat uneasy. Even knowing post-experiment that there were no issues, he was still reluctant to fully trust. Duke aimed for a sufficiently stable cultivation, unwilling to take risks for a little convenience, even if the risk was low. Therefore, after consuming the concentrated potion, he still guided the compression of his spiritual power himself, with it merely facilitating the process. Right after he finished this round of practice, he received a message from Vivian. She had successfully advanced to an official wizard. Although Vivian's advancement took much longer than Duke's, this speed was already considered fast at Thorn Holy Tower. With Grace's guidance and support, Vivian's advancement to an official wizard was expected, even slower than Duke anticipated. However, Thorn Holy Tower prioritizes stability, and they do not take this step lightly unless every aspect is optimized and adequate knowledge is fully mastered. Duke and Vivian chatted for a long time, and he sensed Vivian's relief. He fully understood this feeling, as there was always a lack of assurance before truly advancing to an official wizard. No matter how thoroughly prepared one was, anxiety persisted before the breakthrough. Once crossing this threshold, the world felt suddenly vast and open. Vivian was also on the elemental mage path. During her time as a wizard apprentice, she explored various elemental attributes, but had the highest affinity with the wind attribute, while others were relatively lower. The wind attribute. It seems your direction when advancing to crystallized wizard is also clear. Duke said, "What about you, Duke?" Vivian asked. He was unsure how to answer, as if he said he was preparing for crystal cores of earth, wind, water, fire, light, and dark attributes. Vivian might think he was crazy, because it was practically impossible. No one in the wizard plane had ever achieved such a feat. Being an elemental mage for 6 attributes meant he required extremely high elemental affinity for all 6, an extreme possibility existing only in theory. Yet, Duke just happened to reach this theoretical limit, possessing exceedingly high elemental affinity for all 6. "I will need more crystal cores." Duke thought for a moment and said, without specifying which attributes of crystal cores he needed. Vivian said, "I'll keep an eye out for you. Thorn Holy Tower also has quite a few channels to acquire them." "Vivian, you don't need to help me. The cultivation over there isn't easy either, and crystal cores are too expensive," Duke said, aware that Vivian had just been promoted to an official wizard, which had consumed many resources, leaving her in a somewhat resource-deficient state. Even with Grace's support, she couldn't entirely rely on Grace for her livelihood. "It's fine. It'll be a long time before I advance to crystallized wizard. I don't need them for now. Anyway, if there's any news, I'll let you know," Vivian said. Duke said, "If you need magic stones or magic potion resources on your side, just let me know. I've already established some cooperation with the Giant Rock Commerce Association, and I can earn quite a lot of magic stones in the future." It's actually not easy for either of them. They are currently both in a state where resources are a bit tight. During their time as wizard apprentices, this wasn't very noticeable. The resources used then weren't very valuable, so the impact wasn't very significant. But as official wizards, both Duke and Vivian have come to realize the importance of resources, especially since Duke now needs so many crystal cores. Even with 3 million level 1 magic stones on hand, it's still not enough. Previously, they thought such a large amount of magic stones was astronomical, but as their strength levels increased, their demand for resources also escalated significantly. Duke had just finished chatting with Vivian when he received a message from Merrick. "Duke, the rumored Void Corridor is going to open in 2 months. You should be preparing crystal cores for your advancement to a crystallized wizard as well. If you're interested, you can join," Merrick said. "What is the Void Corridor?" Duke asked. Merrick paused for a moment and then replied, "You don't even know about this. The Black Sail should be announcing notifications soon." After Merrick detailed it, Duke finally understood what the Void Corridor was. Essentially, the Void Corridor is a broken plane, reportedly a small plane formed from fragments of a high plane. When the wizard plane discovered it, the Void Corridor was still a fragment filled with violent forces, capable of easily killing a level 3 wizard. Wizards studied it and found it likely had experienced a catastrophic war before, leading to the shattering of a high plane. The wizard plane remains just a middle plane. They can't imagine what kind of war could have shattered a high plane. The Void Corridor took a long time to stabilize, forming a unique small plane filled with rare resources. Due to its unique environment, the Void Plane can produce many high-value resources that simply need time to nurture. It was discovered by multiple forces within the Wizard Plane, so it wasn't allocated to any single power, but shared among the Wizard Plane collectively. The highest organization of Wizard Plane, the Wizard Council, designated it as a special plane for all to share, allowing various forces to obtain opportunities to enter the Void Corridor through various means. For example, each wizard organization gets a number of slots, which are then distributed among members in various ways. At Black Sail, one could exchange high contributions for slots to enter the Void Corridor and obtain resources. These are the regular chances to enter the Void Corridor, and there is another way, which is that every 100 years, the Void Corridor opens, allowing only level 1 mages to enter. This is a benefit opened by the Wizard Council to cultivate new forces within the Wizard Plane, where all level 1 mages, regardless of their affiliation, may enter as long as they register. For over 1,000 years, the Void Corridor has opened this way every 100 years, attracting many wizards to enter. But due to so many interests at stake, almost no wizard force actively publicizes it, only internally notifying close to the opening and absolutely not promoting it externally. Of course, they don't want too many wizards entering, as more entrants would mean fewer resources for their own. So over the years, the Void Corridor has instead become a tacit secret among all forces. Those wizards not affiliated with wizard organizations are generally unaware of the Void Corridor's existence, except for some rumors that leak out near the opening period. Merrick, being a student of Master Land, was naturally aware of this for a long time. But no one in Duke's circle knew, and without Merrick telling him, Duke probably still wouldn't know. According to Merrick, one can easily find crystal cores of various attributes in the Void Corridor, making it a perfect opportunity for someone like Duke, who is preparing to become a crystallized wizard. It only opens once every 100 years. If missed, one must either wait another 100 years or spend a lot of contributions to get another chance to enter the Void Corridor. Upon learning about the Void Corridor, Duke wasn't thinking about seizing the opportunity to acquire crystal cores. He was pondering one question: is it possible to record the coordinates of the Void Corridor plane? Upon having this idea, he really wanted to experiment with it. If he could indeed record the Void Corridor's coordinates, then wouldn't he be able to go whenever he wants? Whether this idea is feasible remains uncertain, as the Void Corridor is rather special and not a complete plane, which might prevent recording its coordinates. Another issue is he doesn't know if anyone is constantly monitoring the Void Corridor. If someone constantly observes the Void Corridor's circumstances, then sneaking in would reveal not only his actions, but also the existence of the coordinates earring. The risk is there, but if the plan can be executed, the reward would be substantial. Others might not have many chances to enter the Void Corridor, but Duke might frequently get the opportunity. Having decided this, Duke planned to go and check out the Void Corridor, to attempt recording its coordinates, and also to determine if anyone is always watching it. If you're interested, we can go in together then, Merrick said. Inside the Void Corridor, there remain numerous dangers. Besides the inherent environmental threats, other wizards entering could also become potential threats. Even though all those entering the Void Corridor this time are level 1 mages, Merrick does not belittle himself. He is confident but does not blindly underestimate others, which is why he seeks to ally with Duke. Duke didn't hesitate much and said, "Okay." Merrick hasn't completely completed the liquidation wizard process yet, and he's just starting out, progressing much slower than Duke. His main studies focus on curse element magic, and he seeks a very special crystal core, one with a cursed nature. This crystal core is extremely rare, so rare that even money can't buy it. One can only attempt to find it by entering the Void Corridor. This is also the reason Merrick intends to enter the Void Corridor. Otherwise, for general attribute crystal cores, he wouldn't need to go to the Void Corridor and could obtain them through Master Land's network and connections. Duke then discussed some details with Merrick, and Merrick was planning to continue searching for information about the Void Corridor to prepare for later. There's still 2 months until the Void Corridor opens, and during this time, Duke continues refining the Blood of War, striving to reach the maximum level of this magic potion as soon as possible. About a month later, news of the Void Corridor finally reached the Black Sail. With each core notifying every level 1 mage in their ranks, Duke registered through a third core channel. The Black Sail needs to tally how many people from their side want to participate and then report to the Wizard Council. Every 100 years, this opening attracts a large influx of level 1 mages, whose abilities vary greatly, and many have just been promoted to official wizard. Their goal is to collect as many resources as possible, unlike Duke and his clear goal for the crystal core. Duke received the news while in the laboratory, having just finished refining a batch of Blood of War. His proficiency finally reached the maximum level. Blood of War level up, free attribute points +1 Blood of War. Level 9 trait, Bloodthirsty, Bloodthirsty. After consuming Blood of War, each life you kill allows you to absorb the opponent's life essence to strengthen your own power. Duke looked at the Bloodthirsty trait of the Blood of War, lost in thought. If this Bloodthirsty trait is applied to the Slave Legion, it could potentially create a batch of ever stronger slave creature legions, with many slaves gradually standing out in the course of war. In the past, the blood of war only enhanced strength during the effective period of the potion, with no additional effects after its efficacy ended, only with minimal side effects. But now, with the bloodthirsty trait, the enhanced strength is permanent, equivalent to granting each slave creature an innate ability. The life essence can only be absorbed during the potion's effect, yet it's still a very powerful trait. With this bloodthirsty trait, one could rely on this magic potion to create a very powerful slave creature legion. Under the baptism of war, there will undoubtedly be more powerful slave creatures emerging constantly. The wizards can thoroughly screen these slave creature legions, integrating them, and eventually selecting an extremely powerful legion. Duke also realized that with this trait, even wizards, not just slave creatures, could use the blood of war. However, it would consume lifespan, and generally, people wouldn't deplete their own lifespan for strength unless the speed of power gain exceeded the rate of lifespan consumption. Duke noted that extracting the bloodthirsty trait required 300 energy points, more than automatic meditation, but still quite a lot. He infused the accumulated power of faith from the light god court into the skill tree, reaching only 230 energy points. Still not enough to extract the bloodthirsty trait. Duke thought for a moment and decided to first extract the variable speed compression trait of the concentrated potion, which used up 200 energy points. If submitted to the Arcane Master Association, the bloodthirsty trait would definitely stir up some waves. After all, it's a widely used and very important magic potion, directly affecting the combat power of the slave creature legion. Duke needed to be cautious and introduce this trait when the timing was right to gain from it. Now was not the time. Compared to bloodthirsty, the impact of the variable speed compression trait is much smaller. This magic potion is already only used by wizards in the transition from gaseous to the liquefaction stage, with a naturally smaller target audience. Duke felt that the variable speed compression trait should yield a lot of arcane points, especially after extracting the trait and acquiring the knowledge that solidified his belief. Perception of spiritual activity, dynamic adjustment of compression frequency, anchor force field adaptive erosion threshold. A series of complex theories flooded his mind, forming an expansive knowledge network. Just this one trait offered an immense wealth of knowledge, essentially worthy of being considered a standalone discipline. It took Duke a long time to organize this knowledge, and 2 days later, he solemnly began writing it down on parchment with the title, "On the Construction of a Dynamic Energy Regulation Model in the Liquefaction Process of Spiritual Power and its Application in Concentrated Potion Optimization." This was not merely an optimization of the concentrated potion, but the proposal of a new theory, using the concentrated potion as a practical example. On the parchment, Duke depicted an extensive array of energy spectrum analysis, model simulation data. The optimized concentrated potion based on this model, all aspects were covered in complete detail, showcasing his detailed and thorough research process. After submitting this research to the Arcane Master Association, he waited for half a month to receive results. This single piece of documentation earned Duke 100 arcane points, enough to reach the requisite standard for an Arcanist Level 1 promotion, with his total arcane points now at 181. He could now apply for certification and evaluation to become a Level 1 Arcanist. However, Duke was in no rush to apply, not having much time to prepare. The opening of the Void Corridor was just half a month away, which required preparation. Duke hadn't announced his research findings yet, and only those responsible for reviewing them had seen the report. Didn't plan to disclose it yet, as a research outcome valued at 100 arcane points would surely create some impact. Before he chooses to announce it himself, the Arcane Master Association won't proactively reveal it, but will store it in the Book of Truth. While the study wasn't hugely valuable to commerce associations, to alchemists, it held significant worth. The dynamic energy adjustment model proposed by Duke in this data can be applied to many magic potions. It just depends on how it's used. Why has the energy required for extracting automatic meditation decreased? Duke suddenly noticed that the skill tree showed that extracting the automatic meditation trait now required only 400 energy points, whereas it used to be 500. He quickly realized that it was because he had extracted the velocity compression trait, gaining this portion of knowledge. Coincidentally, This part of the knowledge overlapped with the knowledge of automatic meditation, so the energy required for extracting automatic meditation was reduced. Duke hypothesized that it was very likely due to this reason. Knowledge is inherently interconnected, not independent, and all related to magic potion knowledge. After receiving the documents from the Arcane Master Association, Duke temporarily put this matter aside, planning to make good use of this data after returning from the Void Corridor. Mr. Duke, the association here invites you to participate in a Level 1 Arcanist certification. Meeting, when would you be available? Caroline proactively asked. Duke did not expect that the Arcane Master Association would proactively invite him to participate in the certification meeting. Usually, one needed to apply for it themselves. Although he now had 181 arcane points, many have enough points yet still fail to become a Level 1 Arcanist. Points are just one of the conditions. Many wizards can accumulate 100 points through small, fragmented research results. But these wizards' knowledge and research abilities are insufficient, and they cannot pass the certification meeting to become a Level 1 Arcanist. Duke even heard that there are Level 0 Arcanists with thousands of points, not knowing how they managed to achieve that. The Arcane Master Association is likely very interested in the documents Duke submitted, so they directly invited him to discuss, which essentially is a form of certification meeting. Duke planned to prepare himself thoroughly before going so that he could pass the certification meeting in one go, saving time. He replied, "I am quite busy recently. Let's talk about it later." Caroline naturally can't force it, only saying, "In that case, Mr. Duke can contact me anytime when you are available. Caroline is always at your service." She had already realized Duke's extraordinary nature. In the Arcane Master Association, this kind of treatment was usually given to very talented wizards, whose future achievements are limitless. Caroline had seen many such cases during her years working at the association, so she showed utter respect to Duke. Even though Duke hadn't become a Level 1 Arcanist yet, he was already treated as an Arcanist. With 3 days left before the Void Corridor opens, Merrick and Duke arranged to meet at Harbor City to discuss matters concerning the Void Corridor. Merrick laid out a large piece of parchment on the table, saying, "Here is the known map of part of the Void Corridor. This map was obtained by Master Land from a friend of his, and up to now, it's the most complete map, with the most detailed information. Despite this, the map is still incomplete, containing only a very small portion of the Void Corridor's details." Duke glanced at this map, finding it very odd, like fragments pieced together. Merrick noticed the confusion in Duke's eyes and explained, "The Void Corridor is a fragmented world, unlike the ordinary plane. There is no complete planet. No complete planet." Duke then truly realized what kind of place the Void Corridor was. To put it precisely, the Void Corridor is a void zone. Only in this void many fragmented peaks, continents, seas, and so on are floating. Each of these fragments is enormous. Some are even larger than all the continents of the wizard plane combined. And in the Void Corridor, there are many such fragments, all floating in that space, giving off a sense of desolation from afar. From these fragments, it can be seen that the original world here must have been exceedingly vast and grand, and even the surviving fragments form such a massive world. The map on the table records just the fragment regions the cartographer has visited, and these regions account for only a very small part of the Void Corridor. You should replicate a copy of this map first. So if we enter and find ourselves in the mapped regions, it would give us some advantage. Merrick said. Duke took out a piece of parchment, using his spiritual power to manipulate the ink, perfectly replicating the map's content. After completing the replication, he noticed the information in Merrick's words and asked, "Is our entry point uncertain?" Merrick nodded and said, "Certainly, just like the Black Sail Wizard examination, the entry points are random. The Wizard Council does this to avoid many wizards assembling in one place, as that would greatly increase the potential for violent conflict. They try to disperse individuals. There's no prohibition against fights and killing in the Void Corridor. If everyone appeared in a single fragment area, conflicts and clashes would easily arise. The Wizard Council's original intention is to cultivate Level 1 mages native to this plane. If too many die inside, it defies their intent. However, they haven't completely forbidden fighting, because it is a form of cultivation. Those who manage to obtain resources must also have the ability to guard them. making resources naturally gravitate towards those with capability, which is the kind of talent the Wizard Council aims to nurture. As for those with weak abilities attempting to just muddle along, it will depend on their luck. If they lack strength and cannot acquire resources or even lose their lives, they can only blame themselves. Additionally, the Void Corridor allows at most 2 wizards to be transported to the same place, which requires prior registration, Merrick said. This is also why Merrick sought out Duke, as 2 people acting together is generally better. There are quite a few wizards entering the Void Corridor this time, including many formidable characters, and even Merrick doesn't have confidence he can definitely triumph over them. Coupled with Merrick's typically high-profile actions, he has offended many, with numerous grievances. Duke suddenly thought, I wonder if Bell will participate. Probably he will. He had recently encountered Bell in the Flower Sea Plain, and the other party should be participating in this journey to the Void Corridor, possibly even meeting inside. Although Duke hadn't revealed his plan to participate in the Void Corridor, especially not mentioning it to the Giant Rock Commerce Association, he believed Bell likely knew his intentions. Duke signed up with the 3rd Legion, whose list will be compiled by Black Sail and submitted to the Wizard Council. The list is not particularly confidential. Anyone with some status or connections can learn about it. It's not hard to find out that Duke signed up for the Void Corridor. Duke can assert that Bell, whether to acquire resources or to eliminate Duke, will inevitably enter the Void Corridor. He is prepared for this and doesn't fear Bell, even though Bell's level is much higher than his. Having defeated Bell once before, against the odds, he is confident he can win again. Merrick's fingers move slowly across the map, tracing the areas marked with different colors and symbols. See these markings? The red triangles represent known dangerous areas, possibly inhabited by powerful demons or with extremely unstable environments. The blue circles are relatively safe areas, often used as temporary explorer camps or resource points. The green dashed paths mark routes that previous explorers found to be relatively stable, allowing movement between fragments. Duke's gaze closely follows Merrick's fingertip, matching the details on the map with Merrick's information, imprinting them in his mind. Are these paths stable? Might they suddenly disappear or change? That's one of the inherent dangers of the Void Corridor. Those so-called paths are essentially areas where space is relatively weak or energy flow is stable. They are not unchanging. A strong energy tide or a severe shift of a fragment could cause a path to disappear, distort, or even cast you into unknown chaotic void streams. So, even with a map, you can't be complacent and must be ready for unexpected changes at any time, Merrick said sternly. Duke understands this well. A map in the Void Corridor can only serve as a reference, subject to changes at any time. Plus, this map was drawn long ago, and it's uncertain how many years have passed. While the information must have some discrepancies and can't be entirely relied upon, it still requires strategic adaptation. Merrick then took out a fist-sized metal sphere with complex silver patterns on its surface, saying, "This is an energy detector that the teacher developed specifically for this Void Corridor journey. It can detect high-energy targets nearby, whether objects or people. This energy detector is a level 1 witchcraft artifact, not even named, just casually refined by Master Land for his student as needed." Duke also received one, and after probing it with spiritual power, he quickly sensed all kinds of energy bodies around him. In his perception, the energy detector functioned like an infrared heat detector, capable of seeing everything with energy within a 1-kilometer radius. This device was not only convenient for resource searching, but also served as an early warning. If there were powerful demons nearby in the Void Corridor, it could detect them in advance. The energy detector can also conduct automatic detection, issuing alerts when a powerful presence approaches, thus helping to avoid numerous dangers beforehand. While they were preparing, others were preparing for the Void Corridor as well. West Coast, Nandang Valley. This is the territory of the Crawford clan, who have been entrenched here and developing for thousands of years. A dozen or so cities of varying sizes around here are under their domain. Bell was preparing in an ancient castle, checking various magic potions and witchcraft artifacts, carefully selecting and inspecting the condition of the artifacts. Standing behind him was a solemn and somewhat stiff-looking man. This man was named Reed, a peak level 1 crystallization bloodline mage, just a step away from the threshold of level 2 wizard. Reed is a house servant of the Crawford clan. Everything he learned and was educated in since birth was meant to serve the family. His bloodline has been modified many times, which greatly affects one, resulting in Reed having hardly any personal emotions. Reed seemed like a mechanical life form created by a mechanical wizard, rigorously executing the Crawford clan's orders with little personal emotion. His task this time is to ensure Belle's safety in the Void Corridor without any mishaps. If something were to happen to Belle, Reed would have no reason to continue existing in the world. Were it not for the limitation of two-person teams in the Void Corridor, the Crawford clan would definitely have arranged for a large entourage to protect Belle. But the Wizard Council wanted to prevent that situation, as it would be too unfair to those without any background and defeat the purpose of opening the Void Corridor. Nevertheless, the Crawford clan arranged for many other wizards to sign up. However, since these wizards would not enter with Belle, they would most likely not encounter him inside. Because the conditions inside the Void Corridor are too complex, the fragment regions are countless, and the chances of just happening upon each other are very low. Belle was at ease, putting away those witchcraft artifacts and magic potions. Adjusting his collar in the mirror to maintain a noble's demeanor at all times, he was recalling the intelligence reports submitted by subordinates, thinking, "Duke, I hope your luck is good enough to encounter me." Belle harbored a gnashing hatred for Duke, wishing he could shred him to pieces. Now, having a rare chance, he naturally wished to eliminate Duke in the Void Corridor. He even felt that simply killing Duke was too lenient. Reed knows a multitude of tortures. Eventually, I must have Reed use every method once, and then extract his soul. Belle thought impassively as he looked into the mirror. Elsewhere, after discussing matters with Merrick, Duke thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know where I can find a reliable slave trader?" "A slave trader? What type of slaves do you want to buy?" Merrick inquired. "Strong combatants," Duke replied. Merrick pondered for a moment, then said, "Then you can buy directly within Black Sail. The prices are also cheaper." You can purchase creature slaves within Black Sail. Duke was previously unaware of this information. Of course, Black Sail has many slave creature legions. They could be sold to the internal wizards originally. Merrick replied with slight exasperation, feeling that Duke was quite unaware of some news, probably spending most of his time in the laboratory. Duke scratched his head. "I see, I'll ask Lucas about it later." Duke really didn't pay much attention to this news. He spent most of his time each day on practicing and boosting his proficiency, leaving little time and energy to keep up with such matters. He hadn't realized that the Wizards of Black Sail could purchase slave creatures directly from the Slave Creature Legion, facilitating the process and making the information more concealed. Duke had originally intended to purchase some powerful slave creatures through the Giant Rock Commerce Association's channels, but considering the risk of information leaking over there, he decided to consult Merrick. After returning to Black Sail, he quickly got in touch with Lucas. "Slave creatures? Sure, what level of strength are you looking for?" Lucas responded. "The stronger, the better. Given my current spiritual power, it's probably around level 1 peak," Duke said. "Slave creatures cannot be owned indiscriminately. One must have sufficient power and spiritual power." Based on Duke's current level of spiritual power, the strongest slave creatures he could control were those at level 1 peak. He couldn't manage level 2 slave creatures. Even forcing a slave contract would heavily burden his spiritual power, and might lead to a breakdown if he wasn't careful. Lucas then said, "Sure. Typically level 1 slave creatures are priced between 10,000 level 1 magic stones and 50,000 level 1 magic stones per head." The price was relatively cheap, mainly because these purchases happened through internal channels within Black Sail, which almost didn't make any profit, and might even be a loss when truly calculated. Black Sail allows and even encourages wizards to bring their own slave creatures, reducing pressure on Black Sail during interplane wars. Duke's intention in purchasing slave creatures was to prepare for the Void Corridor. Generally speaking, slave creatures couldn't be brought in, as only two-person teams were allowed, with any slave creature counting as one. But Duke has the backing of the Light God Court, enabling him to bring many slave creatures inside. That's his advantage, and he naturally wants to leverage it. Even if others have questions, he doesn't need to explain himself, as the rules don't prohibit bringing slave creatures. Others simply lack the means. There's no need to explain to others how he manages to bring slave creatures inside. I've contacted someone for you. A person named Tom will come to see you soon. He's in charge of slave creature transactions in our 3rd Legion, Lucas said. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Duke expressed his gratitude. Lucas helped him contact Tom, who soon visited the deserted island. He was a short, plump level 2 wizard with very small eyes that occasionally revealed a shrewd glint. Tom said with a big smile, Mr. Duke, I've prepared some level 1 peak slave creatures for you. Are you available to take a look now? Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Tom. But let's go and check them out now, Duke responded politely. Despite being a level 2 wizard, Tom seemed modest in front of Duke. The two then boarded a boat headed to the Elizabeth, where the slave creatures prepared for Duke were kept. The Elizabeth, as a ship akin to a small continent, had a vast area. Duke flew with Tom for nearly half an hour before they stopped at flat, open land and entered an underground entrance. This was the dormitory for the slave creatures, which were essentially prisons for holding them. Conditions was significantly better than a regular prison, but they still restricted the freedom of these slave creatures. Upon entering the underground entrance, Duke was greeted by a blend of pungent beast musk, antiseptic smell, rust-covered metal, and an indescribable aura belonging to a strong life form's energy fields. The air was dense and humid with an uncanny chill. The passageway was not narrow and gloomy like imagined prison alleys, but incredibly spacious and towering, akin to entering a massive underground hive. Overhead were light strips emitting a constant cold white glow, illuminating the whole space as bright as daylight. Seemingly made from some special ore, on either side were rows of enormous cages made from special magic metal that flickered with a ghostly blue hue. The smallest cage was 3 square meters, while the larger ones were akin to small plazas. The cages weren't fully enclosed, but consisted of alloy bars as thick as arms forming a fence, with visible energy barriers flowing in the gaps to impede physical collisions and suppress energy explosions. Within these cages were slave creatures. The spaces inside generally spacious, and many divided into smaller rooms, clearly delineating areas for waste disposal and dining. Rather than being filthy like typical cages, they looked relatively livable, barring the outer fencing. To be caged here meant the slave creatures were at least level 1 beings, all possessing considerable power. This was only the first layer, with stronger slave creatures residing further downwards into better living conditions. It's said that some slave creatures even have private spaces, some living in entire grassy fields with extremely favorable conditions. However, they all share a common flaw: lack of personal freedom. Only those who shed their slave creature status can leave here and truly live freely like the wizards of Black Sail Legion. Such cases are aplenty, yet opportunities to escape slave creature status are exceedingly rare, leaving little hope for most of them. The nearest cage held a creature shaped like a giant lizard with 3 fierce heads. Its body was covered in dark red scales, with a molten glow ominously willowing between the crevices. Its 6 vertical pupils coldly observed the newcomers in the passage, an agitated tail slamming the ground, making deep noises and causing slight tremors with each hit, filling the air with a faint sulfur smell. This is a 3-headed magma lizard. Level 1 peak strength, very capable in combat, Tom commented as they walked. A bit further, a massive bear with armored ice crystal covering was curled up asleep. Every breath created a frost sheet that settled on the cage's inner wall, noticeably lowering the surrounding temperature. That's an ice armor bear, ordinary level 1 strength, very strong and resilient, but a bit slow and temperamental, Tom explained, sounding as if he were describing products on a shelf. Ahead, Duke spotted a flying creature held in a larger cage. This flying creature resembles a vulture, but its wingspan exceeds 5 meters. Its feathers have a metallic gray-black sheen, and its beak and claws glint with a cold light. It circles low in the cage with agitation, emitting sharp, piercing cries, and the wind stirred by its wings can be felt even through the cage. Iron-feathered vulture, ordinary level 1 strength. A good scout for flying surveillance, not weak in aggression either, just a bit noisy. Tom wrinkled his nose. Deep within the passage, faint roars and sharp hisses echo from what seems like an abyss. The mixed energy fluctuations in the air grow increasingly complex and dangerous, carrying scorching fire, piercing cold, corrosive acidity, and a heart-palpitating shadowy disturbance. Some of the creatures held in the cages have even more bizarre shapes, such as elemental entities assembled like rocks, hovering quietly in the center of their cages. There are leopards with semi-transparent bodies, appearing to be composed of flowing shadows, flickering in and out in the corners of their cages. There's even a gelatinous creature constantly twisting and morphing, exuding chaotic spiritual waves, causing a slight discomfort to Duke's spiritual power. Duke followed Tom forward, seeing many strange and unusual slave creatures, all with impressive strength. He stopped in front of a cage, curiously looking inside, and spoke, "Reed, you're here too." Inside the cage was a burly kobold, sitting cross-legged with eyes closed, possibly meditating in their own form of practice. Reed opened his eyes upon hearing a somewhat familiar voice, quickly recalling Duke, whom he had met on the Beastman Plain. "Long time no see, Lord Duke," Reed said respectfully, obviously remembering Duke. Tom hadn't expected the two to know each other and said, "So you know each other. Reed is also at level 1 peak strength, quite an impressive kobold." "How much for Reed?" Duke asked. "Reed, as a level 1 peak slave creature, is relatively expensive, priced at 400,000 level 1 magic stones," Tom said. Duke nodded and said, "Then let's purchase Reed first, and how much for that 3-headed magma lizard earlier?" 3-headed magma lizard is also priced at 40,000, Tom said. "Let's buy these two for now, I'll keep looking," Duke said. His budget was over 1,000,000 magic stones, and acquiring 3 level 1 peak slave creatures would significantly boost his personal strength. This was also in preparation for the Void Corridor, as entering with 3 level 1 peak slave creatures as guards, thanks to the Light God Court, would considerably enhance safety. Duke then roamed the first level with Tom, gaining a general understanding of the level 1 slave creatures here. He finally chose a level 1 peak storm dragon eagle, a creature of massive size, standing over 10 meters tall, with an unfolded wingspan that can't be seen because there's simply no room to fully spread its wings here. The storm dragon eagle harbors traces of ancient storm dragon bloodline, allowing it to command wind and thunder attributes. Besides being extremely fast, it also possesses a strong storm strike capability, able to channel lightning storms over a wide area. Duke chose the storm dragon eagle because his current means to battle in the air was somewhat lacking, and his flight speed was not fast enough. Currently, he could fly by stepping on yellow sand, but this speed was too slow for level 1 beings. The storm dragon eagle would change everything, as it is extremely fast, making it difficult for ordinary level 1 beings to catch up. This storm dragon eagle was also expensive, priced at 6,500,000 magic stones, much more costly than the vast majority of level 1 slave creatures. With a determined bite of his teeth, Duke bought the storm dragon eagle, leaving him with the kobold Reed, the 3-headed magma lizard, and the storm dragon eagle as his 3 slave creatures. With his current spiritual power, controlling 3 level 1 peak slave creatures was just about manageable. Any more would drain his spiritual power. After purchasing these 3 slave creatures, Duke had only over 600,000 magic stones left, and acquiring a large amount of magic stones again would require time and the income share from the Giant Rock Commerce Association. He signed slave contracts with the 3 slave creatures, holding their slave marks. From now on, these 3 slave creatures would be entirely obedient, following his every command unconditionally. The passage, once spacious, now seemed a bit cramped with 3 large slave creatures. The kobold Reed followed Duke like a loyal servant, already taking up his duties as a guard. Next was the 3-headed magma lizard, exuding heat and sulfurous fumes, with the ground turning scorching where its tail dragged. Finally, there was the storm dragon eagle, walking at the end, much larger in size than the 2 slave creatures before it. Upon reaching the surface, the storm dragon eagle eagerly spread its wings, having been stifled underground for days, like a chick needing to keep its wings tightly controlled at all times. The storm dragon eagle soared into the sky, its wingspan reaching 40 meters, with electrically charged feathers glinting with the power of wind and thunder. Its deep blue feathers reflected a metallic luster in the sunlight, with silver arcs jumping at the edges, emitting crackling sounds, stirring the surrounding air into a windstorm laced with static, visible to the naked eye. An aura of majesty, wildness, and destructive power spread instantly. This was the storm dragon eagle showcasing its strength and value, needing to demonstrate its worth to its master, Duke, while also allowing the kobold Reed and the 3-headed magma lizard to witness its power. There is also politics among slave creatures, with many intricate networks of relationships. Like Reed, who made and lost many friends after becoming a slave creature, with connections and enemies forged in the slave creature legion. Now that these three slave creatures were under Duke's command, natural hierarchies would form. The storm dragon eagle clearly looked down upon the kobold and the three-headed magma lizard, directly showcasing its strength. The kobold Reed was indifferent, not caring about these matters. He understood well that his role was to give everything to Duke, with nothing else mattering. But the three-headed magma lizard, lacking the intelligence of humanoids, acted more on instinct. The three-headed magma lizard disliked the storm dragon eagle's behavior, with all three heads sticking out their tongues, emitting hot breath, glaring at the storm dragon eagle in the sky with slight hostility. The storm dragon eagle sensed the discontent of the three-headed magma lizard. Its vertical pupils shifted, coldly staring at the magma lizard, emanating an aura of destruction. It naturally looked down on low-level demons like the magma lizard. Its inherently noble bloodline destined it to not be on the same level as creatures like the magma lizard. In a normal situation, magma lizards are actually part of the storm dragon eagle's diet. The two are not on the same level. However, this specific magma lizard is not simple. It gained its current strength through countless battles, and it wasn't very afraid of the storm dragon eagle. Duke frowned. The storm dragon eagle and the three-headed magma lizard both howled in pain, as they felt a deep-seated pain from their souls. This pain was inflicted by the slave mark, a direct assail on the soul, a pain unbearable for ordinary people. No more in fighting from now on, Duke warned after a slight punishment. The storm dragon eagle and the three-headed magma lizard both crouched fearfully in front of Duke, lowering their heads, not daring to make any other moves. The pain from deep in their souls was something they didn't want to experience a second time. "See you next time, Mr. Tom." After greeting Tom, Duke commanded the storm dragon eagle with his spiritual power to carry himself and the other two slave creatures, flying towards the direction of the deserted island. The back of the storm dragon eagle was extremely broad. It could be considered a small plaza, accommodating 100 people posed no problem. Dogman Reed and the three-headed magma lizard lacked the ability to fly, so they all boarded the storm dragon eagle's back. Since they were on the Elizabeth, and there were many other wizards nearby, it wasn't convenient to directly store the three slave creatures into the light god court. Space tools that could accommodate life were extremely rare, generally hard for wizards to possess. Duke wasn't planning to easily reveal that he had such means in front of others. The storm dragon eagle, carrying Duke and two slave creatures without pressure, quickly ascended to the high sky. Below them was the boundless sea, over which the extensive Elizabeth was situated. The storm dragon eagle unfolded its wings. Its speed suddenly accelerated, reaching the skies above the deserted island in a blink of an eye. For Duke, it was the first time feeling the internal space of the black sail as somewhat small. Usually, it would take over an hour for a ship to reach the Elizabeth, whereas the storm dragon eagle only needed to flap its wings to cover the distance in a blink. Truly, as a top-tier flying demon among level 1 life forms, the storm dragon eagle's speed was unparalleled by ordinary level 1 life forms. Since it was inside the black sail, Duke also refrained from having the storm dragon eagle fly recklessly around. Because many islands nearby were inhabited by other wizards, flying recklessly could easily affect others. Even without making noise, merely the strong winds and energy fluctuations created while flying could affect others. As if someone were drag racing in the middle of the night. The energy fluctuations emitted during the storm dragon eagle's flight were very noticeable to wizards with keen perception. Duke opted not to incur the public's wrath, so he had the storm dragon eagle land on a flat area on the deserted island. When the storm dragon eagle landed, it caused some panic among the inhabitants of the deserted island. Many wood elves shivered in fear. Only after Duke appeared did they relax, though they remained somewhat fearful of the three slave creatures. The deserted island was sizable, yet insufficient for the three slave creatures. Thus, he instructed the storm dragon eagle to conduct its activities in the sea and air regions near the deserted island when idle, specifically reminding it not to create too much commotion. The storm dragon eagle was amphibious by nature, capable of soaring in the sky and diving freely into the water. The three-headed magma lizard was somewhat troublesome, necessitating a small separated area designated on the deserted island, a rocky area for it to amuse itself. Dogman Reed was easier to arrange. Its intelligence was not low, capable of playing a role akin to a steward, usually taking charge of the various miscellaneous trivial matters on the deserted island. Dogman Reed was quite satisfied with this task, even enjoying it somewhat. This was indeed the life it desired. Previously, most of its time was spent sitting idly in a cell. Leaving the cell meant a new war was impending, with no assurance of return. The dangers of war didn't only arise from unknown enemies. Often, wizards, for the sake of a war's victory, would send some slave creatures on suicide missions. Their task was to die, minimizing the price for victory in the war. Receiving such a mission almost guaranteed no return alive, and they lacked both the right and the ability to refuse, only to meet their end. Yet for many slave creatures, dying in battle was a form of happiness, at least freeing them from a life of slavery. Reed was still a slave creature. Taking charge of some chores on the deserted island was a form of happiness, somewhat freer than being in a cell. The storm dragon eagle was also pleased. It could freely wander in the sky and sea, diving to catch whatever it desired whenever it wanted. Although it couldn't fly too far, only allowed to operate in the sea area near the deserted island, was much better than before. In its time in the prison, it couldn't even stretch its wings, a truly cramped cage for it. The three-headed magma lizard quickly turned its small area into a lava terrain, soaking its entire body in the magma, just like a small pond for it. However, buying them wasn't to let them enjoy. Soon it would be time to set off. Duke apprised the three slave creatures of the upcoming tasks, and subsequently stored them in the Light God Court. Dogman Reed was shocked upon first entering here. Never expecting Duke, a level 1 mage, had such means. This was essentially a nascent plane. More aware than the other two slave creatures on the significance of this, since none of the higher-level wizards he had encountered had such means. Upon entry, the three slave creatures all realized their new master was no simple character, understanding they would spend their lives working for Duke. Such secrets couldn't be disclosed, meaning they would either die in battle or continue following Duke, never again to be resold. The environment inside the Light God Court made them feel at ease. The dense light elements possessed a gentle nature. Light elements were only repellent to dark attribute elements, while the Light God Court had unique traits, offering high light attribute affinity to those staying long-term. Duke, in the absence of other slave creatures around, collected 3 slave creatures into the Light God Court. He did not let anyone else see this scene. Not even Yala and others knew about the existence of the Light God Court. He naturally did not distrust others, as slave creatures would not betray their master due to the presence of the slave mark. However, wizards have countless tricks, some of which can force slave creatures to reveal some information, such as directly reading memory fragments from their souls. Soon, it was time for the Void Corridor to open. Duke and Merrick arrived at Harbor City together. The entrances to the Void Corridor are distributed in many places in the wizard plane, and are generally controlled by powerful wizard factions like the Black Sail. The Void Corridor itself is managed by the Wizard Council, and splitting entrance access with other wizard organizations is merely to accommodate some personnel entries. Each wizard organization has a certain number of slots. The two of them entered a heavily guarded building in Harbor City and reached the entrance of the Void Corridor through the teleportation array. The teleportation array on the Black Sail's side doesn't transport people directly into the Void Corridor, only to its entrance. Apparently, this place is no longer in Harbor City, and it might not even be on any continent of the main material plane. Beneath their feet was a cold, black metallic platform engraved with giant ancient runes, stretching to the edge of sight, seemingly floating in the endless void. Above, there was no sky, only a profound, twisted energy curtain flowing with hallucinatory colors, which served as the Void Corridor's entrance. Silhouettes continuously appeared around. These were wizards from all over the wizard plane, all participants of this Void Corridor event. At the forefront of the platform, near that twisted energy curtain, stood a high platform constructed of pure crystal. Upon the high platform, several figures clad in robes embroidered with the unique emblem of the Wizard Council stood silently. The emblem of the Wizard Council is an image comprised of complex geometric shapes, symbolizing balance and wisdom of the planes, seemingly containing an inexplicable power. Those insufficient in spiritual power would feel a slight dizziness at the mere sight of this emblem. The presence of the Wizard Council members on the platform exuded an unfathomable aura, like an abyss. Merely glancing in their direction hushed the chaos on the platform considerably. They were the powerful individuals dispatched by the Wizard Council to oversee the teleportation, maintaining order at the entrance. Silence, an immense, authoritative voice, as though directly echoing in everyone's mind, spread across the entire platform. The leading wizard on the high platform spoke, their voice devoid of any emotion yet containing an undeniable force. I am Alfred from the Central Islands, responsible for overseeing the opening of this void corridor. Next, some rules regarding the void corridor. Alfred was an old man with white hair, a long white beard reaching his waist. It's actually Lord Alfred. Merrick felt a bit surprised, a respectful look in his eyes. Duke had not heard of this name. His knowledge of the Central Islands was limited. This was quite normal, as he usually kept to himself and didn't even know much about the news from the West Coast, let alone the distant Central Islands region. Merrick evidently also knew this and explained, Lord Alfred is a student of Lord Albert, a level 5 wizard and level 6 arcane master of the Central Islands, highly experienced and renowned, reportedly having been Black Hand Morgan's teacher for a time. Duke didn't expect this white-haired elder before him to be a level 5 wizard, and even once taught Black Hand Morgan. He couldn't sense any energy fluctuations from Alfred, not even a hint of potential threat. Generally, when facing beings of higher life level, one's body would instinctively feel some threat, a natural reaction even without the other party bearing any malice. But in front of Alfred, there was no such feeling at all. Upon careful sensing, Duke couldn't even keenly perceive Alfred's existence. Alfred was the most powerful person Duke had ever seen. It was his first time seeing a level 5 life form in person, not knowing what kind of strength it entailed. In the past, the oversight of the void corridor's opening was usually handled by level 4 mages. Having Alfred overseeing this time was beyond many people's expectations, enough to deter those with ill intentions. Duke could clearly feel that when Alfred appeared, the area instantly quieted down. Many people even carefully retracted their energy fluctuations, fearing disrespect towards Alfred. Everyone listened attentively to Alfred's explanation of the void corridor's rules, although most of them were already familiar with it. This time, the void corridor would remain open for 3 months, during which anyone could exit early. But once out, they couldn't re-enter, having to decide their dwelling time within themselves. Everyone was teleported inside randomly, except for those who registered as a team beforehand, who would be teleported to the same place. The void corridor only had teleportation arrays set in 15 shard regions for returns. Those wishing to return must return from these areas. If the 3-month period ends without returning, they would have to stay inside until the next opening 100 years later. Unless encountering wizards from other factions during this time who are willing to bring them out, they must remain inside. There are 15 shard regions with return entries. The void corridor has countless shard regions mostly unexplored by wizards. These 15 regions with return entries are well-explored areas with few resources left. Entering wizards must venture to other regions to acquire valuable resources and then return to one of these 15 areas. Duke heard there were many wizards waiting near the 15 regions to ambush those returning from explorations in other regions, so they could directly obtain resources. The Wizard Council doesn't prohibit such behavior. Once inside, one's survival is solely one's responsibility. While listening to Alfred's explanation of the rules, Duke felt a gaze, and upon turning, saw Belle staring at him. Belle flashed a slight smile and made a throat-slitting gesture. As you wish. Duke couldn't help but chuckle. Merrick also noticed and glanced at Belle, saying, It's him, huh? Don't worry, I'll deal with him for you once inside. Merrick's spiritual power wasn't as high as Duke's, but he also seemed completely unconcerned about Belle, not even considering him worth noticing. As Alfred finished explaining the rules, it also marked the official opening of this void corridor. The people on the platform instantly vanished, all entering the light curtain above. Duke only felt a spatial fluctuation before he found himself in a dim world. Surrounding him was a forest of deathly silence, the trees tall and twisted, their trunks a deep, charred black as if scorched by fire, surfaces covered with deep cracks and burls. All the branches were bare, stabbing into the gray sky, grotesque and bizarre in form, like countless skeletal arms of despair reaching towards the firmament. There was no wind, no insect chirps, no bird calls. Not even a detectable flow of air. Only a bone-chilling cold and the pervasive scent of decay spread across every inch of space. When Duke looked up, he realized it wasn't the sky above him but various floating black shadows of different sizes. Each of these shadows was a fragment area, some very distant, others quite close, covering vast parts of the sky. In the far distance, a sky full of stars could be seen, their light streaming through the gaps between the fragments, one of the few sources of light. We should be near the third area. Merrick observed the surroundings for a while before saying, "The third area is one of the 15 zones with a teleportation entrance. All of them were either transported into one of these 15 areas or near the 10 zones. The Wizard Council ensured everyone was dispersed to avoid too many people gathering in one location." Upon being transported, Duke immediately extended his spiritual power and perception sense, but he didn't detect anyone else's presence. The place they appeared was also on the previous map, not very dangerous, but it had a certain level of risk. For example, those withered trees around were actually a demon with a curse. Just a slight touch with the curse on the trees could turn a person into a withered tree in just a few hours. A large part of the forest seen now was once human, turned into this form after being tainted by a curse. Around Duke, some yellow sand was already swirling, ready for defense, while he kept his distance from the withered trees. Merrick, on the contrary, was a wizard specializing in the curse element. These withered trees were of great research value to him and could serve as casting materials for many curse magic spells. These withered trees were called shadowy dead branches. Grade 1 casting material, extremely rare in the outside market, one of Merrick's targets. He hadn't expected to find himself here immediately, saving him the trouble of searching. Merrick appeared to approach the shadowy dead branches forest without any defense, and Duke could sense a certain energy emanating from those withered trees. This energy swirled around Merrick's body, and moments later, it all penetrated into him. If it were an ordinary wizard, they would have surely been cursed by now, but Merrick seemed unaffected. He seemed to think it wasn't enough. So little curse power, not as much as I expected. This curse power that ordinary people avoided, Merrick found delectable, frantically absorbing the actively offered curse power. Duke was also observing this process, speculating that Merrick must have mastered some kind of magic, transforming his body to directly absorb curse power. Could his talent magic be this? Duke thought involuntarily. Talent magic is generally defensive, but there are also those that grow. Merrick's ability to absorb curse power might be brought by talent magic. As Merrick absorbed curse power, he approached the withered trees and directly grabbed their trunks. Instantly, the grabbed withered tree erupted with a large amount of curse power, continuously drilling into Merrick's body. Merrick couldn't help but smile, enjoying the absorption of curse power. He then exerted force with his hand, uprooting the withered tree and placing it in his space ring. Merrick continued walking and uprooting the shadowy dead branches effortlessly as if he were harvesting crops. He seemed to recall something and turned to ask, "Duke, do you want some of these? I can get you some." "No need. It's too much trouble to process after putting them away." Duke waved his hand. This was something Merrick could touch freely, but Duke couldn't. It required special handling to take them, and they couldn't be randomly stored in his space ring. Otherwise, if the curse power spread unchecked in the space ring, cleaning it would be a hassle. Merrick said, "No worries, I'll share some with you after handling them later." He continued uprooting the withered trees, and soon the forest was cleared, leaving a wasteland full of pits and hollows. After harvesting the shadowy dead branches, Merrick recalled the map of this fragment area and said, "According to the map, there should be crissgrass nearby, which you might need. Crissgrass is a grade 1 magic potion material, extremely rare and not commonly seen in the market. It's a required ingredient for some magic potions, leading to a high price. In the market, a single crissgrass is worth over 10,000 magic stones, and picking a few can amount to tens or even hundreds of thousands of magic stones." Duke was aware of this information. He didn't particularly need it, but he could collect some if available. "All right. I think the area with crissgrass is also near the passage, which can lead us to the next fragment area," Duke said. The passage he mentioned connects certain fragment areas to others, but only some fragments have passages. Merrick said, "Let's head towards the direction of crissgrass and take a look." With the yellow sand defense maintained, Duke stayed on high alert, activating shadow perception and summoning an eye of darkness in the shadow space for nearby vigilance. The ashy soil underfoot gradually turned moist, and a faintly fungal scent began to permeate the air. The terrain started to slope downwards, revealing a sunken depression ahead. The depression was not large, its center pooling with a small puddle of turbid, dark green liquid, which emitted a faint energy wave, resembling some kind of concentrated dew or decaying liquid. On the edge of the depression, several clusters of strangely shaped plants grew. They were about half a foot tall, with slender, curly leaves that exhibited a profound, almost jade-green hue, and veins that flowed with extremely faint, stardust-like silver speckles. The entire plant exuded a cool, tranquil yet uniquely resilient life force, clashing with the deathly stillness of the surrounding environment. This was precisely Chris grass, and judging by the number and brightness of the stardust speckles in its veins, it was of quite good quality. Upon seeing this patch of Chris grass, Duke and Merrick both stopped, neither advancing further but instead exchanging a glance. "Come out, stop hiding," Duke said, looking at the few large rocks ahead. Seeing no response from the people hiding ahead, the yellow sand beside him began to stir as he prepared to take action. At this moment, several figures emerged from the shadows ahead, and upon counting, there were exactly 5, 3 liquidation wizards and 2 gaseous wizards. The leader was a burly man with a bushy beard named Yoni, who appeared to be the head of these 5 individuals. Yoni glanced at Duke and Merrick, saying, "How did you discover us?" He prided himself on their concealment techniques, yet Duke and Merrick saw through them at a glance. Duke naturally discovered them through the eye of darkness, in the shadow space, where he could clearly see the 5 hidden individuals, whereas Merrick detected them using an energy detector. Even after being discovered, Yoni remained unfazed, arrogantly saying, "Since you haven't taken the bait, voluntarily hand over your valuable belongings, and you can keep your lives." He sensed that Duke and Merrick might not be easily provoked and was unwilling to resort to violence. But they couldn't let Duke and Merrick go either, as they boasted 3 liquidation wizards and 2 gaseous wizards. In terms of both strength and number, they held an absolute advantage, believing themselves to be in a dominant position. "Perhaps we should be the ones saying that hand over all. Your valuable belongings, and we might spare your lives," Duke said with a smile. He and Merrick had no sense of being disadvantaged despite their smaller numbers. Yoni frowned, momentarily wondering if these 2 were crazy, daring to speak so wildly with only 2 wizards not yet fully liquefied. However, within the wizarding world, fools were rare, and since the opposition dared to speak so boldly, they must have some reliance. He quickly scanned the surroundings using spiritual power, finding no hidden allies lurking in the dark. "Is it just a bluff?" Yoni thought, still not believing Duke and Merrick could defeat them with sheer strength. Suspecting hidden allies instead, Duke asked, "I'm curious, Void Corridor can teleport at most 2 people to the same location, so how did you all gather together?" Having just entered the Void Corridor over an hour ago, the fact that the 5 of them had already assembled seemed to defy mere luck. Yoni snorted coldly, "That's none of your business, nor are we obligated to tell you." He then sent a spiritual power message to his companions. The 5 struck simultaneously, unleashing multiple spells at once. 2 blazing flame rays shot toward Duke like venomous snakes. A sharp, piercing infrasound wave rushed directly at Merrick. 2 ice cone techniques sparkling with icy light blocked their possible escape routes. The coordination among the 5 was evidently not there first, as the attacks covered the dodge space, aiming for instant suppression. Facing the incoming attack, Merrick didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. His dark cloak billowed with no wind, and a thick, nearly tangible gray-black cursed breath spread like viscous ink. "Breath of sorrow," Merrick uttered in an icy and strange syllable. The spreading cursed breath wasn't defensive, but actively met the incoming spells. The fiery flame rays, upon contact with the cursed breath, dimmed and flickered as if doused with cold water, finally extinguishing several meters before Merrick, leaving only a wisp of green smoke. The sharp infrasound wave plunged into the gray-black breath like a mud cow entering the sea, not even stirring a ripple. The 2 sharp ice cones were instantly covered in web-like black patterns upon entering the cursed breath range, their speed drastically reduced, ultimately shattering into countless black ice shards, falling before they could reach the target. The first wave of the 5's united attack was effortlessly unraveled by Merrick's curse magic, the violent elemental energy. Upon encountering Merrick's released magic, melted away like snow. What? Yoni and his 4 companions' faces turned grim. They'd never witnessed such bizarre methods. Even Duke was a bit surprised by the scene, unable to comprehend Merrick's technique. The surrounding yellow sand stirred restlessly, ready for defense, but found unnecessary as Merrick had already neutralized all the attacks, single-handedly dismantling the opposition's assault tactics. Yoni and his companions bore a ruthless glint, realizing that Duke and Merrick wouldn't be easily dealt with, fully committing and employing their true capabilities. More spells surged forth, but were all blocked by the thick yellow sand barrier, leaving Duke and Merrick unscathed behind it. Merrick waved his hand, a dagger engulfed in black flames appearing. This was the dagger he'd once used to kill Uli, although its form had dramatically changed, and its aura had grown stronger, upgraded from demonized items to level 1 witchcraft artifact. Yoni instinctively retreated a step, sensing danger as if a fierce beast had locked onto him. 4 corpses lay on the ground before Duke and Merrick, Yoni barely alive, his stomach pierced by a rock spike, breathing with difficulty. They had already scavenged the space rings of these individuals, dividing the contents. The 5 seemed to be members of a small wizard organization from a continent, all somewhat impoverished. After Duke and Merrick divided the spoils, Duke ended up with some magic potion and over 200,000 level 1 magic stones. Altogether, these 5 had less wealth than Duke alone, who had already spent over 1 million magic stones purchasing 3 slave creatures. In reality, this was the norm for most wizards, especially members of small wizard organizations. Facing a scarcity of resources and lacking channels and capabilities to acquire many magic stones. Even within Black Sail, many wizards are exhausted just trying to gather the resources needed for cultivation. With almost no savings left, the people Duke knows, including Simon, are like this. Simon recently advanced to become an official wizard, but incurred quite a bit of debt in the process. He even refused Duke's financial support, insisting that he could solve these problems and that earning money would be faster after advancing to an official wizard. Simon is not only earning money for himself, but also for his 2 companions, taking on all kinds of work and tasks as long as it can earn magic stones. Wizards like Duke, who possess exquisite magic potion abilities, are always a minority. More common wizards don't even have the capital to master magic potion skills, as it requires too much investment. The scarcity of resources means these wizards don't have many resources to enhance their strength, and the depth and intensity of their mastered magic are not as good as those of wizards with abundant resources. Take the 5 people in front of us, for example. Yoni, although already a liquidation wizard, has reached his level purely through time, and his actual combat skills are nowhere near Duke's. Duke can stand undefeated relying solely on the Sand Guardian talent magic, while Yoni and his 5 cannot break through Sand Guardian's defense by any means. Sand Guardian itself is established on a vast amount of resources. Just the value of over 100 tons of magic metal used is beyond what ordinary wizards can imagine. Not to mention, Duke has mastered so many spells, covering various types, many of which are max level with traits acquired through grinding. These accumulated differences in hard power can entirely offset any disparity in spiritual power. Spiritual power determines the strength of magic and the amount of magic power. Unless there is a significant gap in spiritual power or its quality is fundamentally different, it won't greatly impact combat. As for Merrick, it's even more undeniable. With various alchemy creations on him, you never know what kind of witchcraft artifact he'll pull out from his space ring. Just bombarding with witchcraft artifacts can kill. Yoni and the other 4. Yoni is already on the brink of death, showing no hope of survival, having just been interrogated by Merrick. From his mouth, Merrick learned why these 5 could gather together. It was because each of them mastered a part of a one-time teleportation-type witchcraft artifact, which they activated upon entering the Void Corridor, teleporting them all to one place. This is an extremely rare witchcraft artifact, purchased at a high price by Yoni and his mates with the hope of gaining an advantage in the Void Corridor to recoup their expenses. It never occurred to them that they would fail before they started encountering Duke and Merrick right away. They couldn't perceive the strength of these 2 ahead. Seeing Duke and Merrick young and lesser strength than liquidation, they planned to feast on them only to hit a snag. Unfortunately, this witchcraft artifact is a one-time consumable. Otherwise, Duke intended to research it further. What interested him was the teleportation within the void corridor, which he discussed with Merrick. Merrick, can one teleport from outside into the void corridor? Duke asked casually. Merrick shook his head directly. Impossible, the Wizard Council manages the void corridor, it's not so easy to teleport inside. To be precise, there's nearly no chance, and the Wizard Council surely accounted for this. Duke nodded silently, pondering in his heart, I wonder if the coordinates earring can bypass this restriction. Only by trying can I know. The Wizard Council is in charge here, so it must be difficult. He wasn't sure if the coordinates earring could break through the restrictions set by the Wizard Council, only intending to risk a trial once the operation was over. This area is managed by the Wizard Council. And the Void Corridor's defense system is certainly crafted by exceptionally powerful wizards. The coordinates earring may not even work. Duke was not yet in a hurry to record the coordinates, since Merrick was still beside him, planning to wait for a solitary moment to record them. He had attempted sensing already. The coordinates earring could record coordinates here, and upon confirming this, he was reassured. Time to get to business, Duke told Merrick. His tone relaxed, as if he had just casually swatted a few flies away. He walked to the edge of the depression, sensing meticulously again to confirm no residual traps or energy fluctuations were present before taking action. Duke's movements were exceptionally fine and elaborate, his spiritual power like the most precise probe, first penetrating the soil to sense the state of Chris grass roots. Once confirmed that the roots were intact, vibrant, and active, he carefully used a medicine shovel to peel away the moist soil around the roots. Every shovel sought not to harm any fine roots. The humus on the roots contains unique decay energy, requiring special handling to preserve medical efficacy. Duke muttered softly while working. The environment here is quite unique, with exceptional decay energy within the soil, affecting Chris grass. Duke took out a specially made watering can filled with gently purifying and stabilizing magic potion solvent, spraying a thin mist over the exposed Chris grass roots. The purified roots, notably, had silver gleams that grew ever purer and brighter. Only then did Duke lightly place the entire Chris grass plant, along with its roots enveloped in purified humus soil, into a specially crafted transparent box. The whole process flowed like a poem. Filled with artistic precision and beauty, each Chris grass was picked, processed, and preserved by him to perfection. Merrick adhered to the principle of letting professionals do professional work and watched Duke handle the Chris grass, unable to resist clicking his tongue in admiration. Your technique is more skilled than many magic potion masters. No wonder you earned so many arcane master points through magic potion making. He was well aware of Duke's recent happenings, achieving over 100 points swiftly in the Arcane Master Association warrant. Attention, and this individual happens to be Duke, whom he knows. This is my first time handling this thing, I just happened to see some similar materials before. Duke said humbly. Altogether, there were 36 plants of Chris grass here, all packed into Duke's bag as Merrick insisted he didn't want them. It's of no use to me, just takes up space in my space ring. Merrick commented disparagingly. He hadn't considered selling the plants for money. To him, that process was too cumbersome. Being an alchemist, Duke naturally needed such items, so Merrick decided to give all to him without hesitation. After Duke finished picking the Chris grass here, he used fire to handle all the corpses on the ground to avoid any hidden dangers. These are the most basic knowledge. A wizard's corpse can easily produce some special energy reactions, especially for official wizards. If the deceased had been in contact with any undead element or negative energy element things before passing, it would further provoke such changes. Once the corpse occurs such energy reactions, under influences like resentment, it is very likely to generate curses targeting enemies. Such curses are often troublesome and should be avoided whenever possible. Duke recalled the map in his mind and said, "Shall we go to the next fragment area? This place no longer holds much of value, at least not for them. They need to go to other fragment areas to find some high-value items." "Sure, there's a stable passage right here." "Let's go through the passage," Merrick said. There are two ways to travel between fragment areas. One is to fly over to other fragment areas, the other is to go through existing passages. The first way is relatively dangerous because during flying between fragment areas, some distant entities might target you as prey. Although the possibility is low, precautions must be taken. The second way is relatively safer because these passages were built by the Wizard Council, and both the entrances and exits of these passages are relatively safe areas. However, the safety refers to the safety of the area itself. If a wizard is specifically guarding the entrance or exit, one would face attacks upon leaving the passage. Both travel methods present some risks. Once inside the void corridor, there is no absolutely safe area. The next fragment area is relatively large, with only 1/3 of its area explored, leaving the remaining 2/3 as unknown territories. Such unknown areas possess certain risks, but also contain huge opportunities. Unexplored means resources have not been taken. Moreover, that place doesn't have a passage to lead to another place, only a way back to here. By then, if they'd want to go to other fragment areas, they'd have to fly over on their own. Duke and Merrick spent 2 hours getting near the passage, whereas outside it wouldn't take that long. But within the void corridor, they dared not fly at full speed, inching forward cautiously and checking the energy detector's status after every few steps to ensure no danger lurked nearby. Duke also consistently employed the Eye of Darkness for nearby probing, exercising great caution on their journey before finally arriving near the passage. The passage in this fragment area is a white vortex. A simple walk through it transports you to another fragment area. Duke and Merrick didn't rush into the passage, but first prepared defenses to prevent attacks once they cross over. Duke had already enveloped himself with yellow sand, becoming a sand sphere, and infused the sand with abundant magic power to ensure sufficient defense. Merrick took out a doll-like witchcraft artifact, which when activated, emitted numerous black mist. The black mist coiled around him, eventually forming a giant doll-shaped shadow completely shrouding Merrick. The shadow appeared like curling smoke, seemingly without defensive capabilities. After doing so, Merrick seemed at ease, directly heading towards the passage with Duke following closely, entering in succession. After a brief dizzy spell, fiery pillars shot up beneath Duke and Merrick's feet, carrying extreme heat sufficient to instantly melt some steel. These didn't affect Duke as the yellow sand enveloped him thoroughly, remaining utterly unfazed by the fiery pillars. Not even the high temperatures from the fiery pillars penetrated. The sand absorbed all the heat, keeping the core untouched. Merrick similarly remained unaffected, all flames dissipated upon nearing him, likely due to special restraint against elemental magic. Duke and Merrick paid no mind to the fiery pillars, but quickly scanned around, finding no presence of any people. They had initially thought someone lay in ambush here, only to find not a single trace of anyone. Neither spiritual power sensing nor the Eye of Darkness detected any other individuals. Duke, after leaving the passage, glanced back, noticing strange runes etched on the ground. It's a witch array, Merrick recognized at once. Being a student of Alchemy Master Land, while studying alchemy, his expertise in witch arrays was also decent. There was a trigger witch array laid on the ground before the passage. It instantly activates once someone appears above, hence the previous fiery pillar. If someone didn't prepare adequate defenses and carelessly entered the passage, they'd be greeted by a pillar of fire upon landing. Such fiery pillars equate to spells from a level 1 liquidation mage. Without prior defenses, one would at least suffer grave injuries if not death. Grave injuries here essentially spell death. As leaving the void corridor mandates journeying across 15 regions, only there lie the exits. This witch array was evidently newly set up, its setter sinisterly intent on diminishing competition using such means. Duke and Merrick opted not to dismantle the array. Judging from footprints on the ground, several people ought to have passed this way without dismantling it, indicating shared intentions. Those injured by the array likely lack strong prowess, and for those unharmed, demolishing the array serves little purpose. This array inadvertently became a selection threshold for the fragment area. Only those who traverse it are qualified to contest for resources here. Duke looked ahead, only to find an expanse of darkness, faintly perceivable undulating mountains sprawling endlessly. The entire world was deathly silent, not a sound to be heard. After observing everything, Duke promptly said, "We need to leave quickly." Merrick understood Duke's meaning. They hurriedly departed the passage vicinity towards regions recorded on the map, deemed relatively safer. They hastened their leave because the fiery pillars just now served as a signal intensely conspicuous here, letting all wizards in the area know someone had arrived. Duke realized that the others hadn't destroyed this witch array, which also served as a signal. As long as the fire pillar rose, they knew someone else had arrived. Duke and Merrick flew towards the right side of the corridor, an already explored area with not too many dangerous demons. It was a vast open plain where not a single blade of grass could be seen, extremely barren. Dark red bloodstains could occasionally be seen on the ground, left by some unknown creature. These bloodstains have existed for many years, not left recently, and were already present when the void corridor was first discovered. Looking around, these stains were scattered all over this area. Some wizards speculated that this place was once an ancient battlefield, and all the bloodstains resulted from that war. The source of the stains must have been some incredibly powerful entity, for them to remain after so many years. The stains aren't just on the surface. Digging anywhere would reveal dark red soil beneath. These soils could even serve as casting materials and magic potion materials, and many wizards have studied them, but developed no widely used potions or spells, only for research purposes. Due to these bloodstains, this place was called the blood-colored plain. The barrenness of the blood-colored plain seemed to swallow sound, with the vast expanse silent except for the slight wind sound stirred by their flight. Duke's gaze swept over those dark, ancient bloodstains rooted in the earth's marrow, still subtly exuding an invisible pressure and faint iron rust scent despite the passage of years. Now it seemed calm here, but it wasn't so when the void corridor was first discovered. The area's safety was actually based on repeated clearing by predecessors. They hadn't flown far when Duke detected several obscure energy fluctuations ahead with the energy detector. He subtly signaled Merrick, and the two slowed their pace, looking ahead warily. On an open, relatively flat and blood-stained ground ahead, 3 groups of people stood or sat scattered. The first group comprised 2 wizards in matching deep green robes, embroidered with intricate vine and star patterns at the hem, speaking softly, each holding a gem-set magic wand, casting a faint glow and evidently maintaining some kind of defensive spell. Their demeanor was steady and restrained, with a scholarly rigor typical of the Academy faction. Duke couldn't recognize which wizard organization the patterns on them belonged to, likely not from the Appalachian continent. The wizard plane consists of 4 continents, distributed with the central islands at the core, and Appalachian is just the westernmost one. Duke's homeland was the southern Florence continent, the most barren of the 4, with the fewest wizards. To the north was the Golden Continent, and to the east was the Scavi continent, both regions where wizard civilization was highly developed. When Duke's gaze passed over the 2, they noticed and just glanced at Duke and his companion before looking away, showing no intent to attack. Not far away on the other side was a strangely dressed pair. A man of towering height, clad in rough-scaled armor, carrying a giant axe almost as tall as himself, with the axe blade bearing dark red stains, unclear whether blood or rust. Beside him was a figure shrouded in an oversized gray cloak, face hidden, with only a pale, skinny hand holding a curved bone staff visible. These 2 emitted an aura mixed with wildness and coldness, standing silently like statues, but scanning their sharp gaze around. Duke sensed fresh blood sent from them, distinct from the ground, indicating they had recently killed someone. Though Duke and his companion had also killed recently, it was done with spells, leaving no bloodstains on them. The intense blood sent on those 2 was likely due to being soaked in blood during their killings, giving off such a persistent, overwhelming odor. Duke instinctively distanced himself from them, recognizing them as unfriendly individuals, but fortunately they showed no intent to attack. The third group seemed somewhat solitary, with only one person. An elder in a well-tailored purple velvet robe, white-haired with a calm countenance, sat cross-legged alone on a relatively clean rock. He had a thick ancient book spread open in front of him, his fingers lightly grazing the pages, seemingly completely absorbed in reading, oblivious to the surrounding vigilance. However, Duke keenly felt an extremely subtle distortion in the space surrounding the elder, as if a layer of invisible force field protected him. This elder was likely quite advanced in age, his magical aura indicating he was a crystallized wizard. At this age, entering the void corridor was probably a gamble to ascend to a second-tier wizard. Duke saw in this elder a reflection of most ordinary wizards' future. Achieving the rank of crystallized wizard was already challenging, and ascending to a second-tier wizard was even more arduous, demanding both effort and luck for most ordinary wizards. Duke and Merrick occupied a corner, not recklessly approaching others, maintaining a certain distance from each other. The air felt solidified, with no small talk or questioning, only silent scrutiny and assessment. Invisible spiritual power fields spread out like webs, probing, touching, then quickly retreating. Each person clearly recognized the potential threat of the other's presence, but refrained from acting rashly. Not being confrontational individuals, they wouldn't fight for the sake of fighting and would never strike without assured victory over the enemy. In the void corridor, any impaired state could be perilous, so they preferred maintaining their state as much as possible. Duke noticed these individuals seemed to be waiting for something, all lingering in this area without plans to leave. He realized they probably knew something he and Merrick didn't. Merrick communicated through spiritual power. Check with the energy detector. There must be something nearby. Duke then grabbed the energy detector, using spiritual power to view the nearby energy distribution. In the distant dark forest, strong energy fluctuations rippled intermittently. This energy fluctuation is extremely concealed, as if someone is deliberately controlling it, preventing the energy from dispersing. If it weren't for the energy detector, Duke and his group wouldn't have discovered this peculiar energy fluctuation. Normally, due to its subtlety, this energy fluctuation wouldn't have reached here and would be hard to detect. But judging from the condition of the people in front, it's clear they've all noticed this energy fluctuation and are purposely waiting here for something. Duke and the others decided to wait here as well. Though they weren't sure what they were waiting for, they just followed suit, deciding to linger here regardless. Just as the suffocating silence persisted for about half an hour, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Dull, thunderous noise, as if coming from the depths of the earth, resounded, causing the entire blood-colored plain to tremble. Immediately following was an indescribable, turbulent surge of energy that erupted like an invisible tsunami from the uncharted territory, sweeping in. The energy was so intense that the dark red bloodstains on the ground, dormant for countless millennia, seemed to be stimulated, flickering with the faintest, fleeting red glow. The rusty, metallic scent in the air suddenly grew several times stronger, even carrying a strangely, unsettlingly sweet undertone. In the distance, the space visible to the naked eye began to twist and ripple violently, like air under high heat, tearing the light apart into a fragmented mess. Those originally stationed here all moved, flying up and watching the area from afar. That area was no longer shrouded in darkness, but filled with fiery red light, nearly illuminating the entire fragmented region. At the same time, the energy fluctuations emanating from there were extremely intense. Duke's heart stirred. Typically, items with such strong energy fluctuations are extremely rare treasures, especially since this thing is located in an unexplored region, suggesting it might be some sort of rare treasure. The people present were evidently awaiting the appearance of something, but how they detected this situation remains a mystery. Merrick was very interested in the object and immediately prepared to rush ahead to seize a lead. Duke hurriedly sent out a message using spiritual power to stop him. Wait a moment, this thing might not necessarily be a treasure. If there's any issue, the first to reach it will suffer. If this really is a treasure, it certainly won't be easy to obtain. He wasn't blinded by the allure of treasure. Instead, he remained even more composed, sensing something amiss, although he couldn't pinpoint it. Hearing Duke's words, Merrick also cooled down a bit, starting to slow his flight. The leading individual of the two academy-affiliated wizards in dark green robes shouted lowly, causing their magic wand to flare intensely. In an instant, they transformed into two interwoven green streaks, tearing through the air and charging toward the source of the red light at an astonishing speed. They were evidently well prepared, with a clear objective. Next, the peculiar duo also sprang into action. The burly man let out a beast-like growl, his legs powerfully pressing against the ground, launching his massive body like a cannonball, rushing forth with brute force. His gray-cloaked companion moved in a much eerier manner, without obvious movements, melding into the shadows at their feet, leaving behind a faint gray smoke as the main body silently skimmed the ground at a speed not inferior to the burly man's violent charge. Only the old man in the purple robe remained unhurried. He slowly stood up, securing a thick ancient book in his arms, with his withered fingers pointing in the air a few times. The distortion of the surrounding space around him suddenly intensified. Then, his entire being, along with the warped space, vanished as if erased from sight. A moment later, his form vaguely appeared hundreds of meters ahead, moving as if jumping through folds in space. Duke watched as these people displayed their powers but still didn't rush forward. He keenly sensed the danger in the air, keeping him rational and calm. He didn't believe these people had no sense of danger, but they still chose to proceed for the possible treasure. It just shows the difference in perspective. Duke valued stability and believed safety was paramount, and treasures should be secured when they could be safely acquired. If obtaining the treasure meant risking his life, it wasn't worth it at all. Duke and Merrick checked the energy detector, confirming the presence of a high-intensity energy point ahead. From the energy point's state, it likely wasn't a living creature, indeed suggesting it might be a treasure. Duke and his group lingered at the rear, and when they finally reached the area, they saw what lay ahead. A giant fiery red flower stood on the ground ahead, with 4 wide, transparent petals and a fiery red, transparent stem below. One could see the massive energy flowing within the flower, and the stem, revealing it to be purely fire attribute energy upon closer inspection. This thing can be used as a fire attribute crystal. Duke quickly realized its purpose. He didn't know what it was but understood such pure and intense fire attribute must surely be used as a crystal core, and an excellent one at that. Merrick looked at the flower thoughtfully, then spoke after a moment. Could this be the molten fire flower? What is the molten fire flower? Duke inquired. The molten fire flower can serve as a fire attribute crystal core among its various uses. More importantly, it can improve a person's elemental affinity, giving them a decent fire attribute elemental affinity, which is the most significant attribute, Merrick said. Duke naturally knew what this meant. Using the molten fire flower as a crystal core would be somewhat wasteful. For many wizards, elemental affinity is crucial. Having a good fire attribute affinity promises numerous benefits. But for Duke, he didn't need the molten fire flower to gain fire attribute affinity, as he already possessed a very high fire attribute affinity. Merrick also wasn't very interested in it, leaning more towards the study of the curse element magic. However, for others it was different. Their discernment was clear, recognizing what it was and displaying hints of greed in their eyes. Simply obtaining the molten fire flower meant it could be either used or sold for a high price. Items affecting elemental affinity are essential resources for training core individuals in major wizard factions. Its value is undoubtedly high. The molten fire flower isn't so easily acquired. Otherwise, those who arrived first wouldn't be floating around without approaching. A thin layer of reddish energy shield surrounds the molten fire flower. This energy shield looks thin, but it's actually extremely strong. Ordinary means can't easily break it. Moreover, everyone needs to consider how to break the energy shield without damaging the molten fire flower inside. For now, it seems no one has come up with a good solution, with each person pondering in different directions, wary of each other but yet to make a move. Duke and Merrick hover at a distance, cautiously observing. The molten fire flower stands quietly on the ground. Its 4 giant transparent petals, like the purest red crystal. Inside flowing with energy like molten flames, emanating waves of intense heat and pure fire elemental fluctuations. Its transparent stems pierce deeply into the dark red soil, as if drawing power from the depths of this ancient battlefield. And that seemingly thin layer of reddish energy shield acts as a resilient barrier, isolating it from the outside world. The 2 academy wizards in dark green robes whisper to each other, with one carefully using a detection staff embedded with a blue gemstone to scan the energy shield from a distance, the staff's tip glowing with complex rune halos, seemingly analyzing its structure and weaknesses. Their expressions are serious and focused, clearly trying to break through in the most secure way possible. The peculiar duo acts more directly, the burly man pacing impatiently, with a giant axe on his back, its blade stained with dark red spots that seem to come alive under the light of the molten fire flower, subtly moving. He tries to raise his axe to chop several times, but is stopped by a tap from the bone staff of the figure in the gray cloak beside him. Under the shadow of the hood of the gray cloak, 2 ghostly lights lock onto the energy shield, the gray mist swirling around the top of the bone staff constantly changing shape, seemingly attempting some form of erosion or curse force penetration. But as the mist touches the energy shield, it only stirs a weak ripple before dissipating, having little effect. The elderly man in a purple robe walks back and forth near the energy shield, seemingly observing something. But he temporarily has no better means either. The air is so tense it feels like it might condense into water drops, as the tempting aura from the molten fire flower intertwines with the tricky problem posed by the energy shield, creating an excruciating stalemate. Everyone wants to be the first to grab the treasure, but no one is willing to stick their neck out. They all understand, even if the energy shield is broken, they still need to consider how to safely take the molten fire flower and retreat. Others won't just watch as you take the molten fire flower without reacting. Duke and Merrick appear out of place here, as they're just crouching at a distance as if watching a show, and they're not leaving either. This is noticed by the others, who assume the two of them are planning to pick up the leftovers. After a brief standoff, the two wizards in dark green robes finally couldn't sit back any longer and decided to act. Their silent and rapid exchange came to a halt, their sharp eyes scanning over the other groups before returning to the resilient energy shield. The prolonged detection analysis seemed to yield no perfect, damage-free resolution, and the temptation of the treasure and the potential dangers are like two saws, constantly testing their patience. "We can't wait any longer." The younger wizard on the left finally couldn't hold back. The self-strengthening characteristic of this energy shield will only make it increasingly troublesome. We must attempt a powerful impact. His companion frowned, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes, but ultimately nodded, gripping the magic wand tightly. Better safe than sorry. Target the top of the energy shield where the energy flow seems slightly sluggish. Attempt to open a small hole. Having reached a consensus, the two acted immediately. No longer cautiously probing, they stood side by side, raising their wands high, the blue gemstone embedded in the wand head bursting with blinding light. Complex runes flowed out from the gemstone like living beings, weaving and spinning in the air, quickly forming into a high-speed rotating, extremely sharp-tipped emerald energy drill, emitting a piercing screech, twisting the airflow around with its high-speed rotation. The emerald energy drill, with its tear-through-everything momentum, shot precisely towards the pointed node of the energy shield, as directed by his companion. The others did not obstruct the two's actions, but silently observed on the side, bodies tense, ready to act at any moment. Everyone understood that the moment the energy shield shattered, a battle would ensue. The two wizards breaking the energy shield were also on guard against others, with one focusing solely on breaking the energy shield, while the other's spiritual power continually circled the area to maintain vigilance. Duke instinctively distanced himself from the area, knowing a major battle would ensue soon, needing to stay away. He also continued using the energy detector to scan the surroundings, checking for any lurking dangers. Those entering this fragmentary zone likely aren't. Limited to those present, others might be drawn here after sensing disturbances. A few minutes later, the two wizards in dark green robes successfully broke the energy shield, the transparent canopy shattering instantly. As the energy shield shattered, a rich and pure fire attribute energy surged from within, a highly refined energy. Others moved then too, rushing towards the molten fire flower, the competition officially beginning. Who will ultimately claim the flower will depend on their respective skills. Duke remained still, gazing at the energy detector. His expression odd. Something seems off about this flower. Duke communicated to Merrick. Merrick found no anomalies, asking what's off. Technically speaking, it's not the flower itself but the stems beneath. The stems are extraordinarily long, extending deep underground, and besides energy fluctuations, there's a pulse-like sensation, like a heartbeat. Not sure if it's my imagination. Duke initially intended to examine what lay beneath the molten fire flower stems, only to discover that even the energy detector couldn't see the bottom. It's known the detector's range is up to 1 kilometer, meaning the molten fire flower's stems exceed 1 kilometer, which is unusual. According to Merrick's previous information, the stems of the molten fire flower couldn't possibly be this long, as it's not a plant growing from the ground, but a formation purely condensed from fire attribute energy. After Duke's reminder, Merrick also realized there was a problem with this point. Based on the information he had previously learned, the molten fire flower grows in areas with extremely rich fire attribute, and generally, the root part is only 2 or 3 meters. It doesn't really grow on the ground and can move at any time. Could there be a rich fire attribute energy source? Underground, maybe that's where this molten fire flower grew from, Duke speculated. On the other side, the moment the energy shield shattered, the crisp sound of crystals cracking had not yet dissipated, when the abundant, pure fire attribute energy burst out like an explosion, instantly igniting the suppressed greed and killing intent in the air. The burly man seemed like a beast that had been preparing for a long time. At the moment the energy shield cracked, His scar-laden muscles suddenly tightened, unleashing terrifying strength. He didn't charge towards the flower. Instead, he stomped on the ground with his left foot, creating a shallow pit. His whole body launched like a boulder from a catapult, targeting the seemingly fragile, transparent roots below the molten fire flower with a sharp whistle through the air. At some unknown time, the giant axe had already been gripped in his hand, and the dark red stains on the axe blade seemed to come alive, steaming with a bloody mist, which condensed into a massive dark red axe energy. The giant axe, with a force enough to split mountains, fiercely slashed towards the connection between the roots and the ground. While Duke and Merrick were conversing, they also paid attention to the commotion in this area. Duke noticed that this burly man seemed to practice both as a wizard and a knight. This person's spiritual power level was only at the level of a gaseous wizard, and he had just been promoted to an official wizard with very low spiritual power. However, he obviously mastered some bloodline magic, modifying his bloodline, and had a very strong physical body. His knight cultivation was much higher than his wizard cultivation, probably close to the level of a second-level knight. It seems that this person pursued both wizard and knight paths to enhance his physical strength. The wizard path, he studied bloodline-related magic just to make his body stronger, so his way of fighting was more like a warrior rather than a wizard. The two wizards in dark green robes also moved when they saw this, and at the same moment the burly man moved, they pointed their magic wands like poisonous snakes. Their target was not the burly man, but the area in front of the axe energy about to strike. An aura radiating bone-chilling cold suddenly unfolded in the void, perfectly blocking between the axe energy and the roots. The dark red axe energy fiercely struck the ice-cold aura, and the sharp sound of energy tearing erupted. The violent power contained in the axe energy violently colliding with and annihilating the power of the aura, forcibly blocking the attack that the burly man was sure would succeed. Everyone acted in an instant, trying to grab the molten fire flower first, constantly blocking each other, and for a moment, no one was able to successfully pick the molten fire flower. While everyone was scrambling, the ground around them suddenly started to shake, and the tremors became more and more intense. With the molten fire flower as the core, cracks began to appear on the ground, resembling a spider web. The cracks continued to spread and expand, soon forming deep ravines, dark and deep gorges that seemed bottomless. Moreover, the soil and rocks around kept pushing upwards, as if something underneath was about to break out from the earth. Something's wrong. Retreat quickly. The older wizard in a dark green robe was the most experienced. His face instantly turned pale, and he was the first to react, knowing something bad was happening. He unhesitatingly gave up the idea of grabbing the molten fire flower. A deep blue shield appeared on his body, and he flew back as a blue light flashed from his magic wand. Roar that was indescribable in words, and seemed to come from the deepest parts of the nether purgatory, carrying a rage that could burn the soul, and a sound wave capable of tearing space, erupted from the cracked, upheaved abyss under everyone's feet. That soul-shaking roar was not the end, but the prelude to destruction. With the molten fire flower as the center, the ground within hundreds of meters around was violently pushed upwards, as if by an invisible giant hand from the core of the earth. Huge dark red rocks, solidified layers of lava, and the churning, boiling hot magma below, as if erupting from a volcanic crater, rushed skyward, holding terrifying heat and shock waves capable of incinerating everything. The smoke mixed with sulfur-smelling steam instantly spread, covering more than half of the sky. The closest one, the burly man, bore the brunt of it. The fury and greed on his face were instantly replaced by boundless primal fear. As the roar sounded and the ground heaved, his powerful instincts led him to one final struggle. The surface of his body rapidly formed an armor as solid as blood diamond, while he held the giant axe sideways in front of him, the axe head erupting with a large amount of energy to shield against the surging energy from underground. Dark golden, destruction-filled lava torrent burst forth from the cracked abyss like a world-ending flood breaking a dam. This torrent was not pure flames, but extremely pure and vast fire attribute energy. The armor on the burly man's body melted like ice and snow. His entire red glowing strong body could only withstand for a moment before being turned into a pile of charcoal by the violent energy. Only the dark red giant axe, stained with countless bloods and of extraordinary material, lay quietly in the magma, floating away with the flow. Gray-cloaked figure let out a shrill and distorted scream, containing endless grief and bone-chilling fear. He was not far from the burly man, also in the core range of the impact, with the deadly lava torrent and terrifying shock waves closing in. He suddenly bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of black blood rich in life essence and soul power onto the bone staff. His hand, the gray mist swirling at the tip of the bone staff, was instantly dyed a filthy dark red, exuding a nauseating stench. Before the lava torrent could reach him, the gray-cloaked figure suddenly transformed into a twisted, ominous blood-red shadow. His speed increased several times, and in the blink of an eye, he had left the area without looking back. Soon, all those still alive saw what had appeared below. In the distance, amid the smoke and steam, a massive dark golden figure, large enough to be suffocating, was slowly rising from the boiling lava and the shattered ground. It was a giant turtle, its body flowing with fiery red magma, and the molten fire flower was growing right on its head. This is the Emperor Flame Turtle. Duke recognized the creature at a glance, a type of second-level demon. However, the previous records did not mention that the Emperor Flame Turtle could have a molten fire flower growing on its head. It was likely due to some unique mutations occurring in the Void Corridor. The Emperor Flame Turtle seems to have undergone some kind of mutation, causing a molten fire flower to grow atop its head. It appears to have just awakened from a slumber, most likely startled by the commotion caused by others around the molten fire flower. As a level 2 demon, the Emperor Flame Turtle's presence is overwhelmingly powerful, instilling a sense of alarming crisis among everyone present. Duke finally understood that the pulsating beat he sensed earlier was not an illusion, but the heartbeat of the Emperor Flame Turtle deep underground. Its enormous body, resembling molten gold, rose fully from the shattered earth, each breath inciting a scorching sulfur storm. Molten lava flowed across the dark gold shell. The massive head hung low, eyelids covered in thick scale armor lifted slowly to reveal furnace-like vertical pupils. The molten fire flower was rooted at the center of its head, swaying gently with each breath, emitting an allure that was both attractive and deadly. Its gaze swept over the tiny ant-like figures, finally fixing on the core area of the recent conflict, where lingering traces of the burly man's presence and ripples of a shattered energy shield remained. A deeper roar, carrying destructive fury, rolled from its throat, causing the surrounding magma to boil and the ground to shake violently. At this moment, Duke was already accelerating away on the yellow sand at his feet, having been on the periphery of the area from the start, responding quickly to escape. However, the power of a level 2 life form is beyond their imagination. This was Duke's first time facing a direct attack from a level 2 life form. The Emperor Flame Turtle swung its enormous head, spewing forth a flood of dark gold molten lava, sticky like liquid fire, sweeping towards all who attempted to flee. Everywhere the torrent passed, the air was scorched and distorted, and the ground transformed instantly into a boiling lake of lava. The lava flood nearly brushed past the backs of Duke and Merrick, the terrifying heat and shockwave flinging them violently. Duke wasn't much affected due to his sand shield, while Merrick relied on his protective witchcraft artifact to fend off the raging energy and remained unharmed. Yet the violent energy still flung them in opposite directions, smoke and dust obscuring each other's positions. There was no time to consider much. They could only rely on their skills for survival. The next moment, it was as if a group of volcanoes simultaneously erupted. Countless thick pillars of fire mixed with blazing rock fragments surged skyward from the gaps in the turtle's back, covering hundreds of meters of the sky. Fiery rain descended, striking precisely at each energy wave attempting to escape. The ground was blasted into charred pits, stones instantly vaporized. This indiscriminate saturation attack completely segmented and sealed off the chaotic battlefield. Duke's pupils contracted abruptly. A fire pillar several meters in diameter, carrying deadly debris, was crashing down upon him. An avalanche of yellow sand instantly gathered above him, layering continuously, forming a solid fortress at the moment of impact to block the descending attack. The deafening explosion sounded in his ears, debris fell like hail. Duke, somewhat dizzy, looked up to find itself in smoke and cinders, with the terrifying mountain-like silhouette of the Emperor Flame Turtle in the distance. He immediately activated the Shadow Cloak, running madly towards safety. Just before Duke activated the Shadow Cloak, he saw a purple figure dart like a specter out of a nearby burnt red rock's shadow, not far ahead of him. The figure moved astonishingly fast, like a purple lightning tearing through space. Its target was the molten fire flower atop the Emperor Flame Turtle's head. That person still dares to seize the molten fire flower. Truly reckless, Duke thought as he swiftly escaped into the shadow space, where silence enveloped him, free from the sulphurous stench. Using the shadow cloak, he quickly distanced himself from the area, arriving at the edge of the blood-colored plain. Here, Duke deactivated the shadow cloak, emerging from the shadow space. He stood at the edge of the blood-colored plain, feet on yellow sand, flying in mid-air, gazing at the area where the Emperor Flame Turtle appeared. The flames still raged there, roars resounded, and powerful energy waves continued to spread. Duke didn't know where Merrick had gone. But escaping shouldn't be too much of a problem. That boy had as many tricks as he did. As long as Merrick wasn't specifically targeted by the Emperor Flame Turtle, he'd be fine. The turtle's attention was mostly on the purple-robed elder, who must truly be reckless, since he's still trying to grab the molten fire flower. Duke figured the purple-robed elder must be at the end of his lifespan, grasping this opportunity to fight for the molten fire flower, likely hoping to exchange it for the resources required to ascend to a level 2 wizard. For these elderly wizards, faced with dwindling time, it's indeed an extreme choice. Having chosen to enter the Void Corridor, he'd have to seize this once-in-a-century chance. Duke sensed the Emperor Flame Turtle wouldn't quiet down anytime soon after awakening, making this fragment area unsafe. He decided to leave this fragment area, and since Merrick wasn't reachable, just wished him luck. This fragment area had only one passageway leading back to the fragment area he initially appeared in. To reach other places, he'd have to fly directly. Duke glanced around, pondering his next destination, when nearby space rippled unexpectedly. He immediately raised his guard, gathering sand around him. Fully armored, Duke focused on the rippling space beside him, from which a blackened figure stumbled out, clutching a giant fiery flower in hand. The molten fire flower. Duke instantly recognized it as the molten fire flower upon closer inspection. The charred figure was actually the purple-robed elder. However, he was now unrecognizable, severely burned all over, hairless with peeling facial skin, impossible to identify as the elder from before. Only through the elder's spiritual power waves did Duke roughly identify him, relaxing slightly since the elder posed no threat now. This old madman. Duke sighed as he looked at the figure, charred all over, breathless, yet still clutching the molten fire flower tightly. The state of the purple-robed elder was even worse than he imagined, his life fire flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. The once luxurious purple robe had long turned to charred fragments, clinging to his bruised and battered body, each labored breath accompanied by scorching air and blood foam. One of his arms was unnaturally twisted, clearly broken, sustained only by sheer willpower, while the other hand was like an iron shackle, firmly gripping the molten fire flower that emitted an alluring red glow and terrifying energy. The flower swayed slightly in his charred palm, pure fire attribute energy escaping, intertwining with the remnants of Emperor Flame Turtle's aura on him, forming a dangerous signal source. The elder seemed to have barely recovered a sliver of consciousness from the dizziness of the teleportation, his cloudy eyes focusing with difficulty, finally seeing Duke hovering mid-air, surrounded by yellow sand. His pupils suddenly contracted, not with the hopeful sight of a lifeline, but with the wariness and despair of a caged beast seeing another predator. Instinctively, he wanted to retreat, to hide the molten fire flower in the space ring. He had immediately teleported away upon acquiring the flower, not even having time to stow it. But at this moment, he was already gravely wounded and on the verge of death, unable to muster even a trace of spiritual power. His severely injured body staggered, nearly collapsing. Cough, cough, cough. Violent coughing brought out more black blood and fragments of internal organs. The purple-robed elder glared at Duke, knowing his fate was sealed. Betting everything in a desperate struggle ultimately ended in failure, marking the end of his centuries-long path as a wizard. He attempted to mobilize the remaining spiritual power within him, a faint and chaotic energy flickering around, but it quickly dissipated, exacerbating his injuries, forcing him to bend over in pain. Duke's gaze was calm, his vigilance remained despite the other's grave injuries. An old wizard who could successfully pluck the molten fire flower from under the eyes of the Emperor Flame Turtle and escape its furious strike, even on the brink of death, might still have a trump card left. The yellow sand around him slowly flowed, forming a more secure defensive posture. The molten fire flower is mine. The elder struggled to straighten his back, trying to maintain a last vestige of dignity, but his weak body rendered his voice powerless, filled instead with a desperate madness. You dare to rob me, I'll fight to the death. Take you down with me. His withered fingers tightened neurotically. The light of the molten fire flower seemed to flicker slightly, triggered by his despairing emotions. Unmoved, Duke clearly sensed the other's spiritual power, like a shattered cobweb, his soul's fire on the verge of extinction. With a sigh, he said, "Sir, take well-deserved rest." Upon hearing this, the elder's pupils immediately contracted. His finger pointing at Duke trembled fiercely, followed by his whole body shaking. "I..." His voice carried a hint of choking. A flash of tears appeared at the corner of his charred eyes. And then he fell silent, collapsing to the side. Duke could clearly sense the rapid loss of life force within the other, with the fluctuations of spiritual power also gradually dissipating. He approached the elder's corpse, casually picked up the molten fire flower, and after exerting considerable effort, tore it from the elder's hand, examining it before placing it into his space ring. The molten fire flower, which the elder had sacrificed his life to seize, ultimately became someone else's prize, a futile endeavor. Though Duke had acquired the molten fire flower, his heart held little joy. He felt the intense bitterness and helplessness in the elder moments ago. There was no turning back on the path of a wizard, only one way forward. The elder before him might very well be his own future fate. This was not pity for the elder, but a warning for Duke's own future. Once securing the molten fire flower in the space ring, Duke immediately felt a strong sense of crisis, as if locked onto by some fierce beast. He knew this was surely the crisis brought by the Emperor Flame Turtle. This molten fire flower was quite important to it, likely nurtured with internal energy. Despite having stored the molten fire flower in the space ring, Duke couldn't entirely eliminate its aura. The Emperor Flame Turtle had already sensed its location and would soon arrive. Duke looked overhead, choosing a fragmentary area above, and directly soared upwards on the yellow sand. He hovered in mid-air, surveying his surroundings. The blood-colored plain was vast and desolate, the dark red gravel on the distant horizon merging with the similarly dark red sky, creating an oppressive chaos. The wind blew, stirring up sandstorms like flowing blood mist. To avoid being caught by the Emperor Flame Turtle due to slow flying speed, Duke called forth the storm dragon eagle, sending a telepathic message. It carried him swiftly toward the fragmentary area overhead. The next moment, the Emperor Flame Turtle reached the edge of the blood-colored plain, appearing in the area where Duke had stood moments ago. The elder's corpse was directly burned to ashes by the enraged Emperor Flame Turtle, leaving no trace of existence. The Emperor Flame Turtle lifted its head angrily, spitting several gigantic meteor-like objects, pursuing Duke. Yet the storm dragon eagle's speed was too fast. Having already flown away, leaving only a small black dot, the Emperor Flame Turtle's attack posed no threat to Duke. The Emperor Flame Turtle roared in fury, the surrounding ground cracking, shooting out countless magma. Though capable of flight, some reason restrained it from leaving the fragmented area, venting its internal rage there. By this time, Duke had flown far away, glancing back to see only a red dot in the black fragmentary area. Turning his attention again, he focused on the rapidly approaching fragmentary area ahead. This was a mobile fragmentary area. Passing just overhead earlier, Duke knew nothing of the conditions there and could only proceed. Cautiously, the fragmentary area was strange, essentially an inverted fragment, and upon entering, Duke sensed the direction of gravity shifting. The storm dragon eagle carried Duke like a cyan lightning, tearing through the blood-colored sky, soaring rapidly toward the inverted, gravity-shifted peculiar fragmentary area overhead. Duke only felt a lightness in his body, followed by a powerful descending sensation, quickly adjusting, transforming into soaring through the high skies. The storm dragon eagle's sharp eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Its eyesight was excellent, and even in this pitch-black place it could see the situation on the ground clearly. According to Duke's request, it descended in a relatively safe-looking area where there were no people or demons moving around. The storm dragon eagle also kept its aura restrained, and even during flight it was cautious, trying not to cause too much wind. Having just arrived in this area, the situation here was still unclear, so everything had to be done with utmost caution. If there were creatures like the Emperor Flame Turtle, a level 2 life, it would have to run for its life if it accidentally woke one up. Duke gracefully leapt off the back of the storm dragon. Eagle, his feet touching a surface that wasn't hard, but consisted of a peculiar, slightly elastic dark material like solidified shadows. The light here was extremely dim, as if greedily devoured by some unseen presence. The air was filled with a cold, viscous aura that caused the soul to feel a slight stagnation. For most people, the environment here was quite uncomfortable, but Duke felt a certain ease, as if his body was well adapted to it. Duke crouched down to carefully study the ground. He discovered that the essence of the soil here was indeed soil, but it was rich in dark attribute energy, causing it to mutate to the point where its appearance no longer resembled soil. The entire fragmented area was filled with dense dark energy, creating an environment unsuitable for living or surviving for most. Only those like Duke with a high degree of dark attribute affinity could stay here long-term and even benefit from it. Duke began observing the surrounding environment, which still remained dim and pitch black, with a silence that suggested a lack of life. He had already returned the storm dragon eagle to the light god court. Its size was too large, and even while restraining its aura, walking or flying made significant noise. Duke turned and summoned Kobold Reed as a guard to follow by his side. The kobold usually stood about 2 meters tall, but in combat mode, its size would swell to 5 meters tall. Reed quickly adapted to the environment here, his robust physique capable of withstanding various harsh and complex environments. In past plane war experiences, Kobold Reed had encountered numerous hostile and even dangerous environments, but had survived them all. This place caused him mild discomfort, but not to a degree that was unbearable or unsustainable. Kobold Reed quickly assumed his role, sniffing around for any scents and listening intently to the surroundings for any unusual disturbances. Now that there was no one else around, Duke could release his slave creatures. He used shadow perception and the Eye of Darkness to survey the surroundings, confirming the absence of other entities in the shadow space. Duke's attention was drawn to some unusual plants not far from his feet. They were exceptionally low, almost clinging to the dark surface of the ground, and twisted in strange shapes. These plants resembled solidified black liquid, covering the crystalline ground in irregular patches. They had no leaves, their surfaces covered with fine hairs, and was slowly absorbing the free-flowing dark energy particles in the air at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, making their covered area appear darker than the surrounding environment. Shadow moss. It's of excellent quality, top-tier level 2 magic potion materials, worth thousands of level 1 magic stones per gram. Duke quickly identified these plants as valuable level 2 magic potion materials, useful in various level 2 potion refinements. He quickly took out a medicine shovel and carefully harvested the shadow moss, storing each plant in a separate transparent tube, roots intact. Each plant weighed about 3 to 5 grams, translating to tens of thousands of level 1 magic stones. After harvesting this section of shadow moss, he counted 20 plants in total, which was a considerable gain. Duke then looked around, contemplating his next course of action, as the surroundings looked more or less the same. He maintained his shadow perception, and the Eye of Darkness remained active. Realizing the dense presence of dark attribute energy, Duke speculated that some dark attribute life forms might exist here, possibly hiding in the shadow space to observe or even ambush, necessitating preparation for such possibilities. "Read any findings?" Duke asked in a low voice. Kobold Reed possessed strong instinctive perception abilities, potentially uncovering details Duke might have missed. Kobold Reed flared his wide nostrils and replied, "Master Duke, there's a mixture of rotting moss and iron rust in the air, faint but constant. No sounds of living things, only the faint hiss of energy flow, like snakes crawling on sand." Evidently, there were indeed few living creatures around, and the dark attribute energy was extremely dense here. The two maintained a cautious formation, Duke in front, Reed's massive body half a step behind, vigilantly guarding the flanks and rear. The dark soil beneath their feet had an eerie elasticity, each step landing silently, as if sound was swallowed by the darkness. The air grew increasingly clammy and cold, with that soul-stagnating sensation becoming more pronounced. But for Duke, the revolving dark energy within gave a sense of ease, like a fish in water, as tendrils of pure dark attribute energy slowly absorbed and assimilated into his body. After walking for 3 hours, Duke and Reed found themselves at the foot of a small mountain. The mountain's base had several jagged black crystal clusters resembling the fangs of a monstrous beast, composed of a strange substance that wasn't stone, jade, or crystal. Duke took out an exquisite small iron pick, chipping a piece of black crystal for close inspection. Felt the flow of dark attribute energy within an energy crystal stone, likely of level 1 grade. Duke had never seen such energy crystal stones before, and they weren't available on the market outside, perhaps only in some wizards' collections. With a wave of his hand, he uprooted the large chunks of energy crystal stone, storing them in his space ring. Kobold Reed initially intended to help, but seeing it wasn't necessary, he refrained. Just then, several shadows, thick as pitch and fast as poisonous snakes, shot out of the ground's shadow without warning. They were silent, as if inherently part of the darkness. Moving so quickly, they left only afterimages on the retina, aiming straight for Duke's head, heart, and limb joints. Dogman Reed reacted quickly, roaring as his body instantly swelled to a 5-meter-tall combat form. Sturdy arms sweeping with a muffled sound that tore through the air, soon intercepting those shadow tendrils. There was no loud collision, only a dull energy burst. The tendrils were slapped apart by Reed's immense strength, transforming into a mass of swirling black smoke, but the smoke did not disappear. Instead, it writhed swiftly, as if alive, trying to reassemble. The other tendrils hit by Reed also behaved in the same way, scattered but not extinguished. Duke extended a finger, from which a beam of light instantly shot out. After being struck by the beam, the tendrils immediately emitted black smoke and soon melted away like ice and snow. As expected, it requires light attribute energy to counter, and it works quite well. After observing Reed's battle with the tendrils, he had roughly guessed this. These tendrils were not living beings but pure dark attribute energy conglomerates, possessing only some instincts. After eliminating the tendrils, Duke noticed some objects drop to the ground. Upon closer inspection, they were pieces of black crystal. It was unclear what they were. He collected these items, intending to study them after leaving, or to ask someone for answers if he couldn't figure it out. After collecting these items, Duke looked around, planning to explore this area for a while. The fragment area he saw before coming here was vast, almost a small continent, with an area so extensive it couldn't be fully explored even in 3 months. Duke looked up again, seeing many shadows retreating in the sky, all of them fragment areas. This was a unique feature of this place. For some unknown reason, the fragments were moving automatically, and they seemed to do so in a regular pattern, even automatically avoiding obstacles ahead, as if alive. The fragment area where the Emperor Flame Turtle was located was also quite large. Due to the disturbance caused by the Emperor Flame Turtle, it was temporarily dangerous, so he had to leave for the time being. Duke looked towards an area with relatively stable dark energy and more open terrain, preparing to start his exploration from there. Time passed silently in exploration. The area was astonishingly vast, with bizarre landscapes. There were hills like solidified black waves, huge crystal forests shimmering with dim phosphorescence, bottomless dark abysses that swallowed all light, and rivers flowing with ink like dark liquid. The air was always filled with a cold, viscous dark attribute energy, which was like a nourishing source for Duke. Felt his shadow affinity had improved imperceptibly in such an environment, and absorbing the dark attribute energy became increasingly effortless. Duke was hiding in a vast area filled with towering, twisted black crystal pillars. These pillars were dozens of meters high, with a faint glow flowing inside, forming a natural maze. He was searching for valuable items in this area. Over the past month, his bag had accumulated a lot of things. Their value was still unclear because many of them were unrecognized by him, and he didn't know how much they could be sold for. Dogman Reed followed behind him. During this time, he had faithfully shouldered his duties, multiple times detecting dangers that Duke had not sensed. Suddenly, Reed sensed something, instinctively looked up, and saw 2 tiny black dots in the distant sky. Noticing Reed's action, Duke also looked up and discovered those 2 black dots. He found that the 2 black dots were getting closer from a distance, moving in a very regular pattern, indicating they were not debris but likely goods, with a high probability of being wizards participating in the Void Corridor this time. This was naturally not a good sign, as the arrival of other wizards would inevitably increase instability. During this month, Duke was almost certain there were no other wizards here, probably just him. because he hadn't encountered another wizard in so long, not even any traces. It was likely due to the continuous movement of this fragment area, making it rare for other wizards to arrive here. Now that someone was coming, Duke needed to stay alert and see if he could avoid conflict. Regardless, this place was large enough, so even if more wizards came, there would be plenty of space. The two black dots rapidly enlarged, becoming gradually clearer in outline. They were not flying witchcraft artifacts, but two strangely shaped creatures. They were covered entirely in black scale armor that seemed to absorb light, with long, serpent-like bodies and broad, semi-transparent membrane wings on either side. The edges of the membrane wings were laced with dim purple energy patterns, each silent flap leaving a faint trace behind. Like ink dripping into water. Void serpents, Duke thought, recognizing these rare and difficult-to-tame dark attribute void creatures. They were born with the ability to traverse unstable spaces, making them ideal mounts for exploring the void corridor. However, they were extremely valuable and hard to find. The wizard plane had no such creatures, and only a few capable entities could harness them. Void serpents generally existed as summoned beasts, which could be summoned at will. Summoned beasts differ from slave creatures, usually requiring a summoning contract with other dimensional beings, with various ways to establish it. The content of a summoning contract is entirely negotiable between the parties, with the summoned beast sometimes having more rights than the summoner, depending on their respective strengths. If a summoning contract is made with a particularly powerful being, the summoner might have to pay a high price to summon the other even once. Strictly speaking, it is a form of transaction, entirely different from the concept of slave creatures. These two void serpents are rare summoning creatures that can be summoned anywhere for a certain price. This method also bypasses the void corridor restrictions, allowing more personnel at hand. However, not everyone has the means to establish a summoning contract with powerful demons. It depends on one's strength, luck, and access to other dimensional beings. As the two shadows approached, Duke could see a figure on the back of each void serpent, but they were still too far away to discern their appearance. Duke originally intended to avoid conflict with them, but it seemed these two individuals were heading towards this area, unable to leave quickly, making contact almost inevitable. He could only hide with Reed, observe the situation, and act accordingly. The void serpents gracefully spiraled down, eventually choosing to land on a relatively flat, large black crystal stone surface several hundred meters away from Duke's hiding spot. The massive body of the void serpent descended almost silently, its membranous wings folding in, merging into the environment like two deep shadows. Spirit had been watching the movements of these two people, and it wasn't until they got closer that he realized they were acquaintances. Even in the dim light, Spirit could instantly recognize that distinctive, impeccably groomed blonde hair. It was Belle Crawford. As for the figure like a cast iron statue behind him, Spirit didn't know him. From his attire and attitude toward Belle, he was probably Belle's servant. This person had a very unusual aura, possessing the power of a level 1 mage at the pinnacle of crystallization. Reed's expression was blank. His gaze swept coldly over the expansive and eerie crystal pillar forest below. Belle was the first to leap off the serpent's back, his movements carried with a deliberate elegance. The expensive, tailored wizard robe he wore shimmered slightly in the dense dark energy environment, looking completely out of place. He frowned, disdainfully dusting off non-existent dust from his shoulder as if the air here was tainted. Finally here, this damned ghost-like place drifting in the void. Belle's voice was filled with obvious impatience and a trace of fatigue. Reed, are the coordinates correct? Reed silently landed half a step behind Belle, his movements as precise as if measured with a ruler. Holding a crystal compass flickering with complex runes, his voice flat and emotionless. Confirmed, Master. The target fragments area is the Eternal Darkness Corridor. The current coordinates match 98.7% with the latest trajectory map we bought at great expense. We tracked its 3 cyclical movements to catch its entrance window. 98.7%. HMPH. That damned 1.3% almost made us crash into the edge of the annihilation storm. Belle's tone was full of resentment as he looked around at the twisted black crystal pillars, the pervasive cold fog, and the surrounding desolate, decayed environment. His disgust intensified. Belle had never been this exhausted before. All his previous cultivation and study were always prepared for him. He only needed to accept them. Since arriving at the void corridor, everything had to be done by himself. Even with Reed by his side, there was not much help, as Reed was mainly responsible for defense. For the past month, Bell had been constantly calculating with that map and Reed, constantly searching for coordinate locations, and they often miscalculated, ending up in many other places. Reed hadn't been spared from punishment, often receiving Bell's magic attacks. He neither dodged nor avoided, just taking it, as enduring such was his duty as a loyal servant. Bell had never physically struck Reed because his body was simply too strong. A normal person hitting him would only shatter their own hand bones. A whole month spent chasing an elusive island, running around on its own. The environment here is simply repulsive, though the dark attribute energy is fairly abundant. Bell kept complaining, not lowering his voice, seemingly never considering there might be others around. After all, they spent a whole month with great effort to find this place. Bell didn't believe anybody else could get here. Bell took out an ancient leather scroll with special material from the space ring, carefully unfolding it, the map drawn on it showing the eternal darkness corridor. The map's information wasn't very detailed, but several special points were marked with scarlet runes in key locations. Putting away the map, he looked up towards the deepest part of the crystal pillar forest, where the pillars were most dark and twisted, a determined glow in his eyes. Reed, after all the effort to get here, we must obtain that drop of blood of the dark. Bell said fiercely to Reed, meaning he wanted Reed to do whatever it took to get the blood of the dark. Reed's expression remained wooden, showing no emotion as he spoke. Understood, master. Bell waved his hand, and the two void serpents behind him burrowed into space, returning to their original plane. He then stepped towards the depths of the crystal pillar forest. Reed, like the most silent shadow, followed closely behind, his figure seemingly merging with the surrounding darkness, emitting a darkness even more condensed than the environment. The two quickly vanished between the layers of enormous, bizarre-shaped black crystal pillars, leaving only faint traces of presence lingering in the air. They hadn't considered the existence of others, so they hadn't done anything to erase traces. Or perhaps, even if there were other wizards following, it wouldn't matter to them. This time, the wizards entering here were all level 1 mages, and Bell didn't think any level 1 mage could be his match, especially with Reed by his side. Spirit waited until they left, still holding his breath, perfectly merging with the environment. Having a high dark attribute affinity, Spirit could utilize the surrounding dense dark attribute energy to hide himself well. In such an expansive dark attribute energy environment, Spirit perfectly concealed his presence. As for Dogman Reed, Spirit had already summoned him into the light god court. Blood of the dark. Spirit frowned slightly, keenly capturing the term. To make Bell personally take risks and to track it for a month before entering, this thing is definitely extraordinary. Whether out of self-interest or personal enmity, Spirit wouldn't just let Bell leave. This threat would need to be resolved sooner or later. Watching the direction where Bell and Reed disappeared, a gleam flickered in Spirit's eyes, and he summoned Dogman Reed again. Reed, remember their scent, Spirit whispered, as Dogman's nose had a unique talent for tracking. Scents that was subtle to him were very clear to Reed, who could distinctly smell the trail. Yes, Lord Spirit, Reed replied softly, his nostrils flaring, firmly locking onto the two scents in the air. Spirit didn't immediately follow, instead patiently waiting for a moment, ensuring they had moved far away. Again, he took out his energy detector, his spiritual power delving into it, carefully sensing the flow of energy around. Maintaining the highest level of caution was continually necessary. A lapse could swiftly turn hunter into prey. With Dogman Reed around, Spirit needn't worry about losing track. Keeping a constant distance was the safest approach. Spirit also didn't use the Eye of Darkness, as the Crawford clan was inherently a dark attribute bloodline wizard clan, surely possessing means to detect the shadow space, and had used such means to monitor Spirit before. Tracking 2 level 1 crystallized wizards is no easy task. Duke and Dogman Reed constantly maintained the furthest distance, carefully restraining their aura and covering their tracks along the way. They were extremely cautious, advancing with an attitude of not exposing themselves even if they lost track. Fortunately, Bell and Reed seemed to never have considered that other wizards might exist here, so their level of alertness wasn't high. Only the servant Reed occasionally scanned the surroundings. But apart from some of the shadow creatures from the eternal darkness corridor itself, there were no other threats along the way, allowing Bell and Reed to relax slightly. Duke relied on Reed's keen sense of smell all the way, staying at a distance and persistently tailing them. Reed sniffed and reported through spiritual power information. They've stopped now. They are now a full 7 to 8 kilometers away from Bell, yet Reed could still clearly sense the movements of the other party through his sense of smell. In Reed's perception, Bell and Reed, who had been moving at a steady pace, suddenly stopped at a location, staying there longer than they had at any previous stop. This indicated that they were likely not dealing with minor shadow creatures or trouble. They might have reached their destination or encountered some formidable, troublesome demon. However, the latter possibility was relatively low because if they had encountered a mighty demon, there wouldn't be complete silence. While Duke instructed Dog-Man Reed to continue monitoring the movements on their side, he summoned an Eye of Darkness within the shadow space, approaching Bell's location stealthily. He carefully manipulated the Eye of Darkness to approach, constantly checking the shadow space for any detection mechanisms left by Bell. As the Eye of Darkness moved forward, the scene ahead gradually became visible to Duke, revealing what was happening there clearly. Bell and Reed each held a black feather pen, stained with crimson blood, the origin of which was unknown. They meticulously drew on a broad open ground, and the outline of a witch array gradually emerged. This was clearly an extremely complex witch array with very intricate and elaborate runes. Even with both Bell and Reed drawing it, the progress was painstakingly slow. The blood on the feather pen quickly ran out, prompting them to take out a vial filled with crimson blood, using the feather pen to absorb some and continue sketching the witch array. Bell and Reed moved with precision and fluidity, as if they had practiced countless times. The black feather pen in their hands acted like the finest carving tool, utilizing the crimson liquid as ink to etch complex, mysterious, and power-laden lines and runes on the ground rock. Every stroke seemed alive. The crimson lines subtly wriggled, emitting weak yet distinct energy waves that rapidly seeped into the earth, leaving indelible marks. The structure of this witch array nested multiple layers of distinctly different auxiliary structures with varied functions. Just looking at the intertwining, meticulously crafted runic arrays was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Duke only had some shallow understanding of witch arrays. The one before his eyes was evidently extremely complex. He had no clue what its purpose might be. He chose not to interfere with Bell and Reed, but instead decided to see what they intended to do. Now was not the time to act. The Eye of Darkness focused its vision on the core area of the witch array. As Bell and Reed continued drawing, the core nodes of the array began to emit increasingly strong energy. After approximately 10 hours, the enormous witch array was finally completed. Bell and Reed were clearly exhausted. The drawing of the witch array consumed not only the crimson blood, but also their spiritual power and magic power. This witch array was inherently complicated, requiring immense consumption of spiritual power and magic power. Even for crystallized wizards, enduring 10 hours of such depletion was challenging. Bell sighed and took out a potion from his space ring, consuming what seemed to be a magic-restoring potion. As for Reed, he was completely ignored, despite having also expended much effort. He was just a servant, not worth wasting a potion on. After taking a short rest, Bell gazed at the expansive witch array before him, closed his eyes. His entire body rapidly began transforming, gradually activating his bloodline power, changing his form. His meticulously groomed golden hair moved autonomously without wind, standing upright. It seemed to be dyed by an intense darkness, quickly losing its golden sheen and becoming like the deepest night sky. His skin became paler, exuding a cold jade-like texture, yet strands of dark energy entwined over it. The skin at the center of Bell's forehead writhed violently and ripped open, unveiling a deep vertical slit. From it emerged a cold, emotionless third eye, resembling an endless void of blackness. This vertical pupil slowly rotated, scanning the surroundings. Wherever its gaze landed, even the pervasive dark attribute energy appeared to freeze. Accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing, a pair of massive bat-like membrane wings composed entirely of shadow energy suddenly unfolded from Bell's shoulder blades. The edges of these membrane wings weren't smooth. They appeared like fractured shadows with serrated phantom edges, subtly stirring the surrounding dark attribute energy as they flapped silently. Bell had shed the facade of a human noble, revealing the true form of the Crawford clan's bloodline power. Of course, not all of the Crawford clan's bloodline power was displayed now. Bell had only awakened part of the bloodline power. By my blood I call your true name. By the array of the covenant, summon the glory of the dark lineage. Bel's voice became grand and commanding, infused with a strange rhythm. Each syllable seemed to knock on the energy nodes of the witch array. Upon activating his bloodline, the vast magic power surged like a torrent, furiously channeled into the entire expansive crimson witch array through the connection point beneath his feet. The witch array erupted with unprecedented bright blood light, all the crimson runes ablaze as if igniting, an enormous tide of energy completely invoked, raging along the intricate circuits, ultimately converging at the center of the array. A massive pillar of pure dark red energy suddenly shot skyward from the core, powerfully striking the void above the central open ground. Space was instantly torn apart, slowly forming a vast vortex at the strike point, its edges swirling with dense dark attribute energy. A terrifying ancient might emanated from the depths of the vortex, as if connected to some unfathomable being that had slumbered for ages. At the spot where the pillar of light struck, a massive, ancient altar exuding endless traces of age and deathly stillness emerged from the void. As if forcibly dragged out from the silt of time's river, the entire altar was constructed from a type of pitch-black stone, presenting a twisted, desecrating yet powerful multi-pointed star structure. The surface of the altar was covered with numerous dark red runes that had been eroded by time into obscurity, yet still emanated a soul-trembling aura of oppression. Under the stimulation of the blood light from the witch array, these runes began to light up with a scarlet glow from the bottom, like awakening blood vessels. The core of the altar was not solid, but a slowly rotating shadow vortex, deep as if leading to hell. An ancient, purer, and ancient-smelling aura, even older than the energy condensed by the witch array, was spreading from the depths of the vortex. Bel's vertical pupil on his forehead burst with unprecedented light, staring intently at the vortex at the altar's core. He could feel that the long-desired blood of the dark was hidden in the deepest part of the vortex. The power of the witch array was resonating with the altar's seal, forming a connection between the two, as an ancient bronze box appeared within the vortex on the altar. Mind, it's mine now. Bel's eyes were fixed only on the bronze box containing the blood of the dark, and he threw all his spirit and magic power into sustaining the witch array and guiding it. The shadowy bat wings behind him, due to excessive consumption, appeared somewhat illusory, and his forehead's vertical pupil was filled with bloodshot lines. At this most critical moment, when Bel was at his weakest and most focused, a sudden mutation occurred. A shadow, silent yet swift as black lightning, shot out without warning from the shadow of a huge crystal pillar behind Bel. The timing, angle, and speed of this shadow were extremely cunning and vicious, targeting directly at Bel's back. A terrifying aura, cold, condensed, and filled with pure killing intent, suddenly erupted, with the killing intent so strong that even Duke, several kilometers away, could sense it. He had been watching the movement there through the eye of darkness, but even he hadn't noticed when this black shadow had been lurking until it appeared, revealing there was a third person present. Bel's vertical pupil suddenly shrank to pin size, the deadly warning like icy water poured over his head. He had no time to turn his head, nor to make any effective defensive actions. Barely managing on instinct from his bloodline, he desperately channeled all accessible magic power toward his back, while the shadowy bat wings behind him closed inward in a final attempt to block. A sharp shadow blade was already stabbing toward his back, with incredible speed. At this moment, a burly figure suddenly appeared behind Bel. He had no time to employ any technique, using only his own body to block this attack. Reed, this silent servant, had already sensed the deadly intent targeting Bel at the moment the assailant's aura erupted. Responding even a step earlier than Bel did, thanks to his instincts honed through countless life and death experiences. The sound of a blade piercing flesh rang out, as the shadow blade, composed entirely of shadow energy condensed to the extreme, with edges carrying serrated space ripples, penetrated Reed's hastily gathered, thin protective black aura without any hindrance. Then it deeply and completely embedded into his chest, piercing from the back, protruding through the front, bringing with it a spurt of scalding blood mixed with black energy. Reed's body suddenly stiffened, letting out a muffled hum. He looked down at the blade, composed of pure killing intent, and shadow piercing through his chest. The violent red light in his eyes instantly replaced by the gray-white of intense pain and rapidly depleting life force. Yet his burly body stood like the finest monolith, steadfastly pinned to the ground, using his body as the final shield, firmly protecting Bell behind him. The terrifying force of the shadow blade carried him backward, slamming into Bell, sending the two tumbling out in disarray. After landing, Bell didn't care about Reed's life or death beside him, but immediately turned to get a clear look at the attacker. Upon recognizing who stood before him, his face showed fury and hatred. It was a blond youth in casual clothes, with a slight naivety on his face, appearing no older than 16. Samuel. Bell practically roared the name, his voice carrying immense hatred, showing the deep-seated enmity between them. Samuel was also a direct member of the Crawford clan, Bell's half-brother. From a young age, Samuel was extremely talented, surpassing Bell in every way, leading to frequent clashes and a mutual desire to eliminate each other. The situation within the wizard clan is very complex, especially in a powerful, ancient family like the Crawford clan, where the internal factions are just as numerous as those of any other wizard force. For direct members like Bell and Samuel, each represents a faction behind them. The family's resources are limited, giving to one means less for others, and striving for more inevitably leads to conflicts. The blood of the dark originates from the dark race, an ancient and powerful race in the shadow space, with every adult dark growing into a level 4 life. They need not put in much effort, merely following a set path to maturity to possess such power. This is an extraordinarily powerful bloodline power, and Bell's lineage had paid a great price to learn of this blood of the dark drop. As long as he acquired this drop of blood of the dark, he could return and transform his bloodline, skyrocketing his capabilities, making Samuel insignificant before him. However, it now seemed the information had leaked, and Samuel got wind of it and had been lurking along, likely following Bell in secret all this time. At the moment the altar appeared, when Bell focused all attention on that box, Samuel showed himself to deliver a fatal strike. Just a pity that this deadly blow was blocked by Reed. Otherwise, Bell would already be a dead man. "My dear brother." Samuel's face bore a smile of cold mockery and confidence, sharply contrasting with his youthful appearance. "I really must thank you for bringing me here and opening this buried altar for me." Samuel's voice was crisp yet carried a piercing coldness. "This drop of blood of the dark I shall claim. I'll remember your contributions. When I lead the Crawford clan to new glory in the future, I'll consider recording your efforts in the clan's history. No need to thank me, it's well deserved." As Samuel spoke, he also activated his own bloodline power, quickly transforming into a form similar to Bell's, with an aura even stronger than Bell's. A trace of fear actually appeared on Bell's face. He knew very well that his younger brother was a monster, both in talent and in other aspects. In a true fight, he was likely not a match for Samuel. At this moment, Reed managed to stand up, constantly coughing up black blood that was still swirling with violent energy. This clearly indicated his poor condition, showing that the power carried by the shadow blade was rampaging inside Reed, and if not dealt with promptly, he would likely die. The fact that Reed could still stand in such a state only showed that his physique was indeed strong, and his willpower sufficiently resilient. He stood in front of Bell, his burly frame hunched, with wounds on his chest and back still bleeding continuously, the black blood trickling onto the ground and flowing away. "Oh, Reed, you're quite a good servant. But do you dare make a move against me? Can you even make a move against me now?" Samuel said with a smile, his youthful face full of killing intent. Reed didn't speak, nor did he show any expression on his face. He was merely still fulfilling his duty, which was to protect Bell. He indeed couldn't attack Samuel, but he would do everything possible to protect Bell. That was his task. So next, he would likely just take the beating, unable to attack Samuel while still trying to protect Bell, despite being critically wounded and close to death. Reed was merely a servant of the Crawford clan, dragged into the family's internal strife, and his sacrifice was merely an inevitable outcome. He didn't have many feelings about it. He just knew that as long as he was alive and could move, he had to complete his task. Samuel's figure suddenly blurred. He didn't charge directly at Bell, but rather moved swiftly around the two like a ghost, leaving trails of afterimages. At the same time, his hands were moving rapidly, launching shadow blades that were dense like a reel, with spatial cutting ripples along the edges. These deadly black rain like blades shot towards Bell, the Reed standing in front of him from all directions and exceedingly tricky angles. He intended to tear apart the two men and their hopes with absolute power. Reed suddenly spread his arms wide, like an unfurled tattered flag, shielding Bell obstinately behind him. He couldn't counterattack. All he could do was mobilize the remaining, violently chaotic bloodline power within him to form an extremely thin, flickering dark red aura on his body's surface, relying on his scarred, iron-like body to withstand the deadly assault. The sound of sharp blades piercing flesh was like the drumbeats of death, as countless shadow blades easily tore through the thin aura, embedding harshly into Reed's body, shoulders, arms, waist, abdomen, legs. In an instant, Reed's body, like a battered ragdoll, was pierced by dozens of shadow blades, and blood gushed like fountains from every wound. The massive impact forced him to retreat repeatedly, leaving a trail of dark red footprints with every step. Taking advantage of the moment when Reed's body obstructed the attacks for him, Bell unfurled his wings and instantly moved beyond the range of the shadow blades. Samuel snorted coldly, his form suddenly appearing beside Reed, as he conjured a massive shadow giant scythe, radiating terrifying obliteration energy, and swung it fiercely at Reed's nearly severed neck. Reed had no strength left to defend or dodge, and his head flew high, while his burly body collapsed heavily on its back. Dark erosion torrent. Bell seized the chance, rapidly thrusting his hands forward. Previously unseen dark torrent, thick as ink and exuding a terrifying aura of decay and devour, surged like waters from a breached nether river, sweeping towards Samuel, who had just dealt with Reed, with a will to destroy everything. The vertical eye on Samuel's forehead spun slightly, and a dense black energy giant shield, engraved with countless runes, materialized instantly in front of him. The dark erosion torrent slammed fiercely into the shadow barrier, causing a terrifying shockwave that shattered the surrounding black crystal columns one after another, while the viscous dark energy madly corroded the barrier, creating a teeth-grinding sizzling sound. The battle continued, and Bell chose not to flee because he knew he had no escape route left. Now situated in the eternal darkness corridor, escape was virtually impossible, and the only chance was to take down Samuel. The once surrounding forest of crystal columns was mostly destroyed, the broken massive crystal columns lying in a disorderly array, their sharp fracture edges gleaming with a dim luster like the remnants of a giant beast. The air was thick with the smell of blood, the scorched scent of energy burn blows, and the decay from the residual dark energy. Suffocating to the extreme, Reed's headless corpse lay quietly in a pool of blood, the blood long since congealed into dark purple clots. His ruined body bore dozens of shadow blade wounds that gaped like hideous eyes. In the distance, Samuel hung his head low, his hair matted with blood and adhering to his face, his youthful features now as gray as the dead. The blackened wound on his chest was deep enough to expose bone, with the muscle at the edge still spasmodically twitching. As the dark erosion energy squirmed like black maggots deep within the wound, staving off any chance of self-healing. His one arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Closer, Bell lay sprawled out like a puddle of sludge on the ground. Beneath him, a similarly expansive patch of congealed dark red blood stains. His wizard robe was long shredded into tatters, and his exposed skin was covered with cracks and burns from the backlash of energy, like porcelain shattered and poorly glued together. Bell's eyes were half open, glazed, occasionally flickering with a faint but searing glint of hatred. Samuel struggled to lift his head, sitting up from the broken crystal column. He came in front of Bell, a cruel smile on his face. "My dear brother, you lost." He was in far better condition than Bell, having only sustained some severe injuries, none life-threatening. But Bell was wholly different, his vitality nearly spent, now merely clinging to the faintest breath. His vertical eye was long gone, leaving only a pit, gouged out by Samuel's own hand, and only his left eye could still vaguely see anything. Samuel summoned the last remnants of magic power, with him conjuring a sharp shadow blade in his hand, raising it high, ready to deliver the final strike to his half-brother, ending his life personally. Under Bell was a vast patch of coagulated dark red blood stains. Beneath his shattered noble attire, his skin was marked with cracks and scorch marks caused by energy backlash, as if it would shatter completely with a touch. His only remaining left eye was weakly half open, the pupil unfocused, reflecting Samuel's blood-stained, yet gleeful and cruel young visage. The blood hole left on his forehead from the torn-out vertical pupil continued to slowly seep thick fluid. Bell's lips slightly moved as if trying to say something, but only a gush of filthy blood mixed with fragments of internal organs spewed forth. The hatred in his eyes burned like a candle in the wind, weak yet stubbornly persistent. "Farewell, Belle." Samuel's face twisted into a grim smile of relief at the imminent fulfillment of his long-held wish as he used all his force to stab down fiercely. The shadow blade tore through the air, carrying the resolute determination to end everything, aimed at Belle's defenseless heart. However, just as the shadow blade was about to pierce the shattered chest at the critical moment, a low, yet vigorous hum filled with abundant life energy erupted without any warning from Belle's body. An extremely complex mark, composed of countless green vine-like runes, suddenly lit up at the heart area on his chest. This mark was not tangible, but a pure energy projection, emitting a rich life aura that was inconsistent with Belle's own shadow power, yet perfectly integrated into his dying shell. Samuel's shadow blade struck fiercely onto that green rune mark, and the expected sound of penetrating flesh did not appear. Instead, it was replaced by a sensation as if stabbing into ancient wood, coarse and heavy. The green light burst forth, and the mark seemed to come alive, with countless mighty roots made of pure life energy erupting from the mark instantly. Like serpents with life and will, they tightly coiled around and imprisoned the deadly shadow blade, preventing it from advancing even an inch, and further entwined along the energy connection of the blade, swiftly winding and spreading upward towards Samuel's sword-holding arm. "What?" Samuel's fierce smile froze instantly. He could feel the powerful force contained within this magic far beyond Belle's own strength. He quickly realized that this must be a potent guardian magic that someone from Belle's lineage had engraved in him. The energy in the spell was already at the level of a level 2 magic. Samuel hadn't expected the opponent to go to such lengths, hiding this final maneuver. The moment the green energy roots entwined Samuel's arm, a mighty, irresistible energy filled with savage aura suddenly invaded Samuel's body. "Ugh!" Samuel let out a distorted and piercing scream. He felt as though his arm had been thrown into a boiling furnace and was tightly constricted and torn by numerous thorny vines. The charred wound on his arm erupted with black energy like venomous snakes, fiercely clashing and eroding with the green roots. Samuel's already severely injured body could no longer withstand this internal and external terrifying impact, spewing a large mouthful of filthy blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs and black energy violently. He was thrown back violently by this immense power, landing heavily on a pile of rubble a few meters away. The arm entwined by roots visibly turning charred and withered, as if drained of all vitality, causing him to shrink into a ball in excruciating pain, nearly passing out. Meanwhile, on Belle's body, the exploding green rune mark, after completing the defense and counterattack, didn't completely dissipate. They seemed almost alive, gradually contracting and flowing, finally forming a thin layer of energy membrane glowing with greenish light on the surface of Belle's shattered body. This membrane emitted a warm and resilient life aura, like a miniature life barrier, cautiously wrapping and protecting the last trace of Belle's fragile vitality. On the surface of the membrane, subtle root-shaped runes could be faintly seen circulating incessantly, emanating an undeniable will of protection. Samuel writhed in agony among the rubble, staring at the layer of flowing green light on Belle's body, his eyes full of disbelief, venomous malice, and deep apprehension. Level 2 Life Guardian. Damn old geezer. He instantly understood the source of this power, and his heart surged with overwhelming hatred and reluctance. This Life Guardian magic originates from the elf race and is a one-time spell refined from the energy in the roots of the world tree, providing formidable protection. Within the Crawford clan, the only one willing to use Life Guardian on Belle was their mutual father. Yet their father hadn't anticipated that the Life Guardian set for Belle would be triggered by his other son. Samuel did not possess the Life Guardian magic within him, and a colossal hatred, jealousy, and resentment surged in his heart. He tried to summon magic power, but his body was almost depleted, and the injuries were more severe under the torment of the savage energy, particularly the withered arm, almost useless. While the protective light membrane on Belle's body emitted an overwhelmingly powerful aura of despair, breaking it was impossible in the short term. Samuel's gaze swept suddenly towards the direction of the altar ruins, where, amidst the earlier chaos, that ancient bronze box bearing the blood of the dark still lay quietly on the altar. He extracted a potion from his space ring and drank it, regaining some mobility and magic power, and dashed forward intending to seize the bronze box. As for Bell lying on the ground, unable to deliver the final blow, leaving him here would only lead to a slow death, with no chance of survival. Samuel thought this, but upon taking a few steps towards the altar, he stopped abruptly, for a towering figure 5 meters high appeared beside the altar. It was a kobold, staring at him with blood-red eyes, emanating a formidable aura. Samuel quickly sensed the aura and realized the opponent was a level 1 peak kobold. If it were usual, he would surely not be afraid. But in this condition, victory was impossible. Samuel glanced at the bronze box and then at the menacing kobold, decisively activated a witchcraft artifact in his hand, instantly vanishing. Gone so quickly. Duke's figure emerged in the crystal pillar behind. He was considering whether to eliminate Samuel when he was surprised by how decisively he made his judgment, directly abandoning the blood of the dark without any hesitation. Leaving as well, at least he didn't see me. Duke watched the entire confrontation between the Crawford family duo, admiring the sheer number of their tactics. The means possessed by these descendants of ancient wizard families are endless, and Duke has been watching from the sidelines, observing the process as these two revealed their bottom cards. The reason he didn't choose to directly eliminate Samuel was because the other party might have some life-saving means, just like Bell. Duke also felt relieved that he didn't make a move, as he was not sure if he could kill Samuel in one strike. Most likely, he couldn't, and the opponent would definitely have the chance to activate the witchcraft artifact and leave. This would not only expose his presence here, but also add an enemy for no reason. Duke ignored Bell on the ground and went straight to the altar where Dogman Reed had already helped him remove the bronze box. Took the bronze box, feeling its icy cold and heavy weight in his hands. The carvings on the box were not ordinary runes, but rather a series of extremely ancient and rough primitive murals. The images depicted some terrifying life forms, enormous enough to obscure the sky, with twisted yet majestic forms, which must be the ancient blood of the dark. Beneath the feet of these giant creatures were countless human-like beings, as tiny as ants, prostrating in worship and conducting massive blood sacrifices. These carvings exuded a sense of primordial, archaic yet powerfully fundamental origin, silently telling of the blood of the dark clan's might and terror. Duke gently lifted the lid of the box, revealing a drop of blood, viscous like solidified obsidian. It moving subtly like a living thing on its surface, suspended quietly. It emitted no dazzling light but resembled a mini black hole, subtly twisting and absorbing the surrounding light and perceptions. A pure, ancient, and utterly deep dark source aura overwhelmed him, and just by being close, Duke felt his body thrilling with resonance and tremors of excitement. This was because he himself had a very high dark attribute affinity, and the blood of the dark was inherently a bloodline of dark attributes, at an extremely pure level. Through his previous observations, he had already understood what this was for a bloodline mage. This drop of blood could transform their own bloodline into the blood of the dark. After considering, Duke temporarily decided not to follow the path of the bloodline mage, as that would mean losing a lot. Once he used this drop of the blood of the dark, his bloodline, body, and even the spiritual power of his mind would undergo earth-shattering changes. The blood of the dark was the pinnacle of dark attribute bloodlines, but likewise, it would reject other attributes. Duke couldn't be sure whether, after converting to the blood of the dark, he could still retain his high affinity talent for other attributes. If converting to the blood of the dark meant losing his high affinity talent for earth, wind, water, fire, and light, that would be a great loss. The elements are already the invincible path, there's no need to rely on another's blood, Duke thought to himself. Though he couldn't use this drop of the blood of the dark to transform his bloodline, he could use it as a dark attribute crystal core. Using high purity blood as a crystal core is not uncommon, though for many wizards, it is a compromise. Only when they cannot obtain a specific attribute crystal core through other channels do they choose the blood of some demon as the crystal core. A crystal core is ideally obtained from naturally occurring sources like the heart of the earth or molten fire flower, as using blood could cause minor effects on oneself. Because many wizards acquire blood from ordinary or not so powerful demons, they can't even get a crystal core. One can't expect them to obtain blood of the level of the blood of the dark. Duke faintly sensed that if he used the blood of the dark as a dark attribute crystal core, he might even gain some additional benefits. He just needed to research and investigate a bit, looking up some related information. He then closed the lid of the bronze box, placed it directly into the space ring, and approached the dying Bell. Bell was still conscious, and he had long noticed Duke, also seeing the process of Duke taking the blood of the dark. When he saw this, he was almost angered to the point of spitting blood. After scheming for so long, in the end, Duke benefited. Odd. Bell's throat emitted sounds like a broken bellows. He wanted to roar, to curse. But severe injuries and the life-supporting thin membrane prevented him from uttering even a clear syllable. He could only use his bloodshot eyes, filled with overwhelming hatred, unwillingness, and humiliation, to glare at Duke, as if he could cut him to pieces with his gaze. His facial muscles twitched and convulsed from extreme anger, each breath accompanied by painful spasms. Duke walked beside Bell, looking down at this once proud and arrogant young master of the Crawford clan. His gaze was calm and unfluctuating, as if looking at an object that had lost its value or examining an ember about to be extinguished. It seems the resting place you've meticulously chosen for yourself has quite a nice view. Duke's voice was flat, absent of any emotion, yet it penetrated the thin membrane clearly into Bell's ears. This sentence was like the final straw, completely shattering Bell's remaining sanity. His body jerked violently, his one remaining eye almost bursting open, as a sweet-sour mixture of filthy blood and visceral fragments surged up his throat. Extreme fury and humiliation at this moment even overshadowed the pain of his flesh. He stared intently at Duke, his gaze filled with enough malice to chill anyone to the bone. Duke was not deterred in the slightest. Calmly standing next to Bell, glancing at the protective membrane on Bell, which seemed particularly strong. He certainly wouldn't let Bell go. If Bell managed to escape, it would cause a lot of trouble, so he had to deal with him before Bell regained any mobility. If Bell also had a teleportation witchcraft artifact like Samuel, then once Duke left, he could only remain within Black Sail. Otherwise, the Crawford clan would go mad trying to find him. This drop of the blood of the dark was extremely important to the Crawford clan, and they would never allow it to fall into anyone else's hands. Reed smashed this membrane. Duke did not act personally, but instructed Reed instead. Reed, with his giant 5-meter-tall body, approached, a clenched fist as large as a millstone, and slammed it directly onto Bell's face with a fierce gust of wind. Due to the existence of the protective membrane, this punch did not cause Bell any substantial harm, but the psychological damage was significant. Bell's face turned red with anger, his heart filled with unbearable fury, suffocation, and resentment. The fact that Duke would allow a kobold to humiliate him in such a way was something he couldn't accept, even more distressing than being killed outright. Dogman Reed's massive body once again raised that millstone-like fist without any hesitation. The violent power condensed on its stout arm, creating a gust that even blew away the dust on the ground. Another heavy muffled sound echoed, and the huge fist once again slammed fiercely into Bell's face, covered by a protective membrane. The emerald green light film remained resilient, vibrating and flashing, completely absorbing and neutralizing the terrifying physical impact. Bell's head, under the protection of the membrane, only recoiled slightly, without suffering any substantive harm. Yet for Bell, this was 100 times more painful than having his skull shattered directly. He could clearly see Dogman Reed's coarse fist, magnifying before his eyes, feel the wind from the fist brushing the membrane, and even imagine the foul stench on the fist. This blatant, object-like casual battering insult was unbearable for someone like Bell. However, currently he couldn't do anything but accept such humiliation. An indescribable, extreme mix of anger, humiliation, resentment, and despair erupted like an out-of-control volcano, demolishing the last barriers of Bell's consciousness. His only remaining eye was instantly consumed by crimson blood streaks, with pupils dilated to the extreme, revealing a non-human frenzy as if his blood was completely boiling and reversed flowing at that moment. A mouthful of viscous, almost pure black turbid blood, mixed with tiny pieces of internal organs, gushed like a fountain wildly from Bell's mouth. This blood even carried a scorching breath, splattering violently against the inner wall of the protective membrane, making a sizzling corrosive sound and leaving shocking dark red stains. Immediately, Bell's body stiffened as if all bones had been extracted, then convulsed violently for several times. The bloodshot, insane eye locked relentlessly and venomously onto Duke's face, with the light in the pupil fluttering like a candle in the wind. Finally extinguished and dispersed completely, the angry, distorted expression on his face was permanently fixed, freezing into a hideous mask filled with endless resentment and reluctance. This direct descendant of the Crawford clan did not die from the fatal sneak attack by his half-brother, nor did he fall due to the altar's backlash, yet choked to death cruelly under the protection of the membrane. Dead. Duke was slightly surprised, having keenly sensed the change within Belle, unexpectedly realizing Belle was literally pissed off to death. At that moment, a grayish-white energy emerged and rose from Belle's body, then vanished without a trace. The next moment, an eerie energy, cold, viscous, and carrying a malicious intent, appeared abruptly within Duke's body. He only felt an intense pain like being burned by a branding iron on the back of his left hand, followed by a chilling malice rushing straight to his spirit sea, trying to contaminate his will. Duke immediately captured the energy's operational trajectory within his body and then barricaded it with his magic power. Preventing this energy from circulating freely, he realized it was a very potent negative energy, highly likely a curse power. Duke immediately cast Holy Healing Technique on himself, as it has the effect of dispelling curses. The curse power within him was instantly weakened a bit, though the effect was not obvious. It seems the Holy Healing Technique couldn't have much effect. Duke confined this curse power to the range of his left-hand arm, not letting the curse power invade other places within his body. He didn't feel much discomfort yet, however. This curse power evidently wasn't simple, it needed to be resolved quickly. Duke speculated it might be another means used by the Crawford clan. If someone killed their clan members, this curse would cling like a bone-born maggot, likely also having tracking and locating functionalities. Damn it, didn't expect such a move. Duke had been very cautious, refraining from acting himself to avoid this kind of occurrence. Letting Reed take action was to prevent Belle from possibly employing other methods, ensuring that any backlash would only affect Reed. Unexpectedly, Belle didn't get killed by Dogman Reed, but ended up being pissed off by Duke. This led the hidden backlash curse within Belle's body directly to Duke, and this curse power was quite strong, not easy to clean up in a short time. These ancient wizard clan members are such a nuisance, Duke complained. Facing such wizards with numerous means requires more caution in the future. Belle seemed already at the end, yet still had such hidden means, imagining how tough direct descendants from other powerful wizard factions could be. Duke felt he had plenty of hidden cards, but clearly it still was far from enough. Compared with the background of these ancient wizard clan offspring, his foundations was somewhat lacking, needing continued accumulation and precipitation. Need to meet up with Merrick as soon as possible, Duke thought to himself, glancing at his left arm. Merrick was a wizard adept in the curse element. He should have some ways to resolve this curse. Duke couldn't remain in the Eternal Darkness Corridor territory any longer, needing to leave as soon as possible. Yet the current problem was he didn't know Merrick's whereabouts either, likely not finding him anytime soon. After much thought, Duke felt directly leaving the Void Corridor was the safest option, needing to resolve the curse issue within him urgently. This curse could definitely be sensed by the Crawford clan. Now time was everything, cannot delay. Before leaving, Duke looked at Belle's corpse, needing to handle it carefully, not leaving any hidden dangers, including surrounding traces, etc. In fact, traces he left here were minimal, mostly marks from Belle's battle with Samuel, but still required careful handling. Duke directly released several fireball techniques, burning Belle completely into ashes, and then collected these ashes, letting Storm Dragon Eagle scatter them across various void areas outside the Void Corridor. Traces related to his presence were also cleaned up. Not even the smell remained. Duke then released a combination spell of Fireball Technique and Tornado, releasing several massive fire dragon tornadoes with raging energy, swallowing every trace here. The ancient altar had also disappeared, reverting to its original space. The area here had already become unrecognizable. Duke erased all traces of his existence. After finishing these tasks, only then did he let the Storm Dragon Eagle carry him away flying from the Eternal Darkness Corridor territory, preparing to leave the Void Corridor, finding a solution for the curse after exit. As the Storm Dragon Eagle soared, the fragmented area of Eternal Darkness Corridor was departing underfoot ever further, and even moving towards the far distance, gradually disappearing from sight. This time, considerable benefits were gained from Bell, simultaneously identifying the entrance area while conducting a tidy count. Duke obtained a space ring from Bell, and this ring had an extremely unique design. Different from any spatial storage equipment he had seen before, the band was neither smooth metal nor gemstone, but a dull, deep gray bone-like material that seemed eroded by time, cold to the touch and slightly slippery, as if it were crafted from the remains of some ancient creature. The entire surface of the ring was carved with the emblem of the Crawford clan, an eerie pattern of a bleeding, single eye entwined by twisted thorns. The sharp thorns appeared realistic enough to pierce the skin at any moment. The single eye was vividly lifelike, with a tiny, deep black crystal embedded in the pupil that reflected a haunting sheen under the faint light in the void. This space ring also had a spiritual power restriction, meaning only Bell's spiritual power could open it. If anyone else touched the ring, Bell would immediately sense it. But now that he was dead, it no longer mattered. Duke directly infused magic power into it, forcefully erasing Bell's spiritual power imprint, and then he saw the contents inside. The space inside wasn't as large as expected, about the size of a regular level 1 space ring. Inside Bell's space ring were piles of magic stones, with a rough count revealing over 6 million level 1 magic stones and 50,000 level 2 magic stones. Duke also found a box, the same box that had originally been used to store the deep sea heart in the Flower Sea Plain. He immediately retrieved it from the ring space, and a heavy wooden box appeared in his hand, emanating a cold and smooth touch with its complex and exquisite sealing runes clearly visible, isolating the aura inside. When Duke opened it, a rich water element aura, mixed with a vast, ancient, and profound rhythm of life, instantly permeated the surrounding, even calming the chaotic energies in the void for a moment. Gentle, pure blue light flowed out from the box, like the clearest seawater refracting sunlight, instantly illuminating Duke's face. At the core of the light was a gemstone about the size of an egg, irregularly shaped, as if it naturally condensed the essence of the ocean and life source power. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, but its interior wasn't solid. Rather, it seemed to contain a miniature, ever-flowing blue ocean. Countless tiny, star-like light points glimmered within its depths. The tremendous life force and pure elemental origin of water both emanated from this flowing core. This was the deep sea heart, reportedly a popular adornment among some women, worn as a gemstone. However, it was evidently an extravagant luxury that ordinary wizards couldn't afford. Duke hadn't anticipated that after going around in circles, this item would eventually end up in his hands. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have bid against Bell back then, and there would have been more magic stones left in Bell's space ring, which would have ended up his anyway. The 6 million magic stones that Bell spent on bidding are now all Duke's money. Just thinking about it pained him. After inspecting the deep sea heart, Duke placed it into his own space ring. He calculated that now he had already gathered 4 out of the 6 types of crystal cores needed: the heart of the earth, the deep sea heart, the molten fire flower, and the blood of the dark, lacking only the wind attribute and light attribute crystal cores. Although it seemed like only 2 were missing, it was unclear how long it would take to gather them, and perhaps it would require a long time, as obtaining crystal cores was a matter of luck. Duke being able to gather so many in a short period was already considered extremely lucky. Of course, Bell made a significant contribution to this, providing Duke with 2 different attribute crystal cores in one go. Duke continued to explore Bell's space ring and found very few magic potion materials, mostly completed magic potions, indicating Bell hardly engaged in refining magic potions. Upon reflection, this was quite understandable, as magic potion studies required a great deal of time and effort, spending long hours in the laboratory. Being a descendant of the Crawford clan, how could Bell spend so much time refining magic potions? Such tasks didn't need to be undertaken personally by them at all. For them, cultivation was just one aspect of life, with many other affairs to manage. Social engagements and intrigues were inevitable. If it weren't for the strong family bloodline they possessed, their progress in cultivation wouldn't have been as rapid. These magic potions added up to be quite valuable, and Duke roughly estimated their worth to be about 70 to 80,000 magic stones. He also discovered some ancient parchment records, all related to the bloodline of the Crawford clan, mainly detailing how to tap into the latent power within the bloodline and how to utilize it more swiftly. Besides that, there were some dark attribute magic spells, which required the Crawford clan's bloodline to use. Holding these spells was of no use to Duke. They served only as a reference, providing a brief understanding of bloodline magic. Bell's space ring also contained 5 level 1 witchcraft artifacts and some demonized items, which seemed to have been stored for a while unused. In the recent battle, Duke didn't see Bell use them, likely because they were unsuitable for that fight. Also found a crystal compass, along with very detailed information about the Void Corridor. This information not only included a more complete map of the Void Corridor, but also important coordinate markers, and the crystal compass was specifically designed for the Void Corridor, capable of locating specific positions with those coordinates. Bell had tracked the ever-moving Eternal Darkness Corridor region using these resources, and the process of calculating the coordinates was recorded in recent handwriting. Duke quickly learned how to use the crystal compass, and after glancing at the map, he found the nearest entry point, the 12th region, which was the way out of the Void Corridor. The curse within his left arm continued to assault the barrier formed by his magic power, with its strength seemingly growing steadily, capable of devouring magic power to bolster itself. If it wasn't resolved promptly, it would likely become a huge hidden danger. Duke had no idea what the full effects of the curse would be. He didn't want to find out, let alone endure it firsthand. Once he confirmed his location, he sent a spiritual power message to the Storm Dragon Eagle, which then adjusted course, swiftly flying in the direction Duke indicated. The information also highlighted some danger zones, and Duke chose a route considered relatively safe. Duke stood on the back of the Storm Dragon Eagle, casually tossing Bell's space ring into the Light God Court. He mainly worried that the Crawford clan could trace this ring, as it indeed bore the Crawford clan's emblem. Placing it inside the Light God Court was equivalent to throwing it into another plane, making it extremely difficult to track. Duke sat cross-legged on the broad back of the Storm Dragon Eagle, while simultaneously guiding its direction and fully suppressing the restless curse in his left arm. The cold sensation of erosion was like maggots gnawing at his magic power barrier, each impact causing a slight pain in his spiritual power. The Void Corridor was indeed vast and expansive, and even with a clear route, it still took 10 full days of flight to reach the vicinity of the 12th entrance area. This was only possible due to the Storm Dragon Eagle's extreme speed, shortening the travel time. For others, it might take the full 3 months that the Void Corridor allows to reach the entrance area. Without maps or coordinates, getting lost in the Void Corridor is quite common. Previously, Duke had stayed in the Eternal Darkness Corridor area for a month and was taken to a faraway place by it, flying a long way to return. In these 10 days, the curse power in his left arm hadn't weakened at all. Instead, it grew stronger and almost uncontrollable. During this time, Duke discovered that this was a curse power capable of growing rapidly on its own, able to consume his magic power and even his life force. His life force was also slowly dwindling, though at a slow pace that wouldn't have a major effect in the short term. But if it continued, when he could no longer suppress this curse power, it might engulf his entire body. I must leave the Void Corridor as soon as possible. Duke frowned, feeling the heavy pressure of the curse. The Storm Dragon Eagle, guided by him, flew swiftly along the relatively safe route marked in his data, passing through areas of colorful, chaotic energy in the void. Just as he was about to reach a relatively stable void, floating island marked on the map as a transit point, Duke's keen spiritual power detected intense energy fluctuations and the roar of magic ahead. Duke immediately sent the Eye of Darkness located in the shadow space ahead to investigate, seeing 3 people besieging Merrick. Merrick looked battered, with patches of his wizard robe torn. Yet his expression remained calm, though there was some weariness on his face. The 3 surrounding him were at the strength of liquidation wizards, seeming worse off than him, all injured in various ways. Amid the stormy barrage of spells and witchcraft artifacts from the 3, Merrick was like a lonely boat in turbulent seas, seemingly about to be swallowed but narrowly avoiding critical blows each time. His movements weren't quick, but each dodge and spellcasting timing was precisely matched during gaps in their attacks or when their old strength was exhausted before new strength arose. Merrick wasn't a wizard who solely focused on research. He was also very skilled in combat, with a high talent for practical battles. Seeing this, Duke immediately steered the Storm Dragon Eagle to the scene, jumping down from its back. his feet touching the yellow sand, which extended and transformed into several giant hands to grasp the three. Moreover, the storm dragon eagle soared above, its wings sweeping down several thick bolts of lightning covering the area where the three were active, leaving them nowhere to hide. The three had no choice but to hold on, using their defense-type magic or defense witchcraft artifacts to shield themselves. But the storm dragon eagle was a level 1 peak. Being in one of the stronger among them, its spells were not easily blocked. With Duke and Merrick also taking action, the three only lasted a moment before meeting their demise. Merrick breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "I didn't expect you to still be here. I thought you'd already left. I was trapped in one area for a while before I got out." Duke didn't go into details. Merrick glanced at the storm dragon eagle, asking, "Is this your summoned beast?" "Yes." Duke could only explain the storm dragon eagle as his summoned beast. Merrick, hearing that, showed genuine envy, immediately recognizing the power and uniqueness of the storm dragon eagle. Signing a summoning contract with such a being was indeed fortunate. He then keenly sensed something, frowning. "It seems you have some trouble on you." Duke smiled wryly, replying, "Yes, I've been cursed." Merrick's expression quickly turned solemn as he checked Duke's condition, looking even more serious. "Where did you get this?" "It's not simple. I can only help temporarily. Suppress it but can't completely clean it off." Specializing in the curse element, Merrick had a deeper understanding of this curse power and knew its tenaciousness. Merrick took out 2 small bottles, one sealed with dark crystal, containing a thick inkai liquid exuding an unsettling, cold, dead stillness. The other was a pure, transparent white crystal bottle, containing several grains resembling solidified moonlight, emitting a gentle, soft glow. He used the 2 materials as casting materials to perform a temporary magic on Duke, suppressing the curse power for the moment. Duke distinctly felt the curse power in his left arm, as if it were pinned down, immediately immobilized, seemingly firmly restrained. But he knew this was only temporary. Merrick's method merely put the curse power into a short-term dormancy, and it would awaken again after a while, possibly growing stronger. Duke needed to find a solution to the curse power during this time, or it would pose a severe underlying threat. Merrick, also frowning as he handled the situation, said, "I don't have many leads currently. Let's first leave the void corridor, and I'll research it afterward to see if I can find any solutions." Duke hadn't expected Merrick to have few solutions. Suddenly thinking of something, he asked, "Can the nightmare beetle resolve this?" "Nightmare beetle? Of course. It's a nemesis of curse power. Any nightmare beetle that reaches level 1 can easily devour this curse power," Merrick said. "But nightmare beetles are creatures from the legendary nightmare plane, and finding them is extremely difficult. I've never seen one in the wizard plane." Duke thought for a moment and said, "Lady Hella has a nightmare beetle of level 2 life. I've seen it when I worked for her before." "What? Quickly contact Lady Hella. If she's willing to help, then this won't be a problem for you," Merrick said with some surprise. Lady Hella is usually very low-key, hardly ever goes out, and rarely interacts with the other wizards of Black Sail. This has resulted in her presence always being very low, and many wizards of Black Sail don't know of her existence, let alone the existence of the nightmare beetle. Duke only learned some things about Hella when he was working for her. The two didn't delay further and then took a ride on the Storm Dragon Eagle, heading towards the direction of entrance area 12. The wings of the Storm Dragon Eagle tore through chaotic void energy, accompanied by a low sound of wind and thunder, finally arriving near the marked area of entrance 12 on the map. Here, the void is relatively stable, no longer with tearing chaotic currents, replaced by several large, relatively flat floating islands in the void, like temporary anchorages for stranded ships. Between the floating islands, a vague, twisted, and softly glowing white vortex can be seen, marking the exit from the void corridor. Even though they were near the entrance area, Duke and Merrick did not relax at all. Instead, they became even more vigilant. Entrance areas are often places of strife. It's common for people to ambush wizards returning here. Generally, wizards returning from various places in the void corridor won't be in good condition, either very fatigued or injured. Attacking them at such times usually has a higher success rate. Duke was already scouting the area ahead, with the Eye of Darkness moving forward, but the Storm Dragon Eagle's senses were sharper, letting out a warning howl. They quickly stopped without proceeding, and Duke, through the eye of darkness, soon saw behind a floating boulder ahead a team of people hidden. There were 7 of them in total, lurking there, just waiting for Duke and Merrick to enter that area ahead. Upon careful inspection, Duke discovered there should be a hidden witch array in the area ahead. Entering would either result in direct attack or being trapped, hence he must not proceed rashly. "Come out," Duke said directly. Moment later, a strong, burly man emerged from the void, arms folded, with an aura revealing him as a crystallized wizard, and a powerful one at that. This person didn't seem to have any intention of attacking, rather, he looked strangely at the storm dragon eagle, asking after a moment, "Are you from Black Sail?" Duke nodded. "Indeed, I'm Duke from the 3rd Legion, and this is Merrick." The man scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "I see, we are also wizards of Black Sail. I'm Martin from the 10th Legion, doing a bit of business here, didn't expect to run into our own." Martin deliberately glanced more at Merrick, seeming to recognize this protege of Master Land. "Thankfully, we didn't attack. Otherwise, we'd face consequences when we return." Martin laughed, then displayed his Black Sail badge, and Duke and Merrick also showed theirs to confirm identity. Later, others from Martin's team appeared, all wizards from Black Sail and all from the 10th Legion. The 3rd Legion and the 10th Legion have always had good relations, they naturally wouldn't start trouble. Otherwise, if things got too heated, both sides would suffer repercussions. It's normal to have occasional friction due to interests, but now they have no enmity, so there's no reason to fight. Martin had seen this storm dragon eagle before on battlefields of other planes, recognized it instantly by its familiar aura. Thus, he didn't immediately attack. Instead, he asked first. Discovering they are his own, he no longer planned on doing business with them. "How about joining us? We're all from Black Sail, split the resources equally." Martin enthusiastically invited. He knew well the power of numbers. With more people, there's more to loot. Picketing here is far more efficient than harshly searching for resources inside. Almost every 2 to 3 days someone falls into their net, utterly effortlessly. Duke smiled helplessly. "We have some troubles to deal with, can't delay, we'll go first." He didn't fully trust Martin's group, naturally wouldn't accept their invitation. Even if not entangled by curses, Duke would choose to detour rather than proceed. It's never too cautious to tread carefully outdoors. After all, one's mind is separated by a belly. Martin didn't insist, instead said to his companions, "Turn off the witch array, let them pass." After the witch array was disabled, Duke still didn't choose to pass through the area above the witch array, opting to go around it. The scene made Martin laugh and cry, thinking his usual reputation in Black Sail isn't that bad. Why are these two so guarded against him? His companions were also stifling laughs. Clearly Duke and Merrick didn't trust this group. Once Duke and Merrick reached the whirlpool in the entrance area, they stowed away the storm dragon eagle and entered the vortex. A moment later, they arrived again on the platform, which was completely different from before, incredibly vacant, barely a few people on the platform. Only a few wizards from the Wizard Council were there to guard. Duke and Merrick's appearance drew their attention. Upon revealing their identity, under guidance from the Wizard Council, they went to the teleportation witch array heading to Harbor City. This teleportation witch array is quite peculiar. 1. Array can teleport to multiple places, requiring only the Wizard Council to adjust the rune arrangement. This is evidently advanced witch array technology. The entire massive teleportation array is like a precision machine, composed of many parts, and these parts are the movable and replaceable runes. Duke and Merrick stood on the array, and with a flash of light, they found themselves inside the teleportation array in Harbor City. As soon as Duke landed, he distinctly felt the curse power on his left arm pulse, then suppressed again by Merrick's magic. Duke, perceiving this accurately, explained to Merrick, who pondered slightly. "It seems this curse can be sensed remotely, probably on the other end. There's a witch array or witchcraft artifact sensing this curse power, previously isolated by the space of void corridor. That side sensing was blocked by spatial forces. Now we're back on the wizard plane, sensed instantly from that side, although again suppressed by my magic." Duke knew in his heart that the Crawford clan must have sensed something. They must have been aware of Belle's death and sensed the presence of the curse on Duke's side at that fleeting moment. They likely knew the exact location, albeit briefly, but it was uncertain if they could determine Duke's position in that instant. Harbor City, just this one location, was enough for the Crawford clan to ascertain a lot of information. This place was Black Sail's territory, and also one of the locations of the Void Corridor's teleportation array. The existence of the curse flickered briefly, appearing in Harbor City, making it nearly certain for the Crawford clan that it was Black Sail who took out Bell. Assuming the Crawford clan could capture this fleeting information. Otherwise, as long as the curse power on Duke could still be suppressed, the Crawford clan wouldn't know who killed Bell for the time being. Samuel certainly knew they were the culprits, but he wouldn't have thought Bell was angered to death by Duke. Samuel naturally had ways to handle their household's curse, but didn't have the chance to kill Bell personally before escaping. Then Duke and Merrick split up. He went to find Lady Hela, while Merrick went back to find a solution to this curse. He quickly contacted Lady Hela, but there was no reply from her side, possibly because she was busy refining magic potions and couldn't be distracted to respond. Due to the pressing time, Duke could only contact Rila, sending a message asking, "Rila, is Lady Hela around?" Rila was still working at Lady Hela's place, responsible for refining magic potions and other tasks. Rila happened to be free and quickly replied, "Teacher Hela has already left and went to another plane, joining the scout team for assistance investigation." Another plane, and with the scout team. Duke immediately felt somewhat uneasy. Black Sail's scout teams were generally used to investigate newly discovered other planes, mainly to understand the strength of the plane and what valuable resources it possessed. After these intelligence reports were gathered, a decision would be made on whether to conquer that plane. Duke didn't expect Hela to join the scout team, most likely because there was work related to magic potions that needed her assistance. "Did she say when she'd be back?" Duke asked. "Teacher didn't say. It's been less than half a year since she went over. She might need some more time before returning." "If you have anything, you can tell me, and I'll pass it on to her when she comes back," Rila replied. "No, thank you," Duke said, feeling slightly heavy-hearted. He definitely couldn't wait. If Lady Hela took too long to return, the curse would have erupted by then. Duke could only think of other ways. The most direct one was to go to that plane to find Lady Hela. The nightmare beetle Momo must be with Lady Hela. He then contacted Lucas. "Mr. Lucas, which plane is Lady Hela's scout team in? Can I join?" "You want to join?" Lucas was somewhat surprised. "This plane, as far as I know, is quite dangerous. Like the wizard plane, it's a middle plane, called the Devourer plane. The intelligence on the Devourer plane wasn't very complete, but it was confirmed that there existed a group of beings possessing Devourer power. They could kill other beings to absorb the energy within and enhance their own strength. When different people awaken Devourer abilities, they also exhibit some unique abilities. The preliminary investigation of the Devourer plane was nearing its end, with about 3 months remaining before the preliminary work concludes. If you're looking for Hela, you could wait 3 months. She should be back by then, Lucas said. Duke replied helplessly, "I have some trouble that needs Lady Hela's help. I can't wait that long." If that's the case, I can help arrange it, but you should think it over. It's quite dangerous over there, so be careful yourself, Lucas said. Duke had no other choice. He couldn't let too many people know about the curse on him. Otherwise, the information would surely leak out, and by then, the Crawford clan would definitely find out. Duke was still too weak and had no ability to contend with such an ancient wizard clan. He needed to remain low-key and lay low until he was strong enough. Even Merrick didn't know the specific origin of this curse, and he didn't ask, only conducting some research on the curse itself. Once Lucas confirmed Duke's intent to go, he helped Duke with the necessary arrangements. This kind of work for scout teams was generally quite dangerous, so wizards who volunteered to go would receive a decent reward. Duke then informed Merrick of this news, and Merrick said, "This curse can't wait that long. Going directly to find Hela is indeed the safest choice. I already have some leads, just wait a bit, and once I'm done I'll help you. It should help you suppress it for a while." Combining his expertise in curse study and alchemy, Merrick crafted a custom armband for Duke. This was a level 1 witchcraft artifact, made of a special dark, light-absorbing alloy, with the surface etched in layers of intricate and complex alchemical rune circuits. At its core was a small piece of pure crystal shard processed multiple times, emitting a faint, mind-calming blue light. This armband couldn't eradicate the curse but could act like a temporary dam, stemming the flood of curse power and significantly delaying its eruption. The crystal at the core served as casting material for the curse element, capable of absorbing and converting some of the curse's corrosive energy. while the surface rune array formed an interference barrier, preventing others from remotely triggering the curse power. Though Merrick hadn't asked, he knew that the curse was likely detectable by other wizards. He specifically added a blocking mechanism. Duke took the armband, feeling its cool heaviness as he fitted it onto his left arm. The armband automatically adjusted to size, fitting snugly. Meanwhile, the curse power in his left arm was instantly suppressed, without a trace of movement, as if it had completely vanished. But all of this was temporary. The armband could only suppress the curse power for a month, after which it would become ineffective. Duke needed to find Lady Hela within a month, and use the Nightmare Beetle's power to completely cleanse this curse power. How does it feel? Merrick observed the faint light of runes on the armband closely. Very good. Duke let out a long breath, feeling as if a heavy stone pressing on his chest had been partly lifted. Merrick proceeded with some more tests, confirming that this armlet had no issues and could function stably and effectively. After temporarily solving Duke's problem, he went back to continue his research, trying to come up with a more long-term and stable method. As for Duke, he received some information from within Black Sail, all concerning the Devourer Plane. His request to enter the Devourer Plane had already been approved, but some preparations still needed to be made before going. First and foremost, there was the matter of language. Although the Devourer Plane had many species and factions, two languages were the most widely used, the Ancient Keel language and the Lingua language. Mastering these two languages was fundamental for surviving and functioning on the Devourer Plane. It didn't take Duke much time to grasp the basics of these languages. The next step was just to improve his fluency. Ancient Keel language, level 1, 1/100, Lingua language, level 1, 1/100. After resolving the language issue, the next step was to understand some intelligence concerning the Devourer Plane. This intelligence came from the frontline advance team, with more information still under investigation. Notably, Duke noticed that this intelligence did not solely come from Black Sail. It also bore marks from the Silver Hand, Doomsday Bell, and Thorn Holy Tower. This indicated that the investigation was a joint action by the 4 wizard organizations on the West Coast, not just Black Sail acting alone. Faced with a middle plane, it would be challenging for Black Sail alone to handle it all, requiring the cooperation of more forces. If they encountered an especially formidable middle plane, even the combined power of the entire wizard plane might not be enough to conquer it. From the markings of these 4 wizard organizations, Duke could tell that this Devourer Plane must be extraordinary and potentially very powerful. He continued reading. The Devourer Plane was about the same size as the Wizard Plane, featuring a complex and diverse geographical environment with vast unexplored areas. The main inhabitants were humans and various demons. Humans held the dominant position, but there were significant cultural differences, dividing into countless tribes, city-states, and countries. Additionally, many demons varied in form, with some possessing intelligence and social structures equal to or surpassing those of humans. However, the proportion of the extraordinary here was still low, similar to the Wizard Plane, with most not having awakened the Devourer ability, whether humans or demons. The Devourer ability was a characteristic that all extraordinary beings in the Devourer Plane possessed. It allowed them to absorb energy from other life forms through killing, rapidly enhancing their own power. This almost blatant law of the jungle meant that, theoretically, every life in the Devourer Plane was an experience package for others, with combat and hunting being perpetual themes. Indeed, there was no unified power across the entire Devourer Plane. The whole Devourer Plane consisted of 4 continents, each with different situations and a melange of various forces within. The circumstances here were incredibly complex and chaotic, with countless lives being born and dying every day. This entire plane resembled a vast breeding ground for goo, from which many exceptionally powerful beings had emerged. This was a middle plane, implying that it could accommodate beings as strong as level 6 life. Although level 6 life had not yet been detected, it was still possible they existed, perhaps just undiscovered yet. The strongest currently discovered was level 4 life, with the wizard who unearthed this information sacrificing his life, transmitting the relevant data before dying. This was the perilous task of the advance team. They had to delve into various areas of this plane without adequate intelligence, often paying a heavy price to retrieve valuable information. Duke spent 2 days quickly mastering the language and these facts, then boarded the Elizabeth. This time, Although it was a joint operation with the other 3 wizard organizations, each organization was responsible for different areas. Laxale was temporarily in charge of the Burin continent area, and the teleportation array here also led to various regions of Burin continent. The large teleportation array, composed of dark metal and gleaming energy crystals, occupied the center of the hall, similar to the one from the Wizard Council, able to adjust internal runes for teleportation to different places. Since Duke requested to go to Lady Hella's area, the teleportation destination was the 7th outpost. Target plane. Devour a plane code. GC-17, safe zone near the advanced team's 7th outpost. The teleportation process will involve intense spatial turbulence, maintain spiritual power stability. The wizard responsible for the teleportation array confirmed the information again, and seeing no objections from Duke, activated the array. Blinding light instantly engulfed the entire teleportation array, and Duke felt as if his body was gripped, pulled, and torn by an invisible giant hand, then forcibly compressed. His vision was overwhelmed by a torrent of bizarre colors. Flooded with fragments of scenes and sounds he couldn't comprehend, as if about to burst his consciousness. Even though he had experienced spatial teleportation many times before, this time was clearly longer than his previous experiences, indicating that the Devourer plane was extremely distant from the wizard plane. It felt like both an instant and a month had passed, in a strange perception of time. Before opening his eyes, Duke already smelled a mix of sulfur and decaying plants, with dampness in the surrounding air. He lifted his head, looking around. The sky was a depressing lead gray, with heavy clouds hanging low, seemingly ready to crush the earth. An unsettling sensation permeated the air. Wherever he looked, there were bizarre colossal ferns and twisted, gnarled, dark purple trees, their leaf edges sparkling with a metallic glint. In the distance came the deep roar of an unidentified beast, full of primitive ferocity. Beneath his feet was a crudely cleared temporary platform, inscribed with runes from the teleportation array, surrounded by metal stakes marked with spatial stabilization runes to ensure the teleportation which arrays stability. Beside the array stood a wizard in black sail robes. From his aura, a level 2 wizard who scanned Duke with sharp eyes. "Show your black sail badge." Duke cooperatively revealed his identity, and the man verified it, after which the atmosphere around them relaxed slightly. The wizard in charge of the teleportation array here is named Brandon. After verifying Duke's identity, he asked some specific questions. According to Luca's information, besides participating in the Vanguard mission, do you have other things to handle? "I'm here to find Miss Hella. There's an urgent matter that needs her assistance," Duke said succinctly. He noticed the hem of Brandon's wizard robe was stained with dark green mud, and the edge of his sleeve seemed to have slight corrosion marks from some acidic substance, giving him a sense of having just crawled out of a swamp, tired and tense. Brandon frowned and said, "Then you'll have to contact her yourself. As I recall, Miss Hella has already gone out to investigate some new species in the decomposition forest. The Wizard Mark Tower is already established, so if you have her wizard's mark, you can contact her directly. Also, since you're here to find Miss Hella, you're assigned to her team as well. The personnel at the 7th outpost are numerous, divided into many teams, each with their own tasks. Duke naturally couldn't do nothing here and was directly assigned to Hella's side to take on tasks there. Hearing that he could contact through the wizard's mark, Duke felt relieved. As long as he could get in touch, things would be much easier. "Come with me first. You need to understand the surrounding situation," Brandon said. He turned to signal Duke to follow, not taking the relatively open, trodden muddy path straight ahead from the teleportation platform, but veered to the side, pushing aside a clump of giant ferns with serrated edges to reveal a more hidden, single-file path. The path wound downward, deep into a low area covered by a cluster of giant mushrooms emitting a faint phosphorescence. The air became more humid and thick, with the sulfur smell fainting, replaced by a sickeningly sweet rotting odor. Below was slippery moss and intertwined roots. Brandon moved lightly, incredibly skillful, clearly well-versed with this path. After about 10 minutes, passing through a forest of dead trees draped with sticky strands, the scene before him changed. A makeshift camp appeared before them, built upon massive, moss-covered black rocks. The camp's circumference was enclosed with a simple wooden wall made of sharpened giant stakes, inscribed with unique runes, obviously part of a witch array. This wooden wall was no ordinary wall, but actually fortified with magical protections, making it difficult for ordinary forces to breach. Inside the camp were dozens of huts made of dark, waterproof cloth, metal frames, and local wood, alongside a few large tents. In the central area stood a relatively tall metal pole, with a crystal emitting a stable white light at the top, barely dispelling the surrounding heavy darkness, forming a relatively safe area. This kind of condition is extremely simple, but the Vanguard is meant to conduct investigations in relatively harsh, simple, and dangerous environments, exploring frontiers not reached by others. The air was filled with the scent of magic potions, sweat, and blood, with some wizards in leather armor or robes swiftly moving through the camp, most with tired and vigilant expressions, and their equipment had more or less battle marks. Brandon led Duke to the camp's entrance, to a guard post built from metal plates and stones, where a one-eyed wizard with a hideous scar sat inside, playing with a dark red energy crystal, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Ivan the newcomer, level 1 mage Duke, has already been assigned to Hela's team, Brandon introduced. The one-eyed wizard Quinn lifted his eyelid, his intact eye scanning Duke, pausing on the unique badge on his left arm for half a second, before returning to his face. Got Luca's message, we're short-handed. Good timing. Subsequently, Duke followed Brandon into a tent in the camp where he saw a map marked with much information. Brandon pointed to a black stone symbol on the map and said, "This is our 7th outpost, built relying on the black stone giant rock. With it as the center, within a 50-kilometer radius, is our cleared safe zone, our stronghold range. Beyond that, the area is quite uncertain." Duke memorized the map and the information Brandon mentioned, as the 7th outpost is now responsible for scouting intelligence in surrounding areas. Brandon then took Duke for a tour around the camp and assigned him a small wooden cabin, his temporary residence. The conditions were extremely simple, but given the situation, he could only make do. Duke subsequently contacted Miss Hela, informing her of his situation. Hela replied, "Oh Duke, you actually came over. I'm currently on a mission at the fluorescent swamp and will return after a period. You can come over directly, just need to be careful on the way." The fluorescent swamp is located over 100 kilometers north of the 7th outpost, considered the outskirts of the outpost, not too far. But it's still somewhat dangerous. On the way, one is bound to encounter some situations. It's inevitable. Duke couldn't just wait in the camp for Hela to return. Even if she could come back within a month, he couldn't wait. This is amidst a different plane. If specific situations arise, it might be impossible to contact Hela within a month. Delay could lead to changes. Solving the curse on his left arm is the most pressing issue. Duke quickly decided to set out for the fluorescent swamp, to find Hela and resolve the curse on his body before dealing with other matters. When he once again stood at the grim yet murderous mid exit of the outpost, the sky seemed darker than when he came. Lead gray clouds rolled, as if brewing something, with the humid, rotten air carrying a faint sulfur and iron scent heavily enveloping him. A straight distance of over 100 kilometers in this perilous sea of forest meant several days of difficult trekking and countless unknown dangers. Duke took one last look at the crystal pillar in the center of the camp, emitting steadfast white light, whose weak glow seemed so insignificant in the boundless dark forest sea. After confirming the direction of the fluorescent swamp, he restrained his aura, and some yellow sand floated around him, ready to guard against any potential threats. The area within tens of kilometers around the 7th outpost is relatively safe, at least. No overly powerful demons exist, as it's already been cleared. The area of the decomposition forest is vast. The 7th outpost has only cleared the area within tens of kilometers around the outpost. As Duke walked through this forest, he could clearly feel that the vegetation here was different from that of the wizard plain. Most species were unfamiliar. Underfoot lay a thick, soft layer of humus, silent underfoot. As Duke walked, he used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings, finding many hidden swamps beneath the soft layers, filled with poisonous insects he had never seen before. For ordinary people, this place is indeed a hell, with almost no chance of survival. Once you accidentally step into those swamps, in an instant, you will be attacked and devoured by numerous poisonous insects, and soon become just another skeleton in the swamp. These swamps are only a part of the decomposition forest and are relatively obvious threats. The most inconspicuous are the plants that can be seen everywhere in the forest. Unlike ordinary plants of other planes, most are highly aggressive. The Devourer ability is not exclusive to humans and demons. Some plants possess this ability, leading to many highly aggressive plants here. Towering trees, whose forms were twisted and bizarre, were seen everywhere, covered with dark purple bark, thick moss, and slick fungi. Huge ferns stretched out leaves with edges sharp as saw teeth, gleaming ominously in the dim light. Duke was advancing along a somewhat dry natural path formed by massive roots, when suddenly, at the edge of his spiritual perception, a whisper of movement, like a living creature's wriggling, caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he found dark brown vines creeping silently like poisonous snakes. If he hadn't maintained his spiritual power realm, he definitely wouldn't have detected the movements of these vines, completely silent throughout. Moments later, they shot out like lurking vipers with astonishing speed, the tips splitting open to reveal mouths full of fine barbs and viscous digestive fluids, carrying a nauseating stench, rushing toward Duke's legs and waist. The vines had a clear target: to entangle prey, pierce the flesh with barbs, inject paralyzing toxins, then dissolve and absorb with digestive fluids. The surrounding sand stirred, blocking these vines. Then the sand extended, wreaking havoc on the vines, leaving behind stinking debris. He looked down at the debris on the ground. It looked nothing like plants, seemingly more like animal flesh. No wonder Lord Hela came here personally, indeed. Many characteristics differ from ordinary plants, worth researching, Duke said, bottling some samples for later study. While crossing a seemingly calm depression covered with thick, dark green moss, Duke initially sensed no major anomaly. The moss was soft and cold underfoot. However, after walking a few meters, he sensed something wrong. Duke perceived his magic power being absorbed by the earth, more precisely by the moss. Agitated, he quickly examined his footing. The dark green moss was visibly becoming bright and full, faintly emitting a weak green glow. A glance revealed the area was covered with such moss, blending with the environment, easily overlooked. This was no ordinary moss ground. It was a massive energy sponge, capable of absorbing energy from life forms crossing here. If weak, one's life force might be directly absorbed. If undetected, one might collapse from life force depletion, becoming nutrients for this moss. Realizing this, Duke swiftly controlled his magic power, the moss unable to absorb his energy any further. For a level 1 mage, as long as one is conscious, controlling the internal flow of magic power is easy, due to Brandon's previous warning against flying. Otherwise, Duke might have flown to Hela's location already. During this time, Duke had noted almost no birds in the forest. None had been sighted so far. Flying demons were present but avoided this well-cleared area. Several hours passed again, the sky darkened, the forest's light dimmed further. Thinking of finding a relatively safe place to spend the night, Duke suddenly noticed several soft, warm, orange lanterns glowing in a clearing ahead. The light stood out in the lead-gray twilight, seemingly inviting, like a beacon to lost travelers, exuding serenity and a faint aroma of baked bread. Duke quickly formed a magical barrier within himself, isolating the scent. Having learned beforehand, he guessed what lay ahead, likely phantom lantern trees. These peculiar trees grow in certain areas, their branches bearing glowing fruit resembling lanterns, also known as phantom lanterns. The fruit emits warm light and a peaceful scent, possessing strong spiritual induction capabilities, attracting prey. Duke cautiously approached, seeing a patch of phantom lantern forest. The area emitted a gentle light, appearing tranquil. Yet behind this peace lay extreme danger. Scattered beneath the phantom lantern trees were pale bones, both human-shaped and various beasts. No bite marks or signs of gnawing appeared on the bones, as if prey willingly came under the trees and quietly perished. Attempting a test with his spiritual power, as soon as he touched the warm light, a strong, soporific tranquility surged like a tide, trying to erode his will, compelling him toward its warmth. This confusion had no effect on Duke, his spiritual power mostly liquidated, beyond ordinary demon's reach. Duke continued probing with his spiritual power, revealing the actual situation inside the phantom lantern fruit. The phantom lantern emits a warm glow, and inside the lantern, instead of pulp, there are countless tiny, living like energy tendrils wriggling. These tendrils are the source of spiritual induction. Once prey approaches the tree, these tendrils explode instantly, piercing into the prey's mental core, completely paralyzing or destroying their consciousness, and then slowly absorbing their life energy. The whole process can be incredibly tranquil, without a drop of blood, yet extremely deadly. Duke initially wanted to steer clear of the Phantom Lantern Forest, but then he had some other thoughts. It was already late, unsuitable for traveling further. He planned to spend the night directly inside the Radiant Divine Court, as it was the safest option. The only issue was that upon exiting, there might be unforeseen circumstances outside, which are beyond his perception and control. He might find himself right in front of a demon. However, with the Phantom Lantern Forest here, it could help avoid this problem to some extent. The most dangerous areas are often the safest. It is life's instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm, so no demon would voluntarily approach here, making it relatively safer. Duke found a secluded spot, used the Eye of Darkness to scout the surroundings, and after confirming no one was watching in secret, he entered the Light God Court. As soon as he stepped into the Light God Court, he felt an extremely warm sensation, brought about by the dense elemental energy particles of light. The area within the Light God Court had expanded from 1 square kilometer to nearly 5 square kilometers, a result of continuous expansion relying on the power of faith. Apart from retaining a necessary portion of the power of faith, Duke used most of it for the development of the Light God Court itself. Recently, the influx of power of faith had gradually increased, indicating that the light sect on the Oracle plane was developing well, probably gaining a lot of followers, which led to the increase in power of faith. Duke looked at the significantly wider land, considering that he could plant some trees next. However, he couldn't just plant simple trees. It said that many trees from the elf plane are quite good. He could study them and transplant them into the Light God Court. Upon Duke's arrival, his 3 slave creatures perceived him and all looked over. Dogman Reed was sitting cross-legged practicing. Seeing Duke, he immediately stood up and approached, awaiting instructions. The storm dragon eagle, which had been soaring high, also flew down and landed on the ground. The 3-headed magma lizard climbed out from a pool of magma it had excavated for itself, still dripping with magma onto the ground, sizzling and emitting black smoke. Duke glanced at the 3 of them and said, "No task at hand, carry on with your own activities." The 3 slave creatures then stopped approaching and did not disturb Duke. Duke had a wooden house here, a temporary resting place, not very well equipped, but much better than the conditions at the 7th outpost. This place served as an absolutely safe location, free from any interruptions. He stored a large amount of food and water here. Once the Light God Court developed and grew, it should establish an ecological cycle like a small world, eliminating food and water concerns. However, these issues couldn't be resolved immediately and required time. The next morning, after setting up various defenses, Duke left the Light God Court. Upon landing, he faced no attacks, surrounded by serene tranquility. He glanced at the distant Phantom Lantern Forest. The lanterns had already extinguished and retracted like flower buds, only to extend and bloom again at night. The straight-line distance from the 7th outpost to the fluorescent swamp was just over 100 kilometers, yet it took Duke 5 whole days to traverse, which was considered quite fast. Along the way, he encountered lots of unique flora and fauna specific to the Devourer plane, each more peculiar than the last. The fluorescent swamp was a vast low-lying area, with relatively flat terrain. The ground was covered with thick, soft blue or green fluorescent moss and short fungi, resembling a sea of stars fallen to earth. Among them, countless mushrooms of various shapes and sizes thrived, some resembling small lamps, others as large as umbrella canopies, with their rims also exuding gentle fluorescence. The air was filled with a humid scent, heavy with unique sweetness and a faint spore aroma. In the center of the swamp, a meandering stream emitted a faint milky white glow, quietly flowing, enveloping the entire swamp in a magical atmosphere of tranquility. Yet this seemingly fantastical scene concealed its dangers, as the spores released by the fluorescent moss and mushrooms themselves possessed mild paralyzing and hallucinogenic effects. Some seemingly harmless large mushroom canopies could be hiding pools of poisonous mucus or deadly predatory structures beneath. Ella had long beforehand informed Duke of this information. Hence, Duke had already shielded himself using magic power to block the spores from entering. Upon reaching the fluorescent swamp, Duke cautiously followed Hella's guidance, skirting several clusters of spore-releasing sneeze mushrooms and bypassing sweet-smelling, suspected predatory plant areas. Eventually, he found Hella's temporary camp at a slightly elevated, sheltered spot formed by several large glowing rocks. There were 5 people with Hela, all members of this small team. Their current task was to investigate the unique plants and animals here, recording relevant data and characteristics, and bringing back some samples. Duke had already informed Hela about the curse situation through the wizard's mark, but with others around, it was inconvenient to address it, so neither mentioned it yet. Hela's investigation of the fluorescent swamp was practically complete, and they were now organizing data and collecting samples before returning. Calculating the round trip, Duke noted it would take nearly half a month, which was too long for him to wait. Any slight change could easily extend the time to over a month. Hela remained the same as before, dressed in a loose, bulky robe that enveloped her entire being. Her left eye was still a gear component, while her right eye was a pitch-black vortex, Momo's favorite place to stay. Momo seemed to sense Duke's presence and crawled out, staring with its 2 little black eyes fixated on Duke, particularly his left arm, its 2 long antennae on its head continuously swaying, seemingly collecting some sort of scent. The other 4 were 2 men and 2 women, all level 1 mages, with the weakest being a liquidation wizard, and 2 others being crystallized wizards. Duke was the weakest among them. After Hela dispatched everyone else to carry out their task, she finally took a serious look at Duke's left arm. It seems you've gotten yourself into quite a bit of trouble. Even Hela saying this indicated that the curse was indeed extraordinary, as the Crawford clan placed significant importance on their direct descendants. If it weren't so serious, even Merrick wouldn't find it so troublesome, as he could directly devour some of the curse power. But fortunately, Momo can handle this thing, Hela said after a spiritual investigation. Momo then crawled out from Hela's right eye, traveled along Hela's arm to Duke's left arm, and stopped at the location of the curse power. Momo, as a level 2 nightmare beetle, finds the curse power to be the best food. It lay flat on Duke's arm badge, where beneath the badge, the curse power had gathered, suppressed by the badge's power to prevent it from wandering and causing greater damage. Momo emitted an extremely subtle, yet space-tearing-like hiss. Crystalline spines appeared on its back, suddenly lighting up with a deep, all-consuming dark purple glow. An indescribable wave, cold and void-like, chaotic in essence, radiated from its tiny body, enveloping Duke's arm in an instant. Its body, covered with fine scales, arched slightly, and its 6 slender yet fearsome appendages firmly grasped Duke's arm badge. It did not attempt to damage the badge, but positioned its mouthparts, unlike typical insect mandibles, more like a miniature, constantly spinning void vortex precisely over the badge's core rune node, suppressing the curse. A sharp sound, piercing enough to penetrate the soul, exploded in Duke's mind. He felt as though his left arm had been dipped into boiling magma and icy depths, these extremes tearing wildly at his flesh and nerves. The badge trembled violently, with tiny cracks appearing on its surface. The suppressed curse power, like an enraged serpent, frenetically strained against the badge's constraints, trying to backfire on Duke. Just then, Momo's vortex mouthparts sharply accelerated, unleashing an irresistible, devouring force characteristic of absolute consumption. This suction wasn't aimed at physical matter, but directly targeted the intangible, yet real curse power. Visible to the naked eye, strands of energy as viscous as ink, emanating an ominous black aura, were forcibly extracted and separated by Momo's tiny vortex from the badge's rune crevices and deep within Duke's flesh. These black vapors twisted and roiled, vaguely coalescing into vague, pained human faces. From those faces, it was scarcely discernible that they bore Belle's likeness, emitting silent screams and malicious curses. These curse origins, carrying terrifying erosive and tracking traits, as if pulled by invisible threads, frantically surged into Momo's vortex. Momo's body seemed to become an abyss without a bottom. No matter how much black mist poured in, it was instantly devoured and dissipated. Duke felt the pain in his left arm peak, as if the entire limb was about to tear and dissolve. But amidst this extreme agony, he clearly sensed that the chilling curse power, like a malignant growth entrenched deep within his marrow and constantly eroding his life force, was being uprooted. An unprecedented sense of relief slowly emerged, alongside the intense pain. This process lasted about 10 minutes, but for Duke, it felt as long as a century. When the final stubborn wisp of black mist was forcibly extracted by Momo's vortex, the arm badge on Duke's left arm, meticulously crafted by Merrick, finally emitted a crisp crack and shattered completely, falling away as dim metal fragments from Duke's arm. The pain rapidly ebbed like a receding tide, replaced by a profound mental exhaustion and an indescribable lightness. The dark purple glow on Momo's body slowly withdrew. It seemed very full, letting out a tiny, bubble-popping sound of satisfaction, then lazily crawled back into Hela's right eye, seemingly to rest after its meal. Duke exhaled deeply. The separation of the curse had been an immense burden on both his body and mind. Throughout the process, he realized deeply how deeply rooted this curse power had been within him, penetrating even to the spiritual level. The curse power was like a sharp thorn driven into his body, then transforming into hundreds of thousands of root tendrils, deeply embedding in his flesh, marrow, and spirit. This made the curse power immensely difficult to eradicate. Merrick had noticed how troublesome it was at a glance, and found it incredibly challenging to entirely extract it from Duke's body. Even cutting off the entire left arm proved futile, as it extended to the level of spiritual power pollution. If Duke hadn't reacted quickly at the time to contain the influence of the curse power, things would have been more complicated now. Because this curse power could invade a person's spiritual power and even soul, rooting itself within the soul like a tree, making it almost impossible to extract. Luckily, with the nightmare beetle, Momo could precisely extract and devour these curse powers from Duke's body. However, Duke suffered greatly during this process, and he should be thankful it didn't reach the soul level, or else he would have endured that type of soul-deep pain. It would have been comparable to punishments endured by slave creatures, but 100 times more painful. Even Duke wasn't sure he could withstand such torment, fearing that by the time the nightmare beetle finished devouring the curse power deep in the soul, he would already have been rendered an idiot by the intense pain. Recalling the faces he had just seen, Duke roughly understood why this curse power was so strong. It was likely that the curse had been activated using Belle's soul as a sacrifice, and the stronger Belle's resentment before death, the stronger the curse's effect. Duke could sense the strength of the curse power, indicating Belle's immense hatred towards him. No wonder Belle was angered to death by him. The Crawford clan are truly ruthless. To initiate a curse at the cost of a soul. Duke mused. Utilizing a soul as a sacrifice meant Belle completely lost any possibility of resurrection. Though the chance was already slim, it now became zero. Generally, after a wizard's death, they would need to have had extremely strong spiritual power and a robust soul before death to even have the slightest chance of transforming into a pure undead mage. After a wizard's death, they are transformed into undead mages, typically taking on a spiritual body form, sometimes attaching themselves to special objects as vessels. Many so-called powerful witchcraft artifacts come about in this manner, though they are extremely rare. In the following 2 days, Duke started joining the team on their missions, primarily recording the unique plant species here, retrieving samples, labeling, and preserving them. The work may seem simple, but not everyone can do it, as both the environment and the vegetation here possess a certain level of danger that ordinary wizard apprentices cannot handle. After the team completed their mission, they began their journey back to the 7th outpost to submit these materials. With the rest of the team traveling together, the journey went much more smoothly, and often Duke didn't even need to lift a finger as any trouble encountered was quickly resolved. 2 days later, when they were still dozens of kilometers away from the 7th outpost, Hela suddenly stopped, her left eye's gears whirring continuously. At the same time, a massive energy surge came from dozens of kilometers away, and an extremely powerful aura spread to their location. From the energy fluctuations, it was evident that something occurred far away, but the fact that it spread across such a distance indicated the immense power of the source. Simultaneously, Duke received a message through the wizard's mark from Brandon. 7th outpost encountered an enemy attack. All mages below level 2 should evacuate immediately. Hela wore a grave expression and turned back to Duke and the others, saying, "You all need to evacuate this area and await further instructions. I'm heading back to provide support." This attack was sudden, and the attackers were undoubtedly powerful, beyond what a level 1 mage could handle. Joining would only mean certain death. That's why Brandon warned all level 1 mages to stay clear of the outpost, unsure if they could solve the current crisis. Upon giving her instructions, Hela transformed into a black smoke and headed towards the outpost, while Duke exchanged glances with the others, seeing panic and confusion in their eyes. The situation was so sudden they hadn't yet figured out what they should do next. Duke, being straightforward, turned around and began walking, moving away from the direction of the seventh outpost as quickly as possible. Though unaware of what exactly transpired, the urgency in Brandon's message suggested a situation worse than they had imagined. In such circumstances, distancing oneself as quickly as possible was the wisest decision. "Duke, where are you going?" A sorcerer named Della called out to him from behind. Duke turned back and responded, "I don't know, but staying here isn't an option." The others looked at each other, hesitant whether to leave or await further news. Finally, they decided to stay together, move a bit further away but not too far, while Duke had already walked far enough to fade from view. 2 hours later, Duke once again received a message from Brandon. "All mages, stay away from the seventh outpost, do not return here. Head to the fifth outpost and return to the wizard plane from there." Following that message, there was no further communication. Duke tried to reach Hela, but his messages vanished into the void without any response. "It seems the wizard mark tower has been destroyed," Duke speculated to himself. "The Devourer plane hasn't covered so many wizard mark towers yet. Their number is limited, each tower only covering its own range. Once the wizard mark tower here was destroyed, the wizard marks lost their effect." Uncertain about the situation at the seventh outpost, when Duke received Brandon's message, he could sense Brandon's weary spirit, indicating the outpost had likely fallen completely. The strongest defender at the seventh outpost was a level 2 mage. There were no level 3 mages stationed there yet. As a middle plane, the Devourer plane could very well produce a level 3 powerhouse that would destroy such an outpost. Such incidents have occurred before. Advanced teams often faced these risks, discovering strong locals after entering another plane and being annihilated. Brandon's notice for all mages not to return to the seventh outpost signified the worst had happened and the outpost had fallen. Currently, Hela's condition is unknown, nor how many outpost mages survived. Duke couldn't help but be thankful for his decision to proactively head out to find Hela. Otherwise, he would have suffered the attack and possibly not found time to have Hela lift his curse. Not only would the curse remain unresolved, but survival couldn't be guaranteed either. Since the seventh outpost has been destroyed, returning there is pointless. The teleportation array to the wizard plane is most likely either destroyed or defunct. Even if not destroyed by the attackers, the defending wizards would have erased the array before the outposts fall to avert potential threats to the wizard plane. Duke planned to head towards the fifth outpost first, and then return to the wizard plane from there. When he first arrived at the seventh outpost, Brandon had already informed him of these intel details, including the location of the fifth outpost. The fifth outpost, being established earlier than the seventh, housed stronger wizards. However, the fifth outpost was quite far, requiring time to reach, with a need to traverse the urban landscape of the Devourer plane natives. Duke had another option: use the coordinates earring to return to the Flower Sea plane, then from there, back to the wizard plane. But doing so would risk exposing certain secrets about his ability to travel freely across multiple planes. His movements between the Devourer plane and the Flower Sea plane could be traced, paired with his survival tale from the Wood Elf plane, making it easy for observant individuals to deduce a few things. Unless absolutely necessary, Duke didn't plan to use the coordinates earring to return. He intended to try reaching the fifth outpost first. The coordinates earring served as a last resort life-saving option, providing him some mental reassurance. Duke didn't consider returning to join that group, as blending into the Devourer plane's society might require going solo to avoid detection. He moved cautiously through the decomposition forest, swiftly organizing all known information in his mind. The decomposition forest was vastly extensive, with the seventh outpost hidden deep within, largely unnoticed. It was unclear why this location was exposed, leading invaders to wipe out the outpost. Duke aimed northward through the decomposition forest, as the south led directly to the coastline. If he planned to reach the fifth outpost, he must head north and exit the forested area. Humans in the Devourer plane are not much different in appearance from humans in other planes, so the Duke does not have to worry about the locals noticing anything unusual about him based on looks alone. The style of clothing in this plane is also diverse, and even in his current attire, there isn't any issue. His robe is not issued by the Black Sail, and it doesn't bear their emblem. As for language, the Duke had already become proficient over this period, so there's no problem with communication. The Duke only needs to keep a low profile, and even if he resides in the indigenous cities for a period, it would be difficult to expose his problems. The only easy way he could be exposed is that the awakened natives here can absorb the energy of other life forms to enhance their strength after killing them. However, the Duke does not have this innate ability, which is his only easily exposed point. As for the magic abilities like the Sand Guardian, they can be used freely, and these abilities do not differ much from the abilities of the awakened in the Devourer plane. Here, after the awakened awaken their devouring ability, they naturally possess all sorts of peculiar abilities that can also continually grow. The dense, twisted decomposition forest seemed endless, with the Duke's figure rapidly and cautiously shuttling through it. Based on the general location previously provided by Brandon and his own judgment of the terrain, he headed straight north. After a few days, the forest's density began to lessen, with the twisted giant trees gradually replaced by taller and relatively normal ancient trees. The ground shifted from deep black humus to hard soil interspersed with gray-white rocks, and the light brightened somewhat. The Duke knew he was nearing the northern edge of the forest. To the surrounding natives, the decomposition forest is extremely dangerous. Only powerful awakened dare venture deep into the forest, while most natives only dare to operate on the forest's outskirts. Just as he prepared to find a concealed spot to rest and plan the next route, a faint, deliberately lowered conversation drifted downwind, accompanied by the subtle sound of dry branches being stepped on. The Duke instantly froze, blending into the tree trunk's shadow, his breathing slowed to nearly a halt, as spiritual power quietly spread out like an invisible spider web. 3 figures appeared at the edge of his spiritual power. Perception, dressed in rough hunter outfits made from some kind of tough beast hide. Covered with dark brown cloaks, their faces smeared with gray-green mud and plant sap for disguise. Each one carried a longbow on their back, and bone or stone daggers hung from their waists, their movements agile, their eyes sharp, clearly seasoned forest hunters. However, these 3 were merely stronger, ordinary people. Their life aura wasn't very strong, just at the level of an official knight. They spoke the Devourer Plains common language, with a heavy local accent. Why is Master Lu, when bringing so many troops here? And also making us keep an eye out for people acting abnormally. A hunter with a scarred face said in a low voice, "Who cares? It's probably just stuff between those awakened lords, nothing to do with us." Another short, sturdy hunter spat disdainfully. "That Lu Wen isn't a good guy either, bullying us while working under the Lord. To think he's from Zimu Town, spit. Lower your voice, don't say that. If Lu Wen hears you, you'll be in trouble. He's an awakened, naturally different." The third hunter, looking slightly older, advised, clearly very wary of Lu Wen. "What are you afraid of?" The short, sturdy hunter continued to grumble without restraint. The Duke, hidden in the shadows, listened all the while. These people spoke quickly, but thanks to his level 4 proficiency in the Lingua language, he had no difficulty understanding, gleaning quite a bit of information. First, the nearest town on the outskirts of the forest is called Zimu Town, which is a relatively small town inhabited largely by ordinary people. However, its geographical location is favorable, being a necessary passage to the decomposition forest, thus often visited by merchants and the awakened who enter the forest. Due to the constant flow of people through Zimu Town, it is located on a trade route. Many merchants stop here to purchase goods from the decomposition forest. These 3 hunters were native to Zimu Town, having grown up there and become quite skilled, though they were not awakened. Zimu Town belongs to the Arcane territory, located on the fringes of this territory. The lord comes from the ancient and powerful awakened family, the Leighton clan. The lord here is not a traditional noble lord, but rather a common type of power seen on the Buran continent, occupying a piece of land and gradually developing into a force over time. The information the Duke had acquired earlier included this: there are no kingdoms in the area surrounding the decomposition forest. There are many such lords, as well as various city-states, all independent forces. Such a distribution of power is advantageous for the Duke, as he does not have to worry about identity checks. There is no strict household registration system here, and the systems of various forces are independent, with a large number of fluid populations. The Duke can completely disguise himself as a wandering awakened, with no one suspecting his identity, as this is a common occurrence here, as long as he does not expose any traces himself. As for the Lu Wen mentioned by the 3 hunters, He was an awakened under Lord Leighton, who led troops to seal off this side of the decomposition forest in recent days, mainly blocking the entrance to Zimu town, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. And these 3 hunters, because they were quite strong among ordinary people and familiar with this forest, was sent here by Lu Wen to monitor and scout some situations. However, these 3 seemed to be just messing around, having found a comfortable spot to chat and rest, with no intention of actually carrying out their tasks. The Duke listened for a while as they talked about trivial matters with little substance. He didn't disturb them and quietly left. Upon learning that the entrance ahead was blocked, the Duke naturally decided not to exit from there, but to take a detour. He arrived at a point several kilometers away from the entrance, where a cliff awaited, with turbulent water rushing below. The bottom of the canyon roared with the murky, swift waters, raising white foam as it crashed against the rugged black rocks on both banks. This was a long canyon, only the entrance there connected to the decomposition forest. If not entering through there, it would take hundreds of kilometers to find the next entrance. The canyon was over 1,000 meters wide, a distance ordinary people, or even many awakened, could not cross, creating a natural protective barrier. The existence of this gorge is enough to prevent many of the demons in the decomposition forest from reaching the outside world. It allows Lord Leighton to better manage this area. As long as the only entrance and exit are blocked, the decomposition forest can be sealed off to the greatest extent. Duke used the Eye of Darkness to scout the surroundings, and after confirming there were no hidden people in the dark, he stepped on the yellow sand and quickly reached the other side. He looked back and could see that dense decomposition forest, still as silent as before. But Duke did not relax, for now was the time to be even more cautious. He was about to enter the indigenous society within the Devourer plain. After circling through the jungle on this side, he arrived at a muddy road. This road was wide but uneven, with visible traces of wagon wheels. These tracks were very new, indicating frequent comings and goings of people and caravans. Duke continued along the road and soon saw the distant town mentioned by the 3 hunters, namely Zimu town. The town was bustling with activity, filled with voices, with many vendors trading in an open area. The town was indeed not large, with wooden and stone houses arranged in an orderly manner around a relatively spacious square, which was essentially a compacted dirt ground. At the moment, the square was teeming with people, with numerous makeshift stalls set up, vendors in various accents hawking their goods, showcasing furs, herbs, peculiar minerals from the forest, some handcrafted items, and supplies brought from elsewhere. The air was a mix of sweat, the pungent odor of animal hides, the aroma of grilled meat, and a certain low-grade tobacco, brimming with a rough vitality. Trades here were either barters or transactions using precious metals like gold, with gold coins of various standards needing to be weighed for trading. But it was quite normal. There wasn't any unified kingdom here, so naturally, there would be no unified currency. Under such conditions, bartering was often the most reliable and trustworthy method. Unlike usual, Zimu town had many soldiers in standard leather armor, moving in groups of 3, armed with spears or curved blades at their waists, with a clear emblem on the chest of their armor. A tilted shield crossed by a longsword and a stalk of wheat surrounded by thorny vines, which was the emblem of the Leighton clan. They moved like a pack of wolves through the crowd, their sharp eyes scanning every corner. At the town's only entrance, there was even a barricade set up, guarded by a squad of soldiers who questioned and checked those entering and exiting. This was not the usual procedure. It was only recently that things became peculiar, so suspicious individuals would be scrutinized more thoroughly. Of course, often it was because these soldiers wanted to gain some benefits. Or they would ask more questions, especially targeting those merchants of the trading caravans. Duke didn't choose to avoid this town because if he was to reach the 5th outpost, it was impossible not to make contact with the indigenous society here. The best way to remain inconspicuous was to blend into the society and become one of them. Being overly avoidant would instead make him seem suspicious. More importantly, many of the societal norms, customs, and habits could only be learned through contact with these indigenous people. Once he mastered this information, he could blend in more perfectly without arousing suspicion. Duke could almost be sure that Lord Leighton's decision to block the entrance of the decomposition forest was undoubtedly due to the 7th outpost issue. Lord Leighton had likely obtained some information, which led him to implement the blockade, probably to cooperate with actions from higher-tier individuals. The ordinary people certainly wouldn't know that someone from another plane had come to this world, but Lord Leighton's level of individuals might have access to this information. It certainly wouldn't be Lord Leighton who destroyed the 7th outpost. Anyone capable of such a feat would be at least a level 3 being. Such a person wouldn't merely be a territory lord. At this time, Duke had already changed into a somewhat plain robe, wearing a simple leather armor underneath, making his appearance unremarkable. Upon reaching the town entrance, as was routine, 2 soldiers stopped him, questioning identity and what is your purpose here. I am a wandering awakened. Intending to find some work at Goose Peak Castle, Duke calmly replied. Goose Peak Castle was the nearest major city-state to Zimu Town and the largest city within the Leighton clan's territory, home to hundreds of thousands of people. Goose Peak Castle was also a city one must pass through when heading to the 5th outpost on the northward route. The soldier was somewhat surprised, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. An awakened? I see, please proceed, sir. Upon learning of Duke's status as an awakened, they were very respectful, not daring to offend or ask for benefits. These soldiers would ask for benefits from merchants and ordinary people, but definitely not from an awakened. As for the authenticity of the awakened identity, they didn't even consider investigating it. This was not within their capacity, and few dared pretend to be an awakened. Duke didn't expect it to be so easy to pass through, not even needing to answer another question. He was pleased, walking calmly past them, entering the town. However, just as he walked a few steps, a voice came from behind. Friend, are you an awakened? Duke turned around to see a bearded man on horseback in armor watching him, seemingly just returning from the direction of the decomposition forest, having witnessed Duke's entrance into the town. The nearby soldier, upon seeing this man, immediately whispered, Lord Lu Wen. Yes, Duke replied succinctly, trying not to utter more words than necessary. Lu Wen approached with interest, asking, I can sense your strength, you must already be a level 1 awakened, right? Duke nodded, saying nothing further. He knew that the strength hierarchy in this world consisted of apprentice awakened, level 1 awakened, level 2 awakened, and apostles. Apprentice awakened roughly equated to the strength of a wizard apprentice. Level 1 and level 2 awakened corresponded to level 1 and level 2 mages. Only the division wasn't as detailed as that of a level 1 mage. The power disparity among awakened in this world was vast. Even among level 1 awakened, due to differences in abilities and strengths, with significant upper and lower limits, mainly because many people's awakened abilities were not suited for combat, leading to varying actual combat effectiveness. As for the so-called apostle level, it's a level 3 being, information previously discovered by Black Sail. Level 1 awakened is considered a strong individual no matter where they are, and they aren't common. At least not in a border town like Zimu Town. Even under Lord Leighton, the number of level 1 awakened is limited. Lu Wen is just an apprentice awakened, far from the power of a true level 1. Yet even with just his status as an apprentice awakened, he's important enough to Lord Leighton to have gained considerable authority and to work for him. Lu Wen was even more intrigued when he heard Duke's straightforward admission. He dismounted from his horse, his large frame clad in polished scale armor, a heavy warhammer hanging at his waist, exuding an aura of iron and blood. He approached Duke, slightly restraining his aura. He could act haughtily towards others, but when facing a true level 1 awakened, he had to show some respect. The surrounding pedestrians unconsciously took a few steps back. They didn't know how powerful a level 1 awakened was, but they knew how tragic it could end if they angered Lu Wen. Level 1 awakened, not common in this border region. Lu Wen's voice was deep. I'm called Lu Wen, a guard captain under Lord Leighton. Are you interested in joining us? Duke shook his head. I'm used to being free and unrestrained. The forests have been restless lately. Lord Leighton is eager for talented individuals, especially awakened like you. Instead of taking your chances at Goose Peak Castle, why not serve directly under the Lord? You won't be shortchanged, and the need for manpower is urgent now. His gaze brushed over the patrolling soldiers. They wore standard leather armor and looked in good condition, indicating the treatment was indeed decent. For an awakened like Duke, the treatment would naturally be better than that of ordinary soldiers. Lu Wen was eager to invite Duke into the fold, Having such a powerful awakened join Lord Leeton would earn him a handsome reward. Duke felt no stirrings in his heart. He had no interest in so-called treatments or rewards. Joining the Lord's ranks might grant quicker access to the power core and intelligence, but it involved too many constraints, and his identity would be easily probed, with risks outweighing benefits. For Duke now, obtaining intelligence was just a means to an end. His more important goal was reaching the 5th outpost. Joining Lord Leeton also implied being unable to leave the territory for a while, which was the opposite of his goal. Duke still refused Lu Wen's invitation. His voice steady, "Thank you for the offer, but I'm used to being on my own. Unaccustomed to too many restrictions. Going to Goose Peak Castle is about seeing more of the world, not aligning with any side for now." Lu Wen could hear that Duke truly had no intention and had to give up. He couldn't insist. He dared not offend Duke, currently. There was no level 1 awakened in all of Zimu Town, and crossing Duke would only bring catastrophe to them. Everyone has their goals, and Goose Peak Castle is indeed a good place with more opportunities. But he switched his tone to deliberately remind, the road isn't safe lately. Some wandering gray forest thieves and some demons have been active recently. Traveling alone, you must be cautious. Thank you for the reminder. Duke slightly nodded. Lu Wen said no more, waving for the soldiers to let him pass, while he himself led his horse toward the barracks in the town. Duke could feel Lu Wen's gaze linger on his back for a moment before moving away, his intentions unclear. Entering the town, he was greeted by the noisy aroma mixed with sweat, leather, roasted meat, and cheap tobacco. Duke did not linger in the square, reflecting on many things during his conversation with Lu Wen, constantly pondering in his heart. Walking along the muddy main road towards the other end of the town, near another crude exit, he saw several merchant caravans organizing their goods. Mules and horses snorted. Drivers shouted as they moved goods, the air laden with the smell of dry hay and livestock. Duke paid no mind and didn't pause much, intending to head straight north. At that moment, in one merchant caravan, a lean middle-aged man glanced at Duke, somewhat timidly, finally gathering the courage to approach. "Sir, if you are heading to Goose Peak Castle, you can travel with us. We can pay you a fee as compensation," Hawk said somewhat nervously. He had seen many awakened before. Generally, they weren't easy to get along with, requiring caution. However, awakened were powerful, and having one escort a merchant caravan could significantly increase safety on the journey. Duke's gaze swept over Hawk's caravan. It was indeed large, with a dozen or so wagons of varying sizes, numerous pack animals, and over 100 people including laborers and drivers. The escort team had about 20 people, wearing somewhat worn leather armor, their weapons fairly complete, though most looked tense. Their skills considered good among ordinary people. Only 2 people had unusual auras. They were probably awakened, though they hadn't reached level 1 power. Such a convoy, traveling long distances during turbulent times, faced considerable risks. Duke quickly weighed the options in his mind. Traveling alone was faster, but it presented a singular target, drawing attention and lacking continuous local observation opportunities. Integrating into such a large, goal-oriented caravan better concealed his identity. Like a drop of water merging into a river, observing the native society along the way and gathering information was also more conveniently natural. And since the convoy contained 2 apprentice awakened, it was a good opportunity for observation and recording of awakened behavior. These were good intelligence pieces and would help earn contributions when arriving at the 5th outpost. Duke was silent for a few seconds, a brief pause that made Hawk's heart nearly reach his throat. "How much is the pay?" Duke finally spoke, his voice calm, revealing no emotion. Hawk felt relieved, straightening up a bit but still not daring to fully raise his head, respectfully answering, "In reply, sir, we offer 10 lion coins." He named a price far above that for a regular guard, as lion coins were well-circulated gold coins among the nearby city-states. Duke slightly nodded. The price was high for a caravan but merely a bonus for him, the key being the identity cover. "All right, call me Gelot." "Yes, thank you, Lord Gelot, thank you for your grace." Hawk's voice was altered by excitement, bowing repeatedly. "I'm called Hawk, the overseer of this caravan. Sir, please follow me. I'll arrange the most comfortable place for you right away." He led the way, loudly instructing the laborers to quickly clear out a relatively lightly loaded, centrally positioned wagon, carefully laying down clean hay and blankets. An hour later, Hawk's caravan had finished organizing and officially set off from Zimu town. The caravan moved slowly on the muddy road, wheels crushing the potholes, making a monotonous and heavy sound. The cart Duke was on was arranged to be in the middle of the team, creating an invisible vacuum area around it. The ordinary companions and coachmen, upon learning that the silent young man was actually a powerful level 1 awakened, were filled with awe in their eyes. They instinctively stayed away from this cart, even lowering their voices when speaking, fearing to disturb this lord. Duke was indifferent to this. He closed his eyes to rest, while the Eye of Darkness maintained a watchful guard around. He didn't casually release his spiritual power to avoid being detected by other awakened. Before having enough understanding of the awakened, one should be as cautious as possible, as releasing spiritual power has a high probability of being perceived by awakened. The cart Duke was riding in was very simple, but it was already considered quite good in the caravan, at least clean and tidy, much more comfortable to live in than other carts. He lay on the cart, padded with dry straw and blankets, observing the situation inside the caravan with the Eye of Darkness. There were 2 people in the caravan's guard team who appeared particularly distinct. They were the 2 apprentice awakened whom Hawk's caravan relied on to travel dangerous routes. One is burly as a tower named Bal, with muscles like nuts under a rough leather armor, carrying a thick tower shield and a heavy war axe like a silent giant bear. The other, named Finn, appeared lean and agile, with eyes sharp as eagles, 2 sharp daggers hanging from his waist, moving silently. Duke had not yet seen them take action, so he couldn't determine what their awakened abilities were. Bal and Finn were huddled together, speaking in low tones, their faces showing both excitement and unmistakable tension and reverence. Bal, is it really level 1? Finn's voice was extremely low, his eyes constantly darting towards Duke's direction. Bal nodded heavily, his voice low and muffled. Hawk has already said it, it's indeed level 1. And didn't you see Lu Wen's attitude towards him? That's the guard captain under Lord Leighton, usually with his eyes on top of his head. For Lu Wen to be so respectful, who else could it be but a genuine level 1 lord? My heavens, Finn licked his somewhat dry lips. Level 1. We've been risking our lives for so many years and haven't even touched the threshold. This lord looks so young. People can't be compared. Maybe we should go and pay our respects. Not hoping for any guidance from him, but we should maintain a good relationship. After all, the circle of awakened is only so big. Bal was practical, rubbing his fan like large hands together. The 2 discussed in low voices a little longer, encouraging each other, and finally made up their minds. They tidied up their leather armor and weapons, trying to make themselves look sharp, then cautiously and with utmost respect walked towards the cart where Duke was located. Respected Gelot, Finn spoke, his voice clearly tense but trying to keep clear. Both Bane and I are apprentice awakened, and we have come to pay our respects. Duke had long noticed their little gestures, sat up and leaned against the cart door, the coachman also gradually stopping the cart. Is there something you need? Duke asked casually. Finn replied respectfully, it's our honor to travel with Lord Gelot. So we specially came to offer a small gift. As he spoke, he took out a small pouch, bulging inside, presumably filled with quite a few gold coins. Finn still wanted to say something, but Duke waved his hand. No need, you don't have to be so cautious, just don't disturb me often. His meaning was simple. He wouldn't trouble Finn and Bane, nor cause trouble. There was no need for them to pay him tribute. Finn was taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting Duke to be uninterested in the gold coins in his hand. But he quickly reacted, nodding, understood. Lord Gelot, we will ensure the caravan remains as quiet as possible. No strangers will come to disturb you. In the caravan, they had a say, often having a status higher than Hawk, especially when outside the town. In the wilderness, Finn and Bal were the strongest reliance of this caravan, and also the most powerful guarantee of safety. Duke's attitude towards Finn and Bal made the 2 both relieved and a bit disappointed. This level 1 lord didn't seem to care about their loyalty and offerings, only asking for peace. The 2 backed away carefully, returning to their guard positions, at the same time instructing the surrounding companions and coachmen to keep as quiet as possible, so as not to disturb the Lord's rest. The caravan's atmosphere became even more solemn, leaving only the monotone sound of wheels rolling over the mud and occasional snorts from the pack animals. The caravan was advancing in a relatively open gray rocky area, dotted with sparse low bushes, and in the distance lay rolling hills. Further north under the sky, the outline of the forest could be faintly seen. Time passed with the turning of the wheels. After about another hour or so, the caravan entered a relatively narrow valley, flanked by heavily eroded rock walls. Hawk appeared somewhat nervous, ordering the guards to stay alert, as this rugged terrain was an ideal spot for bandit and demon ambushes. Suddenly, Duke's eye of darkness caught a hint of anomaly. About 300 meters ahead of the caravan, on the left hillside among the bushes, several weak but feral presences carrying a cold killing intent were lurking. They moved extremely covertly, using rocks and bushes as cover, quietly maneuvering to encircle the front of the caravan. Meanwhile, on the right hillside in the shadows, there were also a few presences synchronously moving, vaguely forming an encirclement. Demons wolf-like, Duke instantly judged in his mind. These presences bore a unique aura that regular wild wolves do not have, with faint energy flowing within their bodies. There were about 15 to 20 of them, with 2 of them noticeably stronger than the others, nearing the threshold of apprentice awaken. Duke didn't immediately sound the alarm. He wanted to see how the 2 apprentice awakened would handle this, as it was an excellent opportunity to observe the local fighting style and demon characteristics. But he would also ensure the caravan's safety. With his capabilities, these demons couldn't harm ordinary people in the caravan under his watch. Even though Hawk only paid a reward of 10 gold coins, Duke would fulfill the duty that came with that reward, considering it a transaction. A few minutes later, the caravan had arrived at the narrow valley entrance. Finn, the most experienced in the guard team, sensed something amiss. He suddenly raised his hand, and the sharp whistle of warning cut through the valley's silence. Careful, gray rock hyenas on the left hillside ahead, prepare for battle. He evidently possessed a special perception ability, though its range and sensitivity were less than that of the Eye of Darkness. Yet at such close range, he could still detect the aura fluctuations of those lurking demons. The caravan fell into brief chaos, with drivers hastily pulling on the reins and handlers frantically seeking cover or picking up their clubs. Hawk, who was relatively calm, had seen such scenes many times over his years of trade journeys. He shouted, "Guard team, move up, protect the goods and animals." The well-trained guards sprang into action immediately, over 20 of them quickly forming a loose defensive formation in front and on both sides of the convoy, aiming their spears and swords toward the hillside. Bal let out a low growl, stepping forward to the front line, and slammed his massive tower shield into the muddy ground with a thud, like a solid wall. His muscles bulged and a faint, thin layer of earth-yellow glow rose from his skin. Probably one form of his awakened ability. Finn disappeared like a ghost from his original spot, the next moment appearing on a higher rock on the convoy's right side. His short sword unsheathed, his hawk-like gaze firmly locked on the right hillside, as he commanded loudly, "There's movement on the right too, be careful of encirclement." The caravan's few archers immediately drew their bows and shot arrows towards the left hillside direction Finn had indicated. Arrows whistled into the bushes, provoking several angry and pained wolf howls. A howl full of violence and bloodthirst came from the hillside like a horn of attack. In an instant, a dozen gray figures shot like arrows from the bowstrings, rushing down from the bushes and rocks on both hillsides. These were gray rock hyenas, larger than ordinary wolves, with fur the color of rock gray-brown, exposed fangs, salivating and cruel green light flashing in their eyes. Their claws kicked up the dirt as they ran, incredibly fast, turning them into streaks of gray shadows. Bal became the focal point of the caravan's formation, anchoring himself firmly at the very front like a rock. A particularly robust and ferocious alpha wolf roared as it lunged at him, its sharp claws whistling through the air towards his face. Bal did not dodge, instead he roared back, crashing the massive tower shield into the wolf claws with great force. With a dull thud, the strong hyena staggered back from the collision. Bal seized the opportunity, bringing down his heavy war axe with a whooshing sound. The alpha wolf reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, but the axe still tore open a deep, bone-revealing wound on its shoulder blade, splattering blood. Hurt, the alpha wolf became even more ferocious, lunging once more to grapple with Bal. Bal's strength and defensive prowess were on full display, though not quick in action. Each block and counter carried tremendous force, keeping the hyenas trying to breach his line at bay. Meanwhile, Finn weaved through the battlefield like a phantom. His figure appeared and disappeared amidst the chaos, with each reappearance bringing a precise stab of his short sword into the eyes, throat, or soft belly of a hyena. His agile footwork allowed him to navigate the wolf pack skillfully, often dodging their lunges at the last moment and delivering a deadly counterattack. Hyena attempting a side ambush on the convoy was silently approached from behind by him, two blades stabbing into its nape, killing it instantly. Each time Finn took down a hyena, a wisp of black gaseous energy would drift from its corpse and be absorbed by Finn. Yet there was not much joy on Finn's face, as there were many hyenas, and the energy he could absorb was sparse. The immediate priority was to resolve the current predicament. The number of hyenas was overwhelming, and they were extremely cunning and fierce. They avoided the guard's main force, specifically targeting the weakly defended flanks and rear. Finn and Bal could only hold off the primary offensive. Forces of the gray rock hyenas, they couldn't protect all areas. The remaining hyenas could only be handled by the ordinary guards, whose robust physiques were no match for these demons, forcing them to rely on teamwork to barely hold them at bay. These guards were very seasoned, knowing how to handle such demons, and they quickly established a defensive line. However, ordinary people remained ordinary. Against regular wolves, they might manage, but facing true demons was another story. Duke stood atop the carriage, observing the guards' condition, knowing they couldn't hold out much longer. He had to act, otherwise there would be casualties. A few guards wielding swords and shields were struggling to support themselves against two gray rock hyenas, constantly adjusting their stances to fend off attacks. They needed to stay fully alert, as the hyena's claws could easily wound them if they let down their guard for even a moment. A moment later, energy surged within one of the hyenas, its speed exploding as a red glow flashed in its eyes. A guard stood just before this demon, his body quite robust and experienced in numerous battles. At this moment, every muscle in his body tensed as he sensed danger. The hyena's claws enlarged in his eyes, moving seemingly in slow motion, yet he couldn't escape. He realized he was likely going to die, unable to evade this attack. Then, in that brief but interminable moment, a yellow arrow appeared instantly, piercing through the hyena's brow and deeply into its body. The arrow carried such immense force that it flung the entire gray rock hyena into the air. The hyena rolled over several times upon landing and lay silently, without even a whimper. This abrupt scene not only halted the wolves' offensive temporarily, but also stunned the guards, leaving them unsure of what had just happened. Soon after, more yellow arrows flew out, each one precisely claiming the life of a gray rock hyena. The arrows were so unnervingly accurate, ignoring the hyena's lunging paths, bypassing rocks and fellow wolves as cover to hit the wolves with the most oblique, lethal angles, penetrating their eye sockets, throats, hearts, or the junction of vulnerable spines. Hyena leaping high at a wounded fallen guard was shot through in mid-air by a flash of yellow light, its body crashing beside the guard, spraying mud in all directions. Another seemingly stronger hyena, trying to command the remaining pack, let out a low growl, only for a monstrously large arrow to smash through it like a battering ram, exploding its head and part of its body into a mist of blood. This was no longer a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter, efficient to the point of suffocation. The guards stared in disbelief at the demons, which was so ferocious moments ago, forcing them into a perilous situation. Now falling like harvested wheat, those mysterious yellow arrows were more precise than the most seasoned hunters and incredibly lethal. Even the leader of the gray rock hyenas couldn't withstand a single arrow, their tough fur as vulnerable as thin paper before these arrows. Finn stood on the rock, his palms sweaty around the short knife, realizing his pride in speed and perception felt utterly powerless compared to this miraculous attack. He witnessed an arrow almost graze his scalp, pinning the hyena behind him, ready to launch a sneak attack onto the rock. If it had deviated just slightly, it would have lifted his skull, and Finn felt grateful he hadn't panicked and moved. In reality, these arrows were all condensed from the yellow sand by Duke and controlled with spiritual power with such precision that there was no risk of misfire. Even if Finn had indeed made a sudden move, these arrows would have bent around him. Duke manipulated these arrows like an extension of his own arm, targeting and hitting with absolute accuracy. In just a few breaths, the once overwhelming and dominant pack of gray rock hyenas, under Duke's energy arrow assault that felt like divine retribution, instantly collapsed like an ant colony doused in boiling water. More than 2/3 of the hyenas became cold. Corpses on the ground, the remaining few having been scared witless, whimpered in fear, tucked their tails, and ran for their lives, disappearing into the shrubs on the hillside, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a strong stench of blood. The valley plunged into an eerie silence. Only the groans of injured guards, the unease of pack animals, and the winds wailing against the rock wall could be heard. Everyone was still immersed in the shock of the brief yet stunning visual impact, their minds blank. The ordinary workers and drivers were petrified, looking at Duke with fear and awe as if witnessing a god. The guards dropped their weapons and gasped for air, looking at Duke with eyes full of gratitude for their survival and an unfathomable reverence. They knew if it weren't for this man, at least half or more of the convoy would have suffered casualties. Bal and Finn felt it most acutely. They could clearly sense that Duke's intervention earlier was merely some casual handiwork. They realized that Lord Gelot had not even truly showcased his power, just effortlessly flicked his fingers to resolve this wolf pack. It seems Lord Gelot is considered quite strong even. Among level 1 awakened, Finn thought. He had seen level 1 awakened before, but none could resolve battles as easily as Duke. Finn and Bal also noticed that Duke didn't even absorb the energy within these hyenas, obviously dismissing it as insignificant since the energy in ordinary demons was negligible for a level 1 awaken. Absorbing energy from these ordinary demons not only doesn't help increase one's power, but could increase the risk of getting erosion disease. This was what Finn thought, although he actually didn't know Duke couldn't absorb the hyena energy at all. For Duke, it's indeed simple and monotonous. If he wasn't observing Finn and Bal's combat, he could have dealt with the wolf pack already. Duke was exerting himself with minimal magic power expenditure, solving the threat with ordinary arrow condensation. He did this to keep a low profile and conceal his own strength and methods, not exposing too much to others. Otherwise, he could unleash the yellow sand like a sweeping storm and take out the wolves in an instant. Duke stood on the top of the wagon, his robe gently swaying in the breeze, not a speck of blood or dust on him. Lord Gelot, the energy within these hyenas. Finn respectfully asked. You can use it at your discretion. Duke waved his hand, pretending to be indifferent. Finn and Bal, granted permission, smiled brightly and bowed respectfully. For many level 1 awakened, not absorbing energy from low-level demons is quite normal, as there are some implicit rules in this world. Duke acted nonchalantly after understanding these, thus eliminating the hyenas without a second thought. He calmly surveyed the chaotic battlefield, his gaze skimming over the frightened faces, finally landing on Hawk. Clear the battlefield, treat the injured, and leave here as soon as possible. His voice was still plain, as if the breathtaking massacre was just wiping a bit of dust off his sleeve. The scent of blood will attract more trouble. Yes, sir. Hawk immediately straightened his body and responded loudly, turning to command the still shell-shocked convoy members. The entire convoy, as if injected with a dose of stimulant, driven by awe and gratitude, worked with unprecedented efficiency. Duke then gently leaped down from the top of the wagon, lay back inside, and closed his eyes again as if nothing had happened. The shadow and scent of the wolf pack attack gradually faded away as the convoy left the narrow valley, and the atmosphere within the convoy turned strangely tense after Duke's power display. Reverence and gratitude lingered, but a hint of fear was also added. The awakened of the Devourer Plane always had a notorious reputation, even more ferocious than beasts for ordinary people, who could be devoured at any moment. The ordinary workers and drivers became more cautious around Duke, even deliberately quieting their breathing. For the following half-month, the convoy traveled through sparsely populated wilderness and forests. For ordinary people on the Devourer Plane, there were almost no small villages scattered in the mountains, all of which had to attach themselves to large city-states to survive. Because there were too many powerful demons in the wild, ordinary people had no chance or space for survival. Thus, most of the Devourer Plane formed into massive city-states, with countless villages and towns surrounding these city-states, allowing ordinary people to survive. Near the city-states, generally, there wouldn't be any very powerful demons, as these places are cleared regularly. Even if a powerful demon appeared, the strong awakened in the city-state could arrive in time to clear or drive them away. During this time, Duke, through hints from Finn and Bal, learned quite a bit about this world, noting that there was an unwritten rule. Awakened individuals cannot wantonly slaughter ordinary people. This rule was intriguing, reminding Duke of similar rules on the wizard plane, prohibiting wizards from wantonly slaughtering ordinary people. The rule in the Devourer plane predetermined it as a world of survival of the fittest, where eliminating others is the way to grow stronger. Such a situation would inevitably lead to chaos and disorder, with everyone killing each other, from which some powerful beings might emerge, but also it would result in most lower and middle-tier lives gradually dwindling. The strong at the top, wanting to continue enhancing themselves, essentially need a lot of energy. If the middle and lower-tier lives faded away, it could cap their improvement ceiling. Theoretically, the energy one can acquire is limited to the total life energy in their own plane. However, the total energy in the Devourer plane isn't constant, with all awakened having two ways to enhance power: looting from other lives or gradually increasing through daily cultivation. As long as there are more and more awakened in the Devourer plane, the energy within them will increase as they enhance through cultivation. For the entire Devourer plane, this means that the total energy of the plane is constantly rising. And as long as the top-level beings of this plane want to continue to improve, they will ensure the healthy development of the plane, not allowing the middle and lower-class lives to wither away. For beings of their level, it is easy to use various methods to direct the final flow of energy towards themselves. Therefore, for those at the top of the Devourer plane, they will certainly establish some rules to guide the development of the plane in a good direction, from which they will ultimately benefit. The wizard plane protects ordinary people to increase the number of wizards, while the Devourer plane protects ordinary people to increase overall energy, which in essence is to enhance the strength of the plane. The Devourer plane is certainly not as simple as it appears on the surface, filled with the law of the jungle. Otherwise, it wouldn't have developed into a middle plane. The Devourer plane is not a chaotic slaughterhouse. Awakened enhance through cultivation, increasing their internal energy, theoretically causing the total energy of the entire plane to rise slowly. For those at the top of the plane, those level 4 and possibly higher beings, they are the top predators in this ocean of energy, but they won't exhaust the resources foolishly. Allowing the lower levels to wither is tantamount to self-destruction. Healthy, steadily growing group of middle and lower level awakened is the pasture that enables the high-ranking ones to continue drawing energy. Therefore, they will certainly maintain order to some extent, set rules, and guide the plane's development in a direction conducive to the growth of the total energy. Duke quickly pondered these thoughts. He quickly inferred them from some information in the conversation between Finn and the other person earlier. His perspective and level of understanding were naturally different, which stemmed from the difference in vision brought by knowledge. Prentice awakened like Finn, and the other person most likely didn't even know of the existence of other planes, so when they saw some phenomena, they couldn't think more deeply. Duke still remembered the intelligence Black Sail provided earlier, that the strongest being the Devourer plane had discovered was a level 4 life, still unsure if there were life forms of higher levels. I wonder if, when the total energy of the entire plane is accumulated, it could add up to create a level 6 life. If so, would anyone do such a thing? Duke couldn't help but ponder. He was thinking that if the Devourer plane really had such a madman who wanted to elevate themselves to an extremely high level, there might indeed be an attempt to slaughter the entire plane. But achieving this feat would be too challenging. Without absolute overpowering strength, resisting the entire plane would be impossible. Moreover, the will of the plane probably wouldn't allow anyone to do such a thing. Otherwise, it would cut off the development path of the plane's future. If indeed an extremely strong life form was born, that would mean the Devourer plane would almost enter a post-spell era. The vast majority of people would lose the ability to awaken. The more reasonable path remains gradual development, promotion through normal mutual devouring rather than mass slaughter. In fact, the Devourer plane has a special mechanism to prevent such actions, which is precisely a plane rule. This plane rule is the existence of erosion disease. And if awakened devour a large amount of energy from other awakened in a short time, there's a chance of pollution which could lead to erosion disease, gradually losing control and turning into the fabled erosion body. When Duke first heard of the existence of erosion bodies, from Finn he noticed the fear in Finn's eyes, as if he didn't even want to mention this term. Erosion bodies are transformed from awakened. Both humans and demons could become erosion bodies. They are monsters, gradually polluted by erosion disease, losing control, losing their sanity, and becoming creatures controlled by instinct and erosion disease. Erosion bodies often possess strong power and can spread erosion disease, polluting other awaken. However, the fate of erosion bodies is doomed. It is to self-destruct, eventually turning into a mass of chaotic, polluted energy. Even if no one cleans it up, such an erosion body will eventually return to dust and soil. But it will pollute that area upon its dispersal, turning it into a forbidden zone tainted by erosion disease. The Devourer plane is dotted with such forbidden zones, all caused by the pollution of various powerful erosion bodies throughout history. Forbidden zones can last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, and become stronger and more bizarre as more lives enter, die, and integrate. All areas within 1,000 miles of any forbidden zone have no human habitation. Some key choke points around them are guarded to monitor the activities within the forbidden zone at all times and to prevent anyone from entering. Anyone who enters the forbidden zone is indirectly intensifying it, making it more dangerous. For any place within the Devourer plane, the emergence of an erosion body is the most severe matter and must be resolved immediately, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Erosion body. Duke quietly contemplated this term, continuously pondering matters related to the erosion body. Could the erosion body be something created by a top-tier powerhouse? The existence of erosion bodies increasingly seems like a harvesting mechanism. If erosion bodies are a means of some entity, then all the energy harvested by the erosion bodies would eventually flow to him. Duke delved deeper into this thinking. Awakened improve gradually through normal cultivation pathways. Energy growth is slow but stable, and eventually, through battle, aging, or death, energy is returned to the plane or passed down in relatively peaceful forms. Yet, when someone attempts to take shortcuts by conducting extensive, rapid energy plundering, triggers the firewall mechanism of erosion disease. The erosion body highly pollutes and muddles the plundered energy, and ultimately, upon its death, both the erosion body and its plundered energy are sealed in the forbidden zone. Therefore, could the entities setting the rules be, on the one hand, preventing the birth of ravagers who might threaten their ruling status, and on the other hand also secretly drawing upon the polluted and isolated energy? This thought clarified Duke's perception of the Devourer plane. If true, the whole ecosystem of the Devourer plane is a vast, intricate energy pasture and filter. Ordinary life forms are the grass, the awakened are the herbivores, and the top predators maintain the order. The existence of erosion disease is also a disguised constraint on the upper predators, preventing them from arbitrarily harvesting energy through the slaughter of lower lives. This is also why Finn and the other person wouldn't find it strange earlier when Duke didn't absorb the energy from the hyena's body. Many powerful awakened avoid absorbing energy from those significantly weaker than themselves to reduce the risk of infection by erosion disease. For them, the enhancement gained from that amount of energy is negligible, yet it increases the risk of contracting erosion disease, making it not cost-effective. After Duke deduced this information, he roughly understood the operating mode of this plane. He increasingly felt the power of this plane, and it seemed that the top experts of this plane were not simple. Even if the 4 great wizard organizations joined forces, it would probably take considerable effort to conquer this place. Duke lay in the gently swaying carriage, the piece of dry grass in his mouth swaying softly with the jostle of the vehicle. The afterglow of the setting sun slanted through the open door of the carriage, casting distinct lines of light and shadow on his face, dyeing one half with a warm golden red, while the other half remained hidden in the shadows of the carriage, appearing profound and serene. Outside the window, the wasteland was painted into a magnificent and desolate canvas by the sunset. Golden red light spilled over the severely weathered giant hills, casting long and twisted shadows from the jagged boulders. The road wound through the hills, becoming increasingly narrow and winding, while the steep rock walls on either side seemed ready to crash down at any moment. This place was a natural breeding ground for ambushes, with an intangible tension permeating the air. The merchant caravan advanced through the severely weathered hilly area, the road becoming narrow and winding, with jagged boulders, providing a natural site for ambushes. The guards noticeably heightened their vigilance, no longer engaging in previous idle chatter, their sharp gazes sweeping over the rock crevices and the withered bushes on both sides. Each passage through such terrain meant the risk multiplied. The experienced driver also slowed the pace, tightly reining in the somewhat restless pack animals. Hawk, the steward, rode back and forth in the middle of the team, wearing an unconcealed expression of worry. It had been more than half a month since leaving Zimu town, and people were becoming increasingly scarce. This place was at least a month's journey from Goose Peak Castle, lying in an awkward stretch of emptiness between settlements. If they encountered a strong enemy here, rescue would be impossible, and the consequences would be unimaginable. The long journey drained everyone's strength, with the workers showing clear signs of fatigue on their faces, and the guards' movements were no longer as nimble as initially, yet everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. This life of eating and sleeping in the open, on constant alert, had long become ingrained in the bones of these people walking the dangerous merchant routes for living. For the sake of livelihood, for family, they had to keep going, no matter how hard or tiring it was. The monotonous crunch of wheels over gravel mixed with the heavy panting of beasts of burden formed the background noise for this weary caravan. Life in a trading caravan was thus arduous, and the people inside were long accustomed to such a lifestyle. Finn and Bal were stationed at the rearmost and foremost part of the caravan respectively, both cautious and carefully observing their surroundings. Finn rode on a pack animal, his eyes slightly closed, not resting but concentrating entirely on the wind perception ability he possessed. Invisible perception spread out like a web, capturing the finest air disturbances, biological breaths, even the sound of gravel rolling in the rock crevices. Bal, on the other hand, was like a moving iron tower, closely following the steward Hawk, with a giant tower shield strapped to his back but his sturdy arms ready to lift it at any moment. His steady gaze swept across the towering rock walls on either side, muscles subtly tensing under the leather armor, like a beast poised to strike. They had already entered the activity area of the Grey Forest Thieves and might encounter this bandit force. The Grey Forest Thieves were a newly emerged bandit force with hundreds of robust handymen under their command. More importantly, their leader was a powerful level 1 awakened named Marcus. Marcus was reportedly wanted in other city-states, fleeing to the Leeton clan's territory after being hunted down. There, he used his immense strength to establish the Grey Forest Thieves. Since their area of operation was right by a trade route, they've grown powerful by plundering for over 3 years now, feeding themselves heartily on their spoils. No merchant caravan passing this route dared to feel safe. They had no better options. This was the only trade route, and they had to pass through here. The merchants could only pray they wouldn't be unlucky. If they happened to run into the Grey Forest Thieves on a raid, they'd have to accept their bad luck. The region was vast and remote, so the probability of running into the Grey Forest Thieves was relatively low. When passing through here, trading caravans generally don't stop, pushing on even at night just to quickly leave this area. Hawk's face was grim. The last time he passed through here, he was lucky not to have encountered the Grey Forest Thieves. He didn't know if he'd have the same luck this time. The road ahead turned around a massive bend, where the rock walls on either side formed a narrow bottleneck, allowing barely 2 carriages to travel side by side. The glow of the setting sun was blocked by the towering rock walls, plunging this stretch of road into premature darkness. Just as the vanguard of the caravan was about to pass through this bottleneck, a dense whistling like the whisper of death shot out from the tops and mid-fissures of the rock walls on either side, and from behind the massive stones ahead. Screams and the painful neighing of pack animals exploded suddenly. Several robust draft horses were pierced through neck or abdomen by strong arrows, crying out in agony as they collapsed, dragging the heavy carts into a tilt. Bal roared, slamming his massive tower shield down in front of him with a boom. Dull yellow glow instantly brightening, enveloping him and nearby caravan members. Several arrows aimed at them collided with the shield and the glow, producing dull thuds, astonishingly rebounding off forcefully. The guards reacted with lightning speed, quickly taking cover behind the carriages. Except for a few unfortunate ones initially shot, no subsequent casualties occurred. The terrain provided good ambush opportunities for the attackers, but also offered the caravan ample cover space. The view was narrow, and the area reachable by arrows was limited. Soon, figures appeared in the rock walls on both sides, wearing various leather armor, holding different weapons. They didn't continue attacking, but howled to scare the caravan below. These were clearly the gray forest thieves active nearby, and the caravan had the bad luck of running into them on a hunting spree, thus becoming the prey. With over 100 people in the caravan, it wouldn't be easy for the gray forest thieves to take them down forcefully, so their initial attack was more of a demonstration, pausing afterward, with the gleaming arrows still poised menacingly. The steward Hawk took a few deep breaths and then stepped out from behind the carriage, with Bal closely following, ever ready to protect Hawk with the tower shield in his hands. Hawk's heart pounded heavily in his chest, and he forced himself to calm down as much as possible, striving to keep his voice steady. Warriors of the Grey Forest Thieves, we are a caravan under the protection of the Leighton family, carrying only some worthless goods. We kindly ask you to allow us passage. We are willing to offer a toll in return for our peaceful passage. His voice echoed in the narrow gorge, marked with evident humility and compromise. The caravan guards gripped their weapons tightly, holding their breath in anticipation of the response from the rocks above. A burst of coarse laughter and mocking whistles descended. From above, immediately after, a huge figure, as robust as a bear standing on its hind legs, slowly emerged from behind a protruding rock and stood on the edge of the rock wall, looking down upon the entire caravan, as if examining a flock of lambs to be slaughtered. That person was none other than Marcus, the leader of the Grey Forest Thieves. He wore a half-old chain armor, casually draped with a leather shoulder stained with grime and blood. A thick brown beard almost obscured half of his face, and a hideous scar crossed his forehead over his left eye, which was now just a murky white. The other intact eye gleamed with a cruel and greedy light, much like a vulture eyeing carrion. In his hand was a menacingly heavy two-handed warhammer, its head encrusted with dark red grime. Merely leaning it against the ground exuded an intangible pressure, as if the earth itself groaned under its weight. The Leighton family. Marcus' voice grated like sandpaper against rock, hoarse, and full of blatant contempt. In this wilderness, Master Marcus' hammer is the law, the crest of Leighton, too rough even to wipe my ass. His lone eye scanned the caravan, pausing briefly on Bal's massive tower shield and Finn's meditative form before breaking into a disdainful sneer. Toll, oh, you bet, but. He deliberately drew out his words, a cruel smile of a cat playing with a mouse on his face. I'm in a good mood today, and my appetite is hearty. I want 80% of the goods in this caravan, and moreover. Marcus suddenly raised his voice, roaring like a beast. Every man capable of wielding a weapon in your caravan, leave them all behind to be my slaves and laborers. What? Hawk's face turned as pale as paper in an instant, his body swaying slightly. Chief Marcus, this is not consistent with the way things are done. We are willing to offer 30% of the goods, that is our utmost sincerity. Take 80% of our goods and our men, this caravan will be finished. Hawk's voice wavered in despair. Losing 80% of their goods was tantamount to the death of the caravan. Not only would there be no profit, but the caravan would also be saddled with enormous debt, with almost no hope of recovery. Losing 30% of the goods still allowed them to break even, avoiding too much loss, but losing 80%. More importantly, Marcus wanted not only the goods, but also the men. If the able-bodied men from the caravan were all taken away, the caravan couldn't continue to operate afterward. Marcus was very aware of the importance of young labor. The growth and strength of the Grey Forest Thieves were dependent on the influx of fresh blood. As long as the manpower increased, he was even confident of taking down Lord Leighton. Marcus suddenly raised his warhammer high, a fierce aura. Like a tangible chill erupted instantly, enveloping the entire gorge, freezing the air, making even breathing difficult. Either do as I say, leave the money, the goods, and the men. You managers can scram, or. His lone eye blazed fiercely, the warhammer pointing directly downward. I'll come down myself and smash you all into mince with this hammer, then rob everything you have. Not a single copper left. The icy killing intent of a level 1 awakens swept over like a chill tide, making the cohorts tremble, and even the guards felt immense pressure. Bal grunted, the earth-toned glow on the tower shield flared suddenly. This was an instinctive defensive reaction to great pressure. Finn's eyes flew open, sharp as knives, fingers tightly gripping the hilt of the curved blade at his waist. Hawk felt icy all over, as if plunged into an ice cellar. He realized this was not a negotiation at all but blatant plunder and annihilation. Not only did Marcus want to drain the caravan of its value, but he also intended to abduct the labor, to replenish his bandit crew, leaving no chance of survival. Fear and anger intertwined in him. "Chief, I implore you." Hawk tried one last plea. "Kill them all, wealth and slaves are ours." Marcus wasted no more words, his eyes flaring wickedly, and he swung the warhammer forward harshly, issuing a fatal declaration of attack. Since this caravan failed to appreciate his kindness, he would simply have to eliminate them. Patience was never Marcus' strong suit. Opportunities were offered only once. The gray forest thieves on the rocks let out bloodthirsty howls, with arrows poised to rain down like a storm of death once more. Meanwhile, from the cracks in the rock walls and behind the boulders on both sides, dozens of grim-faced bandits, brandishing rusty axes and spears, charged down like hyenas scenting blood, lunging madly at the caravan's wagons and guards. "Shield wall!" Bal bellowed like a wounded beast, his massive tower shield slammed into the ground with a thud. The earthen glow flared sharply, forming a heavy, semi-transparent wall of light, shielding him, Hawk, and several nearby wagons from behind. The dense arrows hammered against the shield of light like a hailstorm, resounding with crisp clashes, most being deflected, but the shield rippled violently, its glow flickering uncertainly. The other guards also utilized the wagons and terrain to mount resistance. The piercing clash of blades, the dying screams, and the terrified wails of beasts of burden erupted intensely, the scent of blood rapidly permeating the narrow space. The combat transitioned into savage close quarter, fighting almost immediately upon engagement. Finn moved with ghostly swiftness, weaving silently through the wind. Among this group of gray forest thieves, there were not many awakened, perhaps only 7 or 8 apprentice awakened. Most were ordinary men. These ordinary bandits posed no threat to Finn. He could easily harvest their lives with ease, a chasm unbridgeable between ordinary humans and an awakened. No matter how much ordinary people train or strive, their life level remains that of an ordinary human, unable to break through the physical limits of humanity. "Hold the line. Protect the wagons," shouted Hawk, his eyes red with determination, struggling to hold on with the guards. Though well-trained, the guards of the caravan were weary from the long journey, lagging both mentally and physically against the bandits before them. As the only 2 awakened in the caravan, Finn and Bal also won a significant breathing room for the caravan at the start of the battle. But likewise, they faced immense pressure. Bal was bearing the brunt of the largest-scale attack, with even several apprentice awakens specifically targeting him. Fortunately, Bal excelled in defense, and without worrying about offense, he could still hold out temporarily, though not for long. Finn had an easy time harvesting the gray forest thieves at the start, but it became difficult once 2 apprentice awakened began dealing with him. It seemed Marcus wanted Finn and Bal to join him, though he didn't allow his subordinates to strike to kill. After all, for him, apprentice awakened were an important and rare resource. For a force, the awakened were the most important foundation, while ordinary people were merely expendables. After watching the battle of Finn and Bal for a while, Marcus developed some interest in them and said to the 2, still fighting, "You 2 are not bad. Interested in joining the gray forest thieves? Much better than sticking with this lousy caravan." Bal gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on, saying, "Bal has accepted the caravan's commission and will work for it." Finn glanced over at Bal and said, "He's my brother. We would never consider defecting at this critical moment." Both of them knew today's situation was dire, but they never considered turning traitor. Having grown up together, the 2 had been through many things over the years and had seen plenty of betrayal. To them, under any circumstances, betrayal was unacceptable. Marcus' face turned icy. "HMPH, a hard-shelled turtle and an annoying flea. Since you won't join, then die." He sneered, taking a deep breath, and the surrounding air temperature plummeted again. Visible white breath condensing into small ice crystals falling. His one eye locked on Bal, struggling to support the shield wall like a rock, determined to remove this hardest nail. Bal's defensive ability was indeed strong. Typical apprentice awakened could not break through this defensive layer quickly. If Bal held out for even one more minute, the gray forest thieves could lose more people, something Marcus didn't want to see. Since others couldn't solve it, Marcus had to take action himself. With his level 1 awakened power, he could easily eliminate Bal. Marcus roared like rolling thunder. Gripping the warhammer with both hands, he lifted it high above his head. A thick layer of ice, exuding biting cold, instantly formed on the hammer's head. This ice wasn't pure and transparent, but rather a murky gray blue, as if condensed with countless grievances, filled with destructive and violent energy. His entire body bulged with knotted muscles, channeling full strength of a level 1 awaken, swinging it down onto Bal's earthy yellow shield of light, like throwing a mountain. A massive gray-blue icy shockwave, wrapped in bitter cold, accompanied by the shriek of ripping through the air and the crackling of freezing everything, descended unstoppable from above like a breath from the deep frozen abyss. Bal's pupils shrank, feeling a deadly threat he had never faced before. It wasn't just a physical impact, but also one imbued with a soul-freezing chill. He roared furiously, veins bulging on his forehead, wildly injecting all his will and strength into the tower shield. The earthy yellow glow was brighter and more solid than ever, like it was turning into a substantial rocky barrier. He tried his utmost, yet still felt unable to withstand the incoming energy. The vast energy in Marcus' attack far surpassed Bal's defensive capacity, beyond what he could resist. Bal understood in his heart that today might be his end, ready for a final struggle, pouring almost all energy into the tower shield, just to absorb more energy so the ones behind him might perish a little less. Bal! Finn yelled hoarsely from a distance, fully aware that Marcus' move was something Bal couldn't possibly withstand. He watched as the gray-blue icy shockwave surged down like an avalanche, while Bal seemed a lone boat about to be engulfed. At this critical moment, a burst of yellow sand suddenly swept in, forming a yellow sand barrier in front of the caravan instantly. The surging icy energy collided with the yellow sand barrier and immediately vanished, contrary to the expected impact clash. The blue ice energy disappeared silently, like ice and snow submerging in the ocean. In reality, was the energy absorption trait of the yellow sand at work. The icy energy was entirely absorbed by the yellow sand, even enhancing its defensive ability in return. This scene stunned everyone, including Marcus. Marcus felt it most directly and clearly. He sensed his attack was completely neutralized and absorbed, not even knowing how the other party achieved this. The towering yellow sand barrier in front awakened a sense of helplessness in him, a kind he almost couldn't overcome. This reminded Marcus of those powerful awakened who once hunted him. The oppressive feeling was almost identical. He quickly grew serious, wondering if those people had caught up here. A figure standing on the yellow sand barrier drew everyone's attention. Master Gelot. Seeing the familiar silhouette ahead, Bal immediately recognized him. He had prepared for death but didn't expect the surging attack to be neutralized so easily. Duke sensed the previous attack, roughly estimating Marcus' power to be on the level of a gaseous wizard. Seeing Duke, Marcus asked, "And who might you be?" "Hired by the caravan to escort it to Goose Peak Castle," Duke replied expressionlessly. Marcus frowned, thinking, hired by the caravan. This caravan really spent a fortune, actually hiring such a strong level 1 awakened as an escort. He thought for a moment and said, "How much is the caravan offering you? I'll double it and give you a 20% cut of the goods in the caravan, how's that?" Duke chuckled and said, "Manager Hawk only paid 10 gold lion coins, but whatever the amount, a promise given is a promise kept." 10 gold lion coins. Can you really hire an awakened of this level for 10 gold lion coins? Marcus was a bit stunned. He could never have imagined that the caravan had secured the protection of a level 1 awakened for merely 10 gold lion coins, utterly unbelievable. He then realized that the person in front of him was likely mocking him, and anger surfaced on his face. "So you insist on protecting this caravan?" Marcus could sense Duke's strength, but still felt that their powers weren't too disparate, that he had the upper hand. He had plenty of apprentice awakened allies on his side, and their cooperation was sufficient to deal with the person before him. Duke looked at the group of gray forest thieves and softly said, "I offer you 2 choices, either retreat or die. If any other words come from your mouth next, I can only grant you death." Marcus heard these arrogant words and immediately snorted coldly, "Big words." But before he could finish his sentence, the yellow sand barrier moved, transforming into a towering wave of yellow sand that swept towards them. Marcus couldn't believe Duke's decisiveness. He actually took action directly, as if intending to face their group of 200 men single-handedly. His arrogance was off the charts. "Everyone attack. Take care of this person first." Marcus didn't flinch at all, directly ordering all his subordinates to deal with Duke. He believed that as long as he could hold Duke at bay, others would find an opportunity from the side, and even the strongest level 1 awakened would make mistakes. However, Marcus could never have expected that he was facing not a regular level 1 awakened, but a level 1 mage. The arrows shot by the gray forest thieves were meaningless to Duke, as a veil of sand always appeared in time to block them. Occasionally, energy-type attacks from Apprentice Awakened were no different. Duke treated them like regular arrows as they be halted by the automatic defense of the Sand Guardian. These Apprentice Awakened were not even as strong as first-class wizard apprentices, so how could their attacks threaten Duke? With the talent magic of Sand Guardian, Duke's level of strength naturally surpassed these Awakened on another level. Even if he stood still, these Awakened had no means to harm him. The outcome of the battle had been determined from the start. A massive wave of yellow sand erupted skyward. Instead of forming a yellow sand barrier, it became countless streams of fine, sharp, high-speed rotating sand. Like billions of minuscule, sand-formed poison needles emitting a dense, buzzing sound, forming a deathly sandstorm over the entire canyon passage. The target of the sandstorm was every gray forest thief still standing on the rock walls and within the canyon. Marcus's pupils contracted. He felt the terrifying penetrative power and destructive aura contained in the sandstorm, a type of attack no ordinary person or apprentice awakened could possibly withstand. He frantically wielded his warhammer, forming layer upon layer of thick, gray-blue ice shields to protect his men. Yet the rotating streams of sand needles seemed to ignore the hardness of the ice. Piercing through point after point, they effortlessly penetrated layer upon layer of ice shields. The ice shields emitted dense sounds of cracking, like glass being shot through by countless bullets. Screams instantly echoed throughout the canyon, more piercing than any before. Whether archers hiding behind rocks, small leaders standing by the edges of rock walls, or thieves in the canyon not yet ensnared by the sand beneath their feet if exposed under the deathly sandstorm, their bodies were instantly riddled like sieves. High-speed rotating sand streams easily pierced through leather armor and chain mail, raising puffs of bloody mist. On rocks and ground, countless crimson flecks of blood bloomed in an instant. The once imposing gray forest thieves, who held absolute advantage, suddenly crumbled completely. What kind of awakened ability is this? Marcus remained unscathed. Witnessing the almost complete annihilation of the gray forest thieves, his eyes were red, and his anger knew no bounds. The force he'd painstakingly built over 3 years shattered in an instant, leaving him a mere lone commander. Though there were still some people at the gray forest thieves' hideout, they were either women or ineffective in combat. Nearly all of Marcus's fighting strength was here, annihilated in an instant by Duke alone. He'd never encountered such domineering, overwhelmingly powerful abilities with extreme defensive fortitude and attack methods that were exceptionally strong, diverse, and unpredictable. Those sands were no ordinary sand. They completely ignored the defenses of his ice shield, directly penetrating all of them, killing the gray forest thieves behind the shields. When Duke took action, he held no mercy. Not only were these natives of another plane, but these gray forest thieves were bandits who knows how many lives they had harmed over the 3 years. When they chose to be bandits, they had to accept the possibility of being killed by others. Marcus realized he'd completely underestimated Duke's strength, not anticipating his awakened ability to be so formidable. To manipulate such a large scale of sand, consuming vast amounts of energy, and then condensing it into precise sand spikes for attack such control required immense power. Marcus, being himself a level 1 awakened, knew well the difficulty of achieving this level. None of the strongest level 1 awakened he'd previously encountered matched Duke's power. He never expected that, in just routine banditry, he'd encounter such a fierce character. The setting sun was blood red, casting hellish shadows across the canyon scene. The drifting sand continued to move slowly. The pervasive scent of blood mixed with sand dust was nauseating. The members of the caravan stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape, at the figure standing atop the sand like a deity with reverence and a sudden flooding fear in their hearts. To slay nearly 200 people in an instant and remain unfazed, such a person was enough to evoke fear in ordinary individuals, even if they were allies. Bal and Finn felt their hearts churn as they sensed the terrifying power surrounding them, yet tightly protecting them with sand. They knew Duke was strong, but never imagined he was this strong. This surpassed their limits of understanding of a level 1 awakened. Such skill and awakening ability were immensely powerful in any setting. Duke felt little emotion. His gaze finally fell once more on Marcus, who in an instant became a lone commander. That gaze remained calm, yet it chilled Marcus 100-fold more than his own released cold. Now Duke's voice carried no emotion, yet it announced the arrival of the final judgment. It's your turn. Marcus's heart felt as if it was being gripped by a cold, giant hand. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly over him. The power he painstakingly built vanished in an instant. His carefully nurtured subordinates became cold corpses in the valley within the blink of an eye, the colossal blow nearly suffocating him. However, the instinct to survive and deep-seated hatred quickly overwhelmed fear, igniting his final madness. Marcus erupted with a beast-like roar, a voice full of desperate rage and endless viciousness. He no longer held anything back, pouring out all of the awakened energy from within. Centered on Marcus, an overwhelming, terrifying cold burst forth, as though it came from the polar abyss. This cold appeared almost corporeal, deep blue like a rushing, icy river, instantly engulfing the area where Duke stood. The yellow sand under Duke's feet, originally flowing gently, froze at a speed visible to the naked eye under this extreme cold flow. A thick layer of ice crystal, hard as iron, spread rapidly, attempting to freeze Duke along with the yellow sand he controlled in place. The cold even tried climbing along the protective yellow sand around Duke, coating the surface of the flowing sand shield with frost and emitting soft cracking sounds. Duke was somewhat surprised, not expecting Marcus to erupt with such strong energy, momentarily freezing his sand. However, the freezing only stayed on the surface. These frost energy attributes couldn't penetrate the sand in the slightest, essentially only freezing the moisture in the air surrounding the sand, making the surface appear as though the sand was frozen. Meanwhile, the massive warhammer in Marcus's hand exploded with a blinding ice-blue glow. He no longer attempted to defend, but poured all his power into this desperate blow. Marcus leapt high, muscles bulging. With a resolute look of mutual destruction, swung the warhammer roundly to smash down hard at Duke, who seemed momentarily slowed by the cold. The warhammer, carrying enough physical force to shatter massive rocks and freeze all with its extreme cold energy, tore through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming directly at Duke's head. The air in front of the hammerhead was compressed and frozen, forming a visible ice crystal shockwave. Members of the caravan watched with shattered nerves. Bal and Finn couldn't help but sweat for Duke. As Apprentice awakened, they could more clearly feel the enormous energy carried by that chill, and the hammer itself wielding massive power. Such a hammer, the two of them absolutely couldn't handle. Even Bal, who was most skilled at defense, would be pulverized into meat paste. Duke looked at the hammer carrying immense energy. His gaze remained as calm as ancient well water. His expression showed no trace of tension. Just as the warhammer, enveloped in destructive power, was about to strike Duke's head, the sand seemingly frozen beside Duke suddenly moved. The sand abruptly coagulated upwards, in the blink of an eye morphing into an enormous and ferocious claw made purely of sand. The sand claw spread its 5 fingers open, its textures clear, carrying a rock-like heavy texture, yet also flowed with the agility of sand particles. The speed of the claw's appearance was faster than Marcus's downward strike. When the warhammer collided with the claw, a dull, tooth-grinding loud sound echoed throughout the valley. The seemingly indestructible ice-blue energy and physical impact, upon contact with the palm of the claw, vanished like mud into the sea. The raging ice energy was absorbed entirely by the sand claw, further enhancing its strength. And the terrifying kinetic energy carried by the warhammer was completely undone, dispersed, and directed into the earth by the flowing and yet unyieldingly tough palm. All the power dissipated without a trace. The warhammer seemed to have plunged into a bottomless flowing sand abyss, failed to stir even a ripple, firmly gripped by the sand claw. The ice-blue glow bursting from the hammerhead dimmed and extinguished swiftly like a candle in the wind. The madness and viciousness on Marcus's face froze instantly, becoming an expression of incredulous horror. He felt like he wasn't striking sand, but a living mountain devouring all energy. He sensed that the giant claw, constructed of sand, continuously absorbed the energy from the warhammer. The energy he poured into the hammer was being ceaselessly absorbed. At this moment, Marcus realized that the sand could absorb energy. He exhausted all efforts trying to pull back the warhammer. But the 5 fingers of the claw, akin to 5 mountains, remained immobile. Marcus couldn't imagine that a move he poured his all into had no effect. Initially, he thought the momentary energy burst temporarily froze the sand, buying him a fleeting chance. Yet he never expected the sand was only apparently frozen. In reality, it was wholly unaffected. Duke's gaze penetrated calmly through the gaps of the claw, landing on Marcus's face, distorted with despair. Didn't hurry to kill Marcus, fully intending to observe this plane's level one awakens combat methods for a while longer. However, it seems the techniques of these awakened are less varied currently, comparatively single. Nonetheless, a conclusion can't be drawn as individual differences are surely vast. It also depends on the extent each awakened develops their abilities. Duke also discovered the warhammer in Marcus's hand was quite peculiar. It wasn't made of any metal, but an energy form. Meaning this warhammer wasn't forged in the traditional sense, but conjured by Marcus using energy from his body. The giant sand claw holding the warhammer squeezed, inwardly encapsulating both the warhammer and Marcus entirely within. The immense force pressed Marcus's body, emitting the sounds of bones cracking. He struggled desperately, attempting to break the constraint by releasing energy from within. However, the released energy was all absorbed by the claw, causing the claw's restraining power to grow stronger. A moment later, the claw exerted force, and Marcus fell silent. A swirl of dark energy floated out from the claw, entering Duke's body. This scene was witnessed by everyone. The caravan members didn't find it strange. In fact, Duke didn't possess devouring abilities, but manipulated surrounding dark attribute energy particles to form a mass of energy, appearing similar from afar to the energies Finn absorbed. Feigning absorption of Marcus's internal energy. Duke directly placed Marcus's corpse within the light god court. Essentially, he hadn't truly absorbed Marcus's energy, if he didn't dispose of the body in time. Once Finn and Bal discovered Marcus's corpse still contained large amounts of absorbable energy, they would surely find it odd. Marcus was no gray rock hyena. A low-level demon, he was indeed a level 1 awakened. The energy within him was definitely worth Duke's absorption. If Duke did not absorb the energy from Marcus, it would seem quite unreasonable. So he had to perform this act in front of the caravan. In fact, even when Finn and the other person saw it, they found it quite normal and did not think in any other direction. They could never imagine that this scene was deliberately staged by Duke, nor did they think Duke was someone from the other plane. As for Marcus's body, people simply thought it was completely crushed by Duke's yellow sand giant claw and mixed with the sand, leaving only some blood on the ground. The once tense canyon became exceedingly quiet, as if everything was merely an illusion. But everyone knew this was not an illusion. The figure standing before them, Master Gelot, was an exceptionally powerful level 1 awakened. Such potent awakened ability was enough to make him an esteemed guest in any giant city-state, a presence the entire caravan had to look up to. Duke noticed that at the moment of Marcus's death, his warhammer also dissipated into a stream of energy. It seemed that this warhammer truly wasn't a traditional weapon, but rather Marcus's awakened ability, commonly called demonized armor. Demonized armor is a common awakened ability, like Bal's giant tower shield, which is also a form of demonized armor. The manifestations of demonized armor can vary widely, possibly appearing as swords, warhammers, bows, or any kind of weapon, or even like armor worn on the body. Apart from having characteristics of weapons or armor themselves, these demonized armors often have special abilities related to the awakened. Typically, awakened need to deeply explore their own abilities, continuously practicing to enhance their strength and enrich the way demonized armors are used. Demonized armors also undergo changes as the awakened strength increases, which is also their greatest reliance. After finishing these, Duke looked around. The canyon was deathly silent. Marcus, the leader of the Grey Forest thieves who once terrorized the Grey Forest and struck fear into passing merchants, and his famed weapons, completely vanished from the world, leaving not a single intact corpse behind. Only the wails of the wind through the cracks of the rock wall. The occasional bubble and crack of the still congealing pool of blood remained. The overwhelmingly strong scent of blood, mixed with dust and a trace of lingering coldness, formed a nauseating, hellish atmosphere. All members of the caravan, including Bal and Finn, stood stiff as if frozen by a spell. They looked at the figure standing atop the yellow sand, whose robe remained undisturbed by even the slightest dust, venerating him like a god. Duke quietly stood there, the yellow sand around him, flowing and settling like a living creature, silently covering and burying the grim corpses and bloodstains in the canyon, as the golden sunset cast a sacred yet chilling halo over him. Effortlessly, he buried all the corpses of the Grey Forest thieves underground, in the very place where they used to ambush passing merchants, conveniently erasing many traces. Neither Finn nor Bal ever considered the question of Marcus's corpse or the bodies of the apprentice awakened, not daring to ask for energy, as they believed it had all been absorbed by Duke. Duke's gaze finally returned to the slowly calming sandy canyon, as if nothing had ever happened. He gently took a step, the sand at his feet moving like the most obedient steed, carrying him steadily towards the exit of the canyon. "Let's go." His voice broke the stillness. The caravan members awoke as if from a dream, hastily driving their frightened pack animals, clumsily following. The wheels rolled over the sand-covered ground, still bearing dark red marks, making a soft rustling sound, as if treading on countless souls' remains. No one dared to speak, or even look another moment at the divine-like figure ahead. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, casting them into the blood and sand-filled canyon, silently reaching into the distance. Hawk silently rode at the front of the caravan. Whenever he thought that he had employed Duke for merely 10 gold lion coins, his face couldn't help but feel burning hot. He now realized that such a small amount of money was far from sufficient to pay for Duke's services. In fact, a strong individual of Duke's caliber couldn't be simply hired with money. As soon as they left the canyon, it marked the end of the Grey Forest thieves as history, the bandits entrenched here for 3 years utterly obliterated. Even if some members remained, without Marcus, the Grey Forest thieves were nothing more than scattered sand, incapable of attacking any more caravans. The fighting capability of Hawk's caravan was actually not poor. With over 100 people and 2 apprentices awakened, it was not something ordinary bandits could rob. However, because the Leighton clan was unwilling to exert efforts to eliminate this force, the Grey Forest thieves could remain active here for 3 years. The latter part of the journey was quite peaceful. Besides the occasional disturbance by minor demons, there were no significant surprises. Master Gelot, Hawk urged his horse closer, his voice carrying obvious respect. "Ahead lies Goose Peak Castle." Duke's gaze cast into the distance, where the silhouette of a massive fortress gradually emerged in the deepening dusk, built against the mountain. It nestled between 2 steep peaks resembling swans' necks, guarding the crucial passageway to the prosperous inland. The gray stone massive wall, weathered by time, bore scars of blades, axes, and energy burns, silently telling tales of countless battles. From behind the battlements on the wall, giant metal ballistae showed savage fangs, while the watchtowers, like vigilant eyes, glimmered with a faint yellow light, scanning the desolate plain. A raw scent of rust, dust, sweat, and cheap grease floated faintly on the night wind. This was Goose Peak Castle, or rather the entrance to it. The fortress ahead was the origin of Goose Peak Castle's name. Behind this fortress stood a gigantic city-state, the largest within the Leighton clan's territory, exceptionally prosperous. "Master Gelot, it's thanks to you that the caravan reached here safely, and the goods were preserved. Upon reaching Goose Peak Castle, we will provide additional compensation as a token of gratitude," Hawk sincerely thanked. "The commission is paid, the transaction is complete." Duke's voice was calm and flat. "No additional reward is necessary." He could see that this caravan didn't have much wealth, and the reward offered wasn't meaningful to him. Hawk still felt a bit uneasy about it. Duke shifted the conversation. "However, after entering Goose Peak Castle, there might be some matters I need your assistance with." Yes, sir, just instruct us." "And we'll definitely do it." Upon hearing Duke might require their help, Hawk immediately agreed without even asking what it was. Finally, the caravan arrived at the gigantic, rivet-studded oak gates of Goose Peak Castle. It was already dusk, and soon the gates would close, with soldiers guarding the entrance. A team of guards wearing gray-brown studded leather armor and holding spears blocked them. The team leader was stout, with a grim scar on his face, and eyes sharp like an eagle's, scrutinizing the travel-worn group. "Halt!" Name of the caravan, Merchant Proof. Captain Scar's voice was gruff, filled with the unique vigilance and impatience of a border soldier. His gaze swept over the caravan's carts and the startled staff, carefully observing every detail. At this moment, Duke sat in the middle carriage, keeping a low profile to avoid trouble. Hawk would handle the entry into the city, as he was already quite experienced. However, this time, entering the city was much stricter than before. The soldiers inspected every person and every carriage, checking for suspicious individuals. Naturally, Hawk didn't dare to resist. The more he resisted, the more suspicion he would arouse. He could only hope not to be deliberately harassed. When it was Duke's carriage's turn, his distinctive demeanor quickly caught the team leader's attention, making him keenly aware that the person before him was not ordinary. The team leader was also an apprentice awakened and had been stationed here for years, seeing all sorts of people. Who is this? Doesn't seem like someone from the caravan. The team leader's hand appeared casually resting on the knife at his waist, his gaze full of scrutiny and pressure. Duke finally looked the Captain Scar in the eye. His gaze calmly met the other's scrutinizing and warning eyes, with no intent to evade or explain. Just as the Captain Scar felt a bit unnerved by this overly calm gaze and prepared to further question, an invisible, cold, and heavy pressure descended abruptly. The Captain Scar felt as if he had been thrown into a 10,000-meter deep sea, the air around him becoming incredibly viscous, each breath an immense effort. A primal fear, innate to creatures facing a top predator, surged without warning from his spine to his crown. His hand on the knife hilt instantly stiffened, cold sweat soaking his inner lining. The soldiers behind him, though less intensely affected, also felt a sense of inexplicable palpitation and unease, unconsciously stepping back half a step. This pressure lasted only a fleeting moment, vanishing like an illusion. Duke still sat in the carriage, speaking lightly, his voice not loud but clearly reaching Captain Scar's ears. "Gelot, a wandering awakened, currently a caravan guard." Captain Scar gasped, his back soaked with cold sweat. He looked at Duke with doubt and bewilderment. The suffocating pressure just now was no illusion. When he looked at Duke again, the scrutiny and warning in his eyes had disappeared, leaving only deep apprehension and a trace of barely perceptible fear. To make a battle-hardened veteran like him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave solely through presence, he was clearly aware that this young man before him was a powerful first-level awakened. Facing a first-level awakened requires utmost caution, avoiding any offense. Otherwise, if Duke were to kill him, the Leighton clan would likely prefer to foster a good relationship rather than continue animosity. For a low-level figure like the team leader, he was insignificant compared to the value of a first-level awakened. It was obvious how the Leighton clan would act. Wandering awakened were quite common, and there were many in Goose Peak Castle, making a living by taking on various commissions. For the Leighton clan, these wandering awakened were also a force in their hands, who could be hired just with money, with no need for cultivation. Of course, a prerequisite for this was that the Leighton clan had enough strength not to fear backlash. There was a reason the Leighton clan could remain steadfast in this territory. They themselves were an awakened family, with second-level awakened among them. Without such power to hold the fort, they couldn't have lasted so many years in this territory. Knowing Duke's strength, Captain Scar no longer dared to meet Duke's gaze, unconsciously lowering his voice. "Lord Gelot, it's just a routine check as part of my duty, please understand." He waved to signal his subordinates to let them pass, noticeably speeding up his movements. The heavy gates slowly opened with the creaking sound of the winch, revealing the brightly lit, heavily guarded interior of Goose Peak Castle. Beyond the gate was a broad but heavily guarded passageway, towering stone walls casting deep shadows. At intervals stood burning resin torches, the flickering flames illuminating the metal inlays on the guard's armor, adding to the tense atmosphere. This fortress was part of the gate defense area of Goose Peak Castle, so aside from the Leighton clan's guard force, there weren't many other idle people lingering here. The caravan trickled in, the wheels grinding on the rough cobblestone ground, producing a monotonous echo that was particularly clear in the empty passageway. Duke still sat in the carriage, his gaze calmly scanning the surroundings. This was Goose Peak Castle's purely military defense area. Apart from fully armed, vigilant Leighton clan soldiers and a few warehouses storing siege equipment, there were almost no civilians in sight. The air was filled with an aura of tension, warning outsiders to keep away. Hawk and the caravan members instinctively shrank their necks, treading carefully in this cold military fortress area, fearing to attract unnecessary trouble. They only wished to swiftly pass through here and reach the relatively safe city block. The passageway wasn't very long, ending in another gate, slightly smaller but equally sturdy. The guards had evidently received signals from the front, merely giving the caravan a cursory glance before opening the gate silently. As the gate opened, the view unfolded dramatically. The last rays of sunset lovingly brushed the two giant peaks, resembling swan necks, steep and precipitous, coloring them in magnificent gold and red hues. And in the hollow embraced by these two goose peaks, a vast, bustling city full of smoke and vigor lay sprawling like a colossal beast, presented before everyone's eyes. This was the real Goose Peak Castle, a gigantic city, vibrant with chaos and desires, protected by iron bastions. Everywhere he looked, tall and low stone and wooden houses piled densely upon each other. Built along the mountainside, narrow streets wound like a labyrinth, twisting and turning, with specks of light flickering in the twilight. The massive castle main tower stood like a crown at the highest point, overlooking the entire city. The clamor of voices, the bray of beasts of burden, the clanging of the blacksmith shop, and the faint uproar from the taverns, all mingled with the smell of baking bread, poor quality ale, spices, animal dung, and the complex odors produced by countless people living together. It was like a surging tide, instantly overwhelming the caravan that had just emerged from the austere pass. Hawk exhaled a long breath, and the tension on his face eased considerably. He skillfully guided the caravan along a relatively wide main road, heading purposefully toward a certain area of the city. The streets gradually became lively, with pedestrians, vendors, mercenaries, adventurers, and merchants wearing clothing in various styles jostling shoulder to shoulder. Curious, scrutinizing, greedy, and indifferent gazes were cast from all directions onto this dusty caravan, but most people only glanced briefly before moving their eyes elsewhere. Duke sat in the carriage like a quiet observer. His shadow perception, like invisible tentacles, cautiously observed everything around him. The feeble energy fluctuations drifting in the air, the malicious glances lurking in corners, the drunken brawling at the tavern entrance, the orderly footsteps of patrolling soldiers, all this vast amount of information flooded into his perception. Under Hawk's leadership, the caravan twisted and turned, eventually stopping at the end of a relatively secluded alley filled with the smell of cheap booze and the sounds of revelry. A 3-story stone and wooden building that looked somewhat aged stood there, with a wooden sign blackened by smoke hanging at the door, bearing the rough carving of a raven spreading its wings to fly. "My lord, we have arrived." Hawk jumped off the horse, walked quickly to Duke's carriage, and said respectfully, "This is the Raven Tavern. The conditions are somewhat crude, but the location is good. We usually lodge our caravan here." Duke nodded slightly and gracefully descended from the carriage. His appearance made the few figures at the tavern entrance or leaning against the wall for idle talk or drunken days instantly quiet down considerably. It was an instinctive reaction of creatures to danger. Even though Duke had restrained most of his aura, it still gave these adventurers and mercenaries, who mingled at the lower levels, an inexplicable sense of oppression and wariness. Duke keenly noticed this and felt somewhat troubled. He could restrain his aura quite well, but still couldn't completely eliminate the instinctual pressure his life energy exerted on others. Duke could not yet rely solely on his ability to do this. He would either have to wait until his strength improved or use some special witchcraft artifacts to completely disguise himself as an ordinary person. As his strength increased, the oppressive feeling from his life level would grow stronger. If he couldn't restrain this aura later, even the naturally emitted life energy waves would be enough to crush ordinary people. Duke deeply understood this, as it was the case when he faced the 3-headed dog in the Nightmare Plane. It took all his strength just to defend against the naturally emitted energy waves of the 3-headed dog. Duke recalled the time spent with Morgan and Grace, these level 3 and level 4 mages. He didn't feel any pressure from them. They seemed just like ordinary people. This also indicated that once one's life level reached a certain height, it could completely hide their aura without imposing too much pressure on those with lower life levels. The caravan had many people, and Hawk made arrangements for each of them, with everyone in the caravan skillfully unloading cargo and tending to the beasts. After settling the caravan, Hawk turned to Duke, his face alight with a smile. "My lord, please come inside. I'll arrange the best room for you." Duke didn't immediately move. His gaze calmly swept over the slightly tense Hawk and the caravan members who instinctively avoided his eyes, finally returning to Hawk. "I might stay in Goose Peak Castle for some time. There are things I need your help with," Duke said in his usual flat tone. "My lord, just tell me what you need. I've been running in Goose Peak Castle for more than a decade. I'm very familiar with this place. Gathering information, running errands, finding connections, no problem at all," Hawk hurriedly replied. "Let's talk inside," Duke said. glancing at the people coming and going at the inn entrance. Hawk understood immediately and stepped aside to lead the way. "Yes, my lord, this way, please." He was the first to push open the creaky, stained wooden door. A wave of more intense, mixed smells of sweat, low-grade ale, charred meat, and some sort of old mustiness hit them, accompanied by a deafening roar. The inside of the Raven Tavern was more cramped and noisy than it appeared from the outside. Dim oil lamps and the flickering flames in the fireplace were the main sources of light, casting wavering shadows in the smoky air. Rough wooden tables and benches were packed with all sorts of guests boisterously playing finger games. Braying saliva, the mercenaries looking about warily, adventurers engaging in low conversations, and destitute travelers downing ale alone. There were also several heavily made-up waitresses weaving through the crowd. The air was filled with coarse laughter, tipsy singing, and the clatter of dishes and cups. Duke's entry was like a drop of cold water falling into boiling oil. The voices at the tables near the entrance subconsciously lowered. The mercenaries and adventurers, used to licking blood from the blade, instinctively sensed an unseen threat. They paused, their eyes, bright or dim, casting glances at the doorway where the young man in a robe stood. He stood there at odds with the rough, chaotic environment around, like a piece of cold jade sunk in sewage, exuding a disquieting tranquility and chill. Noticing the atmosphere turning delicate, Hawk quickly led Duke into the depths of the inn, where the reserved rooms awaited. He had especially assigned Duke the best room that he had kept for himself. Following Hawk inside, Duke pondered. Perhaps it's been some time since I've mingled with a large group of ordinary people. I hadn't realized I've changed so much. He once again truly felt the transformation brought by the elevation of his life level, a change he hadn't noticed while living among the wizard community. It was only now, fully immersed in the world of ordinary people, that Duke realized all of this. They passed through a door covered with a greasy curtain, where a few narrow staircases led to the upstairs rooms, alongside several private rooms with closed doors. Hawk led Duke up to the second floor, down a long corridor, and to the end, where he opened the door to a spacious room. The room was not luxuriously adorned, very simple, yet exceptionally clean and tidy. It was evident that while no one frequently stayed here, someone was consistently responsible for its cleanliness. In this era, finding a clean inn wasn't easy. Other rooms were mostly inhabited by mercenaries and adventurers. You couldn't expect them to love cleanliness, nor could you expect the inn to maintain high standards of cleanliness. After Hawk closed the door, Duke extended his shadow perception, releasing an eye of darkness. Once he confirmed no one was secretly spying on them, he began to speak. "I'll be leaving Goose Peak Castle soon, heading north to the Toulouse territory. Do you have any reliable channels?" The Toulouse territory bordered the Leeton clan, a territory with considerable strength, its area larger than the Leeton clans. If Duke were to head to the 5th outpost, he would need to pass through the Toulouse territory. Due to some conflicts between Toulouse and the Leeton clan, friction frequently occurred, so having a more reasonable identity could prevent a lot of trouble. Duke needed to pass through the Toulouse territory as discreetly as possible, avoiding too much trouble. Reaching the 5th outpost quickly was currently the most crucial goal. "You intend to head to the Toulouse territory, my lord." This might be somewhat problematic. Hawk looked troubled with clear concern in his voice. "Go on," Duke gestured him to continue. "Surely you're aware, my lord." Hawk lowered his voice, as if afraid the walls might have ears. The relationship between the Leeton clan and the Iron Wall Lord of the Toulouse territory, it's really quite complicated. There's constant friction at the border, as both sides are on guard against each other. As a convoy registered under the Leeton territory, trying to openly bring major goods into the Toulouse territory involves excruciatingly complicated procedures, and checkpoint inspections are extremely strict. They almost want to check every strand of hair to see if it's a spy. Anything slightly sensitive like weapons or minerals, you can forget about crossing. Getting confiscated is the least of the worries. Hawk sighed, looking very helpless. Our convoy tried the Toulouse route before. The profit was good, but those layers of extorts and hindrances, coupled with the risk of being suspected as spies, it's really not worth it, so we basically stopped going thereafter. He then shifted his tone. "There's a way, but it's truly not." "What way?" Duke, knowing Hawk had connections, asked eagerly. "I wouldn't recommend you to take this route. There's a certain risk, which is to use the Raven's Beak channel to cross the border." Hawk said hesitantly, seeming reluctant for Duke to head to the Toulouse territory via this method. It's all right, go ahead, Duke said with interest. Hawk nodded and had to say, Raven's Beak is a well-known and relatively reputable broker organization underground at Goose Peak Castle, somewhat connected to this tavern. Raven's Beak controls several paths that can bypass official checkpoints and directly pass through unguarded or treacherous mountain areas at the border. It's extremely risky, facing harsh environments, vicious beasts, and potentially running into Toulouse patrols or even robberies. However, can bypass Toulouse territory's border inspections directly, and it's fast. No need to make long detours, just that. Isn't this smuggling? Duke pondered silently. Given the poor relationship between the Leighton clan and the Toulouse territory, an emergence of a smuggling industry was quite normal. The profits were enticing. As long as money is to be made, people would do it, even if it meant hanging their heads on their belts for it. Help me make contact, then. Duke thought for a moment before speaking. Lord Gelot, this. Hawk didn't expect Duke to choose the Raven's Beak channel so readily, but thinking of Duke's powerful ability, he could somewhat understand. With high skill comes great courage. With enough strength, those so-called risks are nothing to fear. In front of Lord Gelot, it's uncertain who truly poses the risk, Hawk thought to himself. I'll go take care of it right away, my lord. Please rest well. Hawk respectfully gave a bow and gently and discreetly left the room, carefully closing the door behind him. Duke walked to the window and opened a slit. The night view of Goose Peak Castle unfolded before him, distant lights from the main building of the majestic castle, and nearby dim street lamps and the warm glow from the tavern windows on the winding streets was seen. The cold wind carried the city's clamor and complex scents. Early the next morning, just as the dawn's light broke, Duke slowly opened his eyes while compressing his spiritual power. The night hadn't been particularly quiet. The noise from the tavern lingered all through the night. If it weren't for this room being the innermost one, the noise could have been even louder. One could only imagine what sleeping in other rooms was like. Most of the residents here were mercenaries and adventurers who usually were drunk by the time they slept, not caring about a bit of noise. The dim light of dawn struggled to pierce the perennial fog enveloping Goose Peak Castle, painting the gray city with a cold, leaden hue. Duke pushed open the back door of Raven Tavern and stepped into a narrow, damp alley. The air was filled with the sour smell of night-old sewage and the chill of early morning. Darkly different from the lingering noise and muddled air of the tavern, one night of commotion didn't affect him at all. For most of the time, he was immersed in the liquidation compression of spiritual power. Duke planned to familiarize himself with this city, to understand its veins. Hawk needed time to contact Raven's Beak, so this period was right for observation. All the intelligence gathered was valuable. Other wizards might not have penetrated so deeply into a city within the Devourer plane to move freely. He didn't choose the main road, instead. He blended into the shadow, navigating through cobblestone alleys. The core area of Goose Peak Castle was even more crowded and complex than what he swiftly sensed at a glance last night. Towering stone houses pressed against each other, and the narrow alleys were like a maze, with various hung clothes and illegal shelters overhead, blocking out the sky. Early rising vendors pushed squeaky carts, calling out to sell black bread and thin vegetable soup. Unknowingly, he passed through the relatively chaotic civilian area, nearing the core central square of Goose Peak Castle. Here, adjacent to the Leighton clan's main castle building. The field of view was open, paved with smooth stone slabs, a place for public announcements, holding ceremonies, or even public executions. At present, more people than usual had congregated in the square. In the noisy crowd, suppressed discussions intermingled with an indescribable excitement. At the center of the gathering crowd stood a temporary erected wooden platform. Surrounding the platform were 2 rows of Leighton clan. Elite soldiers, their armor vivid, wielding spears, standing with a stern expression. The energy fluctuations on them were noticeably stronger than the guards at the city gates, clearly showing they were experienced awakened warriors. Inside the ring of vigilance formed by the soldiers, the atmosphere was as heavy as if frozen. What drew everyone's attention were the special cages standing on the high platform. These cages were not made of ordinary wood or iron bars, but of a dark black metal that seemed to absorb light, engraved on the surface with complex and dim silver runes. The runes occasionally emitted a faint, icy glow, exuding a chilling sense of energy confinement. 3 people were held inside the cages, and their condition was rather poor. One seemed to have lost consciousness, leaning weakly against the cage wall, the faint rise and fall of his chest proving he was still alive. Another had his arms twisted at a bizarre angle, obviously having suffered serious injuries, yet his bloodshot eyes stared straight ahead, filled with deep hatred and unwillingness. The third one seemed relatively better, leaning there, his face pale as paper, with bloodstains left at the corner of his mouth, staring blankly at the sky with a sense of hopeless numbness. Duke inadvertently glanced at them, his heart sank sharply, and his pupils imperceptibly contracted for a moment. He knew all three of them, or rather had seen them before. Just wasn't familiar with them. These three were members of Hela's small team, originally 4 people, now only 3 remained, and the female wizard was nowhere to be found. They actually got caught, Duke recalled when they parted ways earlier. The other side was still hesitating whether to stay away from the 7th outpost. Duke didn't care about them at that time anyway. He had decided to run away first without the slightest hesitation. He didn't know what happened afterward, but it seemed his decision at the time was wise. With the strength of the Leeton clan, it was unlikely they could capture these people, who were at least level 1 liquidation mages. Even multiple level 1 awakened ones couldn't possibly capture them. At least a 2nd level awakened warrior would have to take action to turn these people into prisoners. Next to the high platform stood a huge wooden sign with a conspicuous notice written on it, and a person wearing the Leeton clan's emblem robe was vociferously reading it out to the crowd. These people are all evil demons. Don't be fooled by the fact they look like us, humans. In reality, they are demons that endanger the entire world. If anyone discovers any clues about such evil demons, you must report to us immediately. We will reward you handsomely. It's also straightforward to distinguish these demons, as they have the power of the awakened but lack the ability to devour energy. If you encounter someone behaving similarly to these awakened ones, they are likely evil demons. Duke silently listened while hidden in the crowd, gathering his entire aura and lowering his head to avoid eye contact with the 3 in the cage. Even though Duke wasn't familiar with these 3, they would surely recognize him at a glance, and emotional fluctuations at that moment could be troublesome if noticed. Those who provide effective leads will be rewarded. 100 lion coins. Those who capture or kill evil demons will be rewarded with 500 lion coins. The Leeton clan offered a very high bounty that made many people in the crowd particularly excited, eager to yank someone out from their side as a demon to hand over. Duke quickly calculated in his mind. The capture of the 7th outpost personnel meant they might have already leaked some intelligence about the wizards. The abilities of awakened ones are varied, and even if these 3 could withstand severe torture, there are many ways to probe into the information hidden in their minds. There must be higher-level people behind the Leeton clan. The Leeton clan is just a subordinate, with more powerful forces behind it. Looking at those specially made cages, Duke knew these 3 shouldn't die for now. For the natives of the Devourer Plane, living was more valuable. They probably already learned quite a bit about the Wizard Plane and would certainly discuss strategies to counter this. Duke never thought of rescuing these 3 because he simply didn't have the ability to rescue them. Getting this information to the 5th outpost would be his best effort. The only concern now is that if the news at the 5th outpost has already leaked, where to go next? The intelligence he knows, there's only the location of the 5th outpost, and he is completely unaware of other outpost information. Duke's gaze once again swept over those 3 miserable figures on the high platform, then silently retreated, merging into the morning mist, quickly leaving the noisy and dangerous central square. I must leave Goose Peak Castle quickly and reach the 5th outpost. He felt a growing urgency. What is known is that there might be hidden strong awakened ones in Goose Peak Castle, which would pose a great danger if exposed. The 3 captured people are all higher level than he is and still ended up like this, enough to show they confronted an extremely formidable enemy. This enemy is likely the same one that destroyed the 7th outpost. Just that 2nd level awakened of the Leeton clan probably couldn't have achieved this alone. Now even the news of the 5th outpost might have leaked. So Duke needs to rush over all the more, as delay could change things. Bringing this intelligence there is crucial. Now that the Leeton clan labels wizards as evil demons and publishes related information, it indicates some changes in the situation. Duke is worried that if it's delayed, it might even become difficult to leave the city, and the channels through Raven's Beak might not be reliable. Perhaps in a few days, it might not be feasible to leave. Goose Peak Castle's warm morning light fell on Duke at the moment, but he felt not the slightest warmth, only piercing cold and urgency. Duke didn't continue to loiter inside Goose Peak Castle. When he returned to the inn, Hawk hadn't come back yet. Most of the caravan was still sleeping, exhausted mentally and physically after the long journey. He waited for a while in the Raven Tavern, sensing when Hawk returned. After coming back to the Raven Tavern, Hawk went straight upstairs, and Duke let him in even before he knocked. "Sir, the matter is settled. There's an opportunity tonight to go along with the line. We can take you with us." Hawk brought back good news, smelling slightly of alcohol and looking somewhat tired. Hawk evidently hadn't slept all night, likely drinking and dining with others just to handle this matter for Duke. "That's good. I can depart at any time," Duke said. He thought of rewarding Hawk with something, but dismissed the idea after considering the recent events. Many things with Duke are related to the wizards. Giving it to Hawk might inadvertently harm him instead. From the actions on the side of the Leeton clan, it's highly likely that many places in the Devourer Plane are already aware of the wizard's affairs. The subsequent investigation into matters concerning the wizard will undoubtedly be more stringent. Everyone and everything possibly related to the wizard will be highly scrutinized. What Duke can do now is not to give Hawk anything related to himself. Even something as ordinary as a gold coin won't do, but Hawk himself didn't ask for any reward. He simply wants to work for Duke. If it weren't for Duke, Hawk's caravan wouldn't have gotten this far and would have died under the attacks of the Grey Forest thieves. Hawk is also very aware that a small figure like him is unlikely to have any further interaction with Duke in the future, and he just wants to do things well for Duke's sake. "Thank you for your hard work." Duke looked at Hawk's bloodshot eyes, and the smell of alcohol on him, nodding. "It's my duty, sir." Hawk seemed to have also sensed the graver aura around Duke than yesterday and didn't dare ask more questions. He lowered his voice and added, "The meeting location and method are a bit special. You'll need to verify it in person. Old Scar, that's the tavern owner, he will take you there. The time is midnight tonight, please be careful." The night descended slowly over the bustling and chaotic Goose Peak Castle like a curtain soaked in ink. As midnight approached, the noise subsided a little. Thud, 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 3 evenly spaced light knocks were heard. Duke opened his eyes, silently slid out of bed, and opened the door. Outside stood Old Scar, a one-eyed owner donned in a hood. His weathered face bore scars and an empty eye socket, devoid of any expression, just nodding slightly to Duke to follow. He didn't speak, turning to leave with footsteps as light as a cat. Duke followed closely. The two moved like silent shadows, passing through the corridor filled with the lingering scent of alcohol and snoring, slipping out from an inconspicuous small door in the back kitchen, stepping into the alley filled with the stench of stale odors and coldness. The icy night wind, carrying a bone-chilling cold, poured into the alley. Old Scar skillfully navigated through the darkness, avoiding a few corners piled with garbage and windows where someone might be peeking. Finally, he stopped in front of a foul-smelling, pitch-black sewer entrance. This place was already at the city's edge, near the base of the tall city wall, with the faint conversation of guards on the walls audible not far away. This location was extremely secluded, right in the guard patrol's blind spot, ensuring that no guards would come here all night. Old Scar didn't look at Duke, just extended a rough finger, pointing towards the gaping, sewage-spewing sewer entrance. His meaning was clear, straight into the sewer entrance. Old Scar was the first to crouch and nimbly slipped into the foul-smelling sewer. Duke followed closely. His strong water elemental affinity allowed him to manipulate the surrounding sewage to avoid touching him while concealing his own presence to the maximum extent. The icy, viscous sewage instantly submerged Duke's knees. The stench was nauseating. But this was all just appearances. In reality, the sewage didn't touch Duke, who was merely observed standing in it. In such a dark sewer, Old Scar couldn't observe such details either. The inside of the sewer was pitch black. You couldn't even see your own hand. Only Old Scar's extremely faint sound of wading and rough breathing ahead served as the sole guide. The air was foul, mixed with the smell of decay and excrement, almost suffocating, with slippery mud and unknown garbage underfoot. The two walked silently in the darkness for about half an hour, bending around several junctions during the journey. All the while, Duke used the Eye of Darkness to observe his surroundings. They had already walked out of Goose Peak Castle's urban area, now located beneath the wilderness west of Goose Peak Castle. Normally, the sewer system should have reached the exit by now, but unexpectedly. It was a passage leading further. The fork ahead was very narrow, obviously not just built as part of the sewer. Judging from the traces around, these passages and the sewer system were constructed almost at the same time. This meant that when Goose Peak Castle was built, these passages leading far were already built. Duke speculated that this might be an escape route prepared by the Leighton clan for themselves, just unused for many years, and few knew about it. The two traversed through more complex and narrow passages for nearly an hour. The air grew thinner, and the terrain seemed to rise steadily. Finally, a faint light appeared ahead, along with the faint sound of wind. Old Scar stopped, pointing forward to a hole covered partly by dense vines that one had to stoop to pass through, then pointing outside before signaling Duke to be silent and proceed through. Duke nodded, crouching to exit the cave first. The cold, grass-scented wind instantly swept away the underground foulness, opening up a broad view. They were halfway up a steep cliff, with a deep, dark valley below. Above was a splendid starry sky, and in the distance, Goose Peak Castle's massive silhouette loomed like a crouching giant beast. Reduced to indistinct contours and scattered lights, left far behind in the night. Here they had already left the Leighton clan's dominion, stepping into the border's no-man's land. In the distant darkness, 3 other shadowy figures stood, each laden with baggage, seemingly awaiting something, clearly like Duke, intending to smuggle across the border. One was a middle-aged man with a fresh scar on his face, wearing a faded mercenary leather armor, eyes fierce, with a hand constantly resting on the hilt of his belt knife, exuding an unapproachable aura. Duke sharply sensed this man's presence and awakened of the first level. He possessed a decent strength. The middle-aged mercenary also obviously sensed Duke's presence, a trace of caution flickering in his eyes. The other two were a man and a woman, with the man appearing as an ordinary person dressed like a merchant, clutching a parcel to his chest. The woman, however, was somewhat special, with a sizzling figure, dressed scantily, her long legs fully displayed. The fact that she appeared dressed like this in such a place suggested that she wasn't someone simple either. Duke also sensed the presence of another, awakened from this woman, also of the first level. Despite the woman's revealing attire, others didn't glance at her much, or perhaps didn't dare to invite trouble. The scene didn't solely consist of these 3. Suddenly another figure emerged, a skinny, short man with a mustache, resembling a mouse. The man, small like a mouse with a pair of whiskers, was the contact for the smuggling route known as Raven's Beak. Most people called him Grey Mouse. "Is everyone here?" Grey Mouse's voice was hoarse and deep, like sandpaper scraping. Old Scar nodded, glanced at Duke, and then said to Grey Mouse, "It's up to you now. There's been a lot of talk in town lately, so you'd better hurry." After he finished speaking, he returned directly to the tunnel leading into the land of filth and vanished into the darkness. His task was complete. Grey Mouse's gaze swept over Duke, Scarface the mercenary, the fiery woman, and the merchant hugging his package. He said in a deep voice, "Listen up. I'm Grey Mouse, responsible for getting you across the border. The rules are simple. Follow my steps, keep quiet. If you fall behind or cause trouble, don't expect anyone to save you, it's your own responsibility." The aura around him wasn't simple either. He was evidently a first-level awakened, though he seemed weaker than the mercenary and the woman. But there were no easy people who traveled this road for years, and the others didn't underestimate Grey Mouse despite their greater strength. The fiery woman chuckled lightly, her voice carrying a lazy magnetism. "Understood, Boss Grey Mouse. Frey won't cause trouble." She casually twisted her waist, her fiery body exposed under the starlight. But her slightly upturned seductive eyes flashed with a snake-like coldness and scrutiny, quickly scanning Duke. The merchant-looking man nodded repeatedly in nervous fear, holding his package tighter, his voice trembling. "Ununderstood, I'll be obedient." The mercenary and Duke said nothing, merely glanced at Grey Mouse, waiting for his next move. Seeing no objections from the 4, Grey Mouse said, "Follow me, keep your distance, and watch your steps." He then turned swiftly like a nimble goat, traversing a barely discernible path along the steep mountainside, heading north. Duke looked around at the surroundings, quietly using the coordinates earring to record the coordinates here. This location was quite remote and close to Goose Peak Castle, making it easier to sneak in later. The group followed Grey Mouse, walking on this extremely narrow path with a bottomless abyss beside them and a brilliant starry sky above, cold night winds whistling past the mountainside. Duke, the mercenary, and Frey were at ease, able to keep up with Grey Mouse's pace effortlessly, moving quickly without much pause. All three were first-level beings, making this path virtually easy for them, almost like a leisurely stroll. But for the merchant, it was difficult. Ordinary people lacked the courage and physical ability to traverse this path. Before long, the merchant fell to the back of the group, nearly hugging the mountainside, his legs weak, moving very slowly. Unable to resist glancing at the abyss beside him, his heartbeat instantly quickened, and he quickly shut his eyes, clinging to the mountain. Just then, a gust of wind blew up from the depths below, scaring the merchant into immobility. He was now in the middle of the path, with extremely narrow roads ahead and behind, on the verge of collapse. "Grey Mouse, help me, help," the merchant cried out, sobbing. Grey Mouse frowned, stopped, glanced back at the distant merchant and said, "I was only paid to guide you, not carry you. Figure it out yourself." With that, he turned and walked away without looking back, disappearing around a bend. The merchant was stunned, not expecting Grey Mouse to disregard him entirely. Duke and the others naturally wouldn't go out of their way to help. Those who took this route had their own business to attend to. Who would bother with someone they had no connection to? They quickened their pace, soon leaving the merchant far behind. Duke and the others clearly understood that the merchant would inevitably fall behind sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. This path wasn't one ordinary people could traverse. The road was narrow now, but if they encountered any demons later, the merchant stood almost no chance of survival. For the merchant, the wisest choice now was to turn back, return to Goose Peak Castle. But judging by his demeanor, he was likely fleeing for his life from Goose Peak Castle, and going back probably wouldn't end well either. The merchant's cries were weak and desperate against the howling mountain winds, soon drowned out, vanishing into the darkness along with the fear swallowed by the abyss. Grey Mouse's steps didn't pause, as if merely shaking off a speck of dust. Scarface the mercenary maintained a stoic expression, his gaze fiercely scanning ahead and beneath his feet. Frey emitted a barely audible scoff, her red lips slightly curled, her thoughts unknown. The group continued in silence, their pace faster than before. With no hindrance, Grey Mouse, Scarface, and Frey, as first-level awakened, fully displayed their abilities, moving with ease over the treacherous mountain path. Duke remained at the back, neither lagging nor too close. Like a silent shadow, the night deepened, the mountain winds colder. They crossed a steep ridge, and ahead lay a downward-sloping hollow shrouded in thick, damp mist. The air carried a faint, musty stench, like decaying plants mixed with mud. Ahead is the edge of the toxic marsh. Grey Mouse stopped, his voice lowered further. "Stay alert, this place is troublesome. There are venomous leeches in the water and various poisonous insects. The mist likely hides venomous bees, and the ground is riddled with traps. One misstep and you might not come out again. Follow my footprints and absolutely don't touch anything." Duke had already studied the map of this area. It was an absolute death zone for ordinary people, with no chance of crossing it. But for the awakened, it posed only minor risks, and bearing exceedingly bad luck generally wouldn't pose too much of a problem. All the while, Duke compared his mental map as he walked, confirming that Grey Mouse was on the correct route, so he continued following. Though somewhat troublesome here, it indeed allowed for quicker access to the Toulouse territory, with direct entry into its interior. Once inside, identity wouldn't be a concern. Having crossed the border inspection barrier, anyone's identity in this era without household registration wouldn't be questioned further. Grey Mouse took a deep breath, pulling a small leather pouch from his bosom and spreading an acrid, spicy-smelling dark green powder on his trousers and boots. Keeps insects and miasma away. Though the effect is limited, better than nothing. He offered this explanation, evidently not sharing any with the others. Scarface mercenary frowned. "Do you have any more of that stuff?" Grey Mouse shook his head. "This is all I have. After taking you there, I'll need it to come back. I can't give you any." Scarface mercenary looked dissatisfied but said nothing. Causing a dispute here was clearly not a wise choice. He indeed hadn't thought of this, failing to prepare any means to deal with the environment here beforehand, leaving him to just improvise. Frey took out a bottle of perfume-like substance from her bag, sprayed it in front of herself, then walked around in a circle to let the fragrance envelop her body. Seeing this, Scarface mercenary swallowed. wanting to ask Frey to give him a spray as well. Yet considering that Frey was no ordinary woman, he dared not use her perfume, ultimately choosing not to speak. Duke, on the other hand, did nothing. This environment posed no threat to him, appearing even less dangerous than the decomposition forest in his eyes. Grey Mouse was the first to step into the fog-covered swamp's edge, his feet sinking into muddy depths with every step, rotting vegetation, and muddled dead water intertwining to make bubbling noises. Visibility around them was less than 10 meters. The dense fog rolled about as if a living creature. The team lined up in a row, Grey Mouse at the front, Scarface following closely, Frey in the middle, and Duke at the rear. Each person held their breath, heightened their awareness to the maximum, and focused closely on the footsteps ahead, not daring to be distracted. A soft plop came from in front, like something falling into the water. Scarface instantly tightened his grip on the knife handle. Grey Mouse immediately halted, cautiously gazing into the depths of the fog where the sound originated, while a long, fiery red whip with barbs suddenly appeared in Frey's hand. Duke noticed this and realized that this whip was likely one of Frey's awakened abilities, most probably her demonized armor. Duke's spiritual power pierced through the fog, sensing that a small water bird had been suddenly dragged into the murky water by a lurking shadow underneath, leaving only a few ripples behind. It was a demon similar to an octopus, with many tentacles, presently devouring the bird with gusto, seemingly not planning to attack the group yet. Grey Mouse waited a few seconds, noticed no further movement, and signaled to continue advancing. "Speed up," Grey Mouse frowned slightly and said softly. The mud below their feet grew deeper, each step accompanied by unsettling squelching sounds and the bubbling of breaking air pockets. The stench was so thick it almost solidified, invading noses and making them nauseous, while the fog churned as if hiding innumerable prying eyes. This swamp was infested with countless poisonous insects, all quietly neutralized by Duke before they could approach him. With spiritual power deployed, every movement around them was completely under control, with no lapse in perception. Duke was the most relaxed, followed by Grey Mouse and Frey, both of whom had insect-repelling items, somewhat preventing the poisonous bugs from getting close. Scarface Mercenary, however, was having a tough time, often troubled by the poisonous insects. Several finger-length, gray-black blood-sucking leeches had already crawled on his pant legs and boots, greedily trying to pierce through the fabric. He had to endure nausea and pain, scraping them off fiercely with the knife handle. These insects weren't deadly, but if not removed in time, collapsing injured in the swamp would mean never walking out again. Moreover, fresh blood would attract more poisonous insects and even demons. In this place, the scent of blood was the most obvious signal. After being injured, Scarface Mercenary's pace significantly slowed down, often needing to deal with insects crawling inside his pant legs, sometimes even finding some dropping into his collar. Before long, Scarface Mercenary had fallen behind the group, with Duke and the others not considering slowing down for him. They needed to leave this swamp as quickly as possible. A few minutes later, Scarface Mercenary just scraped off another leech from his leg. His legs were now a sight too pitiful to behold. Full of cuts, some places even missing chunks from bites. He looked at the scraped-off bug on the ground, filled with rage and grievance, couldn't help but crush it with his foot, applying a bit more force. Unexpectedly, a strange noise came beneath Scarface's foot, as if something decayed and hollow had been crushed. Scarface Mercenary instantly lost his balance. His entire left foot, along with his leg, suddenly sank deep. Below was a thick mud, its horrifying suction power instantly engulfing his knee. "Help! Give me a hand!" Scarface frantically waved his arms, desperately trying to grab anything beside him, but such futile struggle only made him sink faster. Where Scarface sank, the muddy water churned violently as if boiling, numerous tiny bubbles bursting frantically. Grey Mouse spun around, seeing this, his face drastically changed. "Run quickly, this commotion will attract big things, we need to leave fast." He didn't even think of reaching out or saving anyone, as that would be courting death. They needed to hurry and leave this place now. Without sparing another glance at the struggling and despairing Scarface sinking into the swamp, Grey Mouse swiftly turned around, bursting with speed, fleeing towards the depths of the swamp like a frightened rabbit. Understanding the horrors of this putrid swamp all too well, such bloody and struggling commotion was enough to awaken the sleeping predators. Frey was just half a beat slower than Grey Mouse, her figure like a nimble red fox chasing after Grey Mouse's silhouette, diving into the thick fog. Duke followed closely behind, Yet his extended spiritual power could still sense the commotion at Scarface Mercenary's side. Underneath Scarface's sinking quicksand, several thick, gray-brown tentacles covered with suckers and barbs emerged fiercely from the mud like sharks. Sensing blood, greedily wrapping around Scarface's body, pulling him faster toward the chasm of death. Meanwhile, further in the swamp, several larger shadows, reeking of malice, were drawn by the commotion, swiftly closing in like phantoms. A deep, violent roar, seemingly from the depths of hell, burst forth from the quicksand where Scarface sank. It echoed like thunder from a clear sky, shaking the dense fog violently, followed by the gut-wrenching sound of bones snapping and flesh tearing, ending Scarface's last, extremely brief scream abruptly. Mud erupted skyward like a fountain. A horrifyingly massive shadow, covered in sticky mud and twisting tentacles, appeared intermittently in the quagmire. It seemed even more furious after shredding its prey effortlessly. More serpent-like tentacles frenziedly lashed the water's surface and surrounding mire, raising towering waves of murky sludge. The intense scent of blood and demon stench instantly overwhelmed the swamp's inherent putridness. From all directions, the deep swamp shrouded in thick fog echoed with hair-raising responses. They were other predators, attracted by blood and the roars of demons, lurking in the mire, pools, and dead trees. Countless minute, dense crawling sounds, splashing sounds, and wing flaps came from every direction, like a tide of death, converging madly towards the place where the demon appeared. Gray Mouse and Frey were terrified. They could even feel the vibrations of the swamp underfoot and smell the terrifying foul stench mixed with blood and the breath of countless demons coming at them. Frey also lost her usual composure, her face pale, and the fiery red whip tightly coiled around her arm, ready to face attacks that might come from any direction at any time. Duke was also running at full speed, or rather flying at low altitude, stepping on 2 pieces of yellow sand, lifting him to fly swiftly. The 3 of them were like a lone boat struggling in a boiling sea of demons, fleeing frantically under the pursuit of the thick fog and death. Gray Mouse's route became somewhat chaotic, his fear overwhelming his experience. Frey almost stepped into soft mud pits several times, barely avoiding them with her agile skills as an awakened. After an unknown amount of time, seemingly as lengthy as a century, the muddy feeling underfoot finally began to ease, and the fog became much thinner. A relatively dry slope ascending ahead was faintly visible, the putrid stench still present, but the suffocating scent of blood and demon roars had been left behind. "Quick! Up the slope!" Gray Mouse rasped, his voice trembling and ecstatic with a sense of survival, scrambling up the slope. Frey followed closely behind, and upon reaching the relatively firm ground, she clung to a dead tree, gasping heavily, her full chest heaving violently, her face still pale. Duke was the last to step onto the slope, his breath steady as if he had just taken a walk. He stood at the top of the slope, looking back at the still thick fog-covered, stench-ridden swamp like a gaping maw ready to devour. There, Scarface Mercenary had become forever part of the swamp, nourishing the demons. Even a powerful level 1 awakened had little ability to resist in the face of the swamp and was devoured. Gray Mouse's face looked bad. Looking at the terrifyingly ominous swamp behind him, he felt a chill in his heart. After all, he still had to go back, and now that the swamp's demons were all stirred up, it was definitely not possible to traverse that swamp again for a while. If Gray Mouse wanted to go back, he would have to take another route. He had no shortage of routes. But other routes were also unsafe. A calm swamp was the safest path. Now the swamp was no longer calm, becoming an extremely dangerous route, likely inaccessible for the next few months. After resting for a moment, Gray Mouse got up and said, "Let's go, there's not much danger ahead." As long as they were past the swamp area, the route ahead was just more rugged, but it posed no difficulty for the 3 of them to pass. About 2 days later, the 3 of them descended from a mountain to the foot, where there was a stretch of forest. Gray Mouse pointed to the path winding through the forest below, his voice carrying a sense of relief and weariness. "Follow this road down for half a day, and you'll reach White Cloud Town, a town at the border of Toulouse territory. From there are roads leading to the northern interior." "My task is completed." He finished speaking and turned to leave, with Frey asking, "You're not planning to return the same way?" Gray Mouse rolled his eyes. "That swamp can no longer be traversed. I have to find another way out." Compared to Duke and Frey, Gray Mouse was under the most pressure now. He couldn't travel to Goose Peak Castle legally through Toulouse territory, as he was a wanted figure on both sides, unable to be seen. Gray Mouse left without looking back, leaving only Duke and Frey in the forest at the foot of the mountain. Frey took a deep breath of the forest's fresh air, as if to cleanse the filth from her lungs thoroughly. She turned around, her face once again showing that lazy and enchanting smile, her fiery red whip coiling around her slender waist like a tame pet, accentuating her graceful figure. Frey walked towards Duke in a charming manner, her eyes sultry, her voice softly cooing. "Gelot, sir, we finally got out of that damned place. Where do you plan to go next? I have some connections in the north too, maybe. We could travel together. It'd be nice to have some company on the road." "No need." Duke's voice was calm and unwavering, without a hint of emotion. Not even glancing at Frey, he stepped forward, choosing not the path ahead but heading straight to the dense, unfrequented part of the forest. With a few flashes, his figure merged into the shadows among the trees, disappearing behind the layers of leaves. Frey watched Duke leave without hesitation, his back unflinching, a slight smile on her lips as she sighed and swayed her way towards White Cloud Town. Duke sped along while using the Eye of Darkness to check if anyone was following him. He certainly couldn't travel with Frey, that woman clearly harbored many secrets, and he knew nothing about her background. Next, Duke planned to operate in the mountain forest, cutting directly through Toulou's territory to reach the 5th outpost in the north. This way, there would inevitably be some trouble, but using the roads within Toulou's territory would require blending into a caravan or similar, and it's too slow. Since the natives of the Devourer Plain were now aware of the wizard's presence, he couldn't delay time any longer and had to reach the 5th outpost as soon as possible. Duke didn't summon the Storm Dragon Eagle from the light God Court, although the speed of the Storm Dragon Eagle would be swift, would also be too conspicuous. Especially in such wilderness, the formidable aura of the Storm Dragon Eagle was difficult to conceal completely, bound to attract notice from some powerful demons. It should be known that here in the Devourer Plain, the Storm Dragon Eagle is a level 1 peak life. The demons it would attract would definitely not be simple, at least level 2 life. Duke was still too weak now. Once encountering level 2 life, he had almost no means of resistance, not even a chance to activate the coordinates earring to escape. Progress through the forest was not very smooth. Some oblivious demons would always attack. Duke couldn't emit grandly his aura, as doing so would attract even stronger demons. He noticed that the closer he got to the border villages of Toulou's territory, the fewer and weaker the demons became. Duke then adjusted his route, trying to stick close to the border village's periphery but not getting too close. About 5 days later, he had completed a third of the journey, and in another 10 days, he would entirely exit the boundaries of Toulou's territory. Duke's figure darted through the forest like a phantom. He did not relax his vigilance. Although moving closer to the village could reduce the chances of encountering powerful demons, there was also the possibility of encountering the local defense forces of the Toulou's territory. As expected, Duke, moving swiftly through the forest, spotted several fast-moving figures. They wore matching leather armor, wielding spears or bows, moving with well-trained coordination, spreading out in a fan shape toward Duke's direction. Judging by their speed, they were clearly not ordinary people. They must be awakened, among them 2 particularly powerful first-level awakened. How did they find me? Duke wondered. He had been low-key all the way, never emitting a strong energy fluctuation, dealing with those demons with minimal disruption using sand, but judging from their movements, they had clearly discovered him and were encircling him. A Toulou's territory patrol team. Duke instantly deduced. He stopped in his tracks, not rushing to escape or make the first move, because Gray Mouse had already mentioned that on the road, one might encounter a Toulou's patrol team and would certainly be checked if found. But they were all first-level awakened. Unless the patrol had direct evidence proving you were a wanted criminal, they wouldn't generally resort to violence. After all, it was normal for awakened ones to hunt demons or train in the forest, and the patrols generally wouldn't make things too difficult for these awakened ones. Mostly, they didn't want to engage with first-level awakened. If a fight broke out, they might not be able to keep them. Having understood this information, Duke saw that the patrol did not attack him but merely surrounded him, so he obediently stayed in place and waited. The patrol captain was a sharp-eyed man, appearing to be in his 30s. His squad consisted of 7 people in total, 3 first-level awakened and 4 apprentice awakened. Initially, upon discovering Duke's presence, they felt a bit tense, but seeing Duke stop and not showing signs of aggression. Their tension eased somewhat. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" the patrol captain asked. Duke replied, "A wandering awaken, just passing through to see if I can find any spoils." "Haven't you heard the recent news? No one is allowed to leave the territory at will," the captain inquired. Duke scratched his head. "I've been in the forest for a few months and haven't really kept up with outside news." The patrol captain frowned slightly. "You'll need to come with us." "Don't worry, we won't do anything to you. It's just that things are strict in the territory right now, and we need to verify some information." There was no way Duke could follow them. He vaguely guessed that the Toulouse territory was also investigating wizards, and all unfamiliar awakened ones would become suspects. Once he followed the patrol, his safety would no longer be under his own control. "Sorry, I'm quite busy. And I'm afraid I can't go with you," Duke responded. With these words, the situation instantly grew tense. As the patrol team members tensed their bodies, energy surging within, ready to act at any moment. "I'm afraid that's not possible. I hope you can cooperate," the patrol captain said, squinting slightly. Just as the atmosphere was on the verge of exploding and the captain seemed ready to order the capture of this suspicious awakened, a lazy and familiar voice suddenly came from behind the patrol. "Yo, isn't this Gelot? How come you're being stopped here?" All eyes were instantly drawn to the speaker. Freya parted two soldiers and gracefully walked out. She was still wearing that alluring outfit, her fiery red hair appearing particularly striking in the mottled sunlight filtering through the leaves, a slightly playful smile on her face. Attached to her waist was a badge similar in style to that of the Toulouse soldiers, albeit of somewhat better material. "Miss Freya." The captain was visibly taken aback. His fierce demeanor softened a bit. Even carrying a trace of subtle respect, "Do you know this person?" "Of course I do, this is a good friend of mine." Freya walked up to Duke, casually patting the dust off his shoulder as if they were quite familiar. "Oh, if he's a friend of Miss Freya, then there's no need to check." "Apologies, Mr. Gelot, for the inconvenience." The patrol captain's expression grew more respectful, and the surrounding atmosphere relaxed considerably. Duke glanced at Freya, noticing the trace of a playful smile in her eyes. He didn't know why this woman chose to help him, but it was clear that she had some standing in the Toulouse territory. Still, it was puzzling why Freya, who had status in Toulouse, would choose to return through smuggling channels. "You can leave. I'll have a chat with Gelot," Freya commanded. Yes, the patrol members immediately distanced themselves, sensing the unusual relationship between Freya and Duke, fearing they might overhear something they shouldn't, and fled as if escaping. "Thank you, were you tracking me?" Duke thanked her, then directly asked. He didn't believe it was mere coincidence to run into Freya. Freya laughed softly, "The way you say that. It's not stalking, it's just that you have a trace of someone's perfume on you, and I happened to catch the scent." Duke saw that Freya's expression didn't suggest she was lying. He indeed hadn't noticed this detail. Previously, Freya occasionally sprayed perfume on him, and he must have picked up some of the scent. It seemed this perfume not only had an insect repellent effect, but a tracking and locating function as well. "Did you want something from me?" Duke inquired, sensing no ill intentions from Freya. Freya looked at Duke intently and said, "I was just curious about what makes people from the other plane different. It turns out we're not much different. We both have one nose, two eyes. Maybe something else is different." She glanced downward, her implication clear. "What other plane?" Duke remained calm, obviously not admitting he came from another plane. Freya chuckled, "Don't worry, I'm just curious and won't tell anyone." As she spoke, she leaned closer, her breath caressing Duke's neck, making it tickle. At this moment, Duke contemplated whether to kill the woman in front of him. He hesitated, deciding against it. Since she dared to approach him so fearlessly, she must have a means to ensure her safety. Besides, Freya hadn't shown any hostility. Attacking would only complicate things for him. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Duke didn't have time to waste with this peculiar woman, and planned to leave directly. Frey quickly extended her hand to stop him, then took out a brass token. "Take this with you. It'll let you move unimpeded within the Toulouse territory." Duke looked at the token in front of him but did not take it, pondering whether there might be something fishy about it. He even considered whether Frey intended to track him and locate the position of the fifth outpost. The possibility wasn't absent. When traveling in other planes, caution was paramount. Frey realized Duke was hesitant to accept it and quickly understood what he was concerned about, so she said, "You are overly cautious. This is just an ordinary brass token. Don't be so ungrateful for my kindness." Duke thought for a moment, reached out and took it, then immediately stored it in the light god court. "I've accepted it. Can I leave now?" Frey was visibly stunned at the scene, not knowing where Duke had put the token. She said, "I'm becoming more and more curious about you." Duke ignored her, turned, and left, with Frey being unable to stop him. She could only watch Duke's departing back, biting her lip lightly, a hint of a smile on her face. After shaking off Frey, Duke immediately manipulated the surrounding water elements to wash his entire body, then extracted those water elements to cleanse any scents he might have picked up. As for the brass token, he wouldn't take it out for the time being unless he encountered other patrols on the way. Once outside the Toulouse territory, he would discard the token. With the token stored in the Light God Court, Duke was not worried about any tracking methods on it. The Light God Court was akin to another plane. Tracking across planes wasn't impossible, but certainly not achievable by the token at hand. Duke stood over a wilderness, with a city faintly visible on the horizon behind him. He now was fully out of the Toulouse territory, on the white land wilderness north of it. During this time, Duke encountered 2 patrols, but Frey's token sorted out the trouble smoothly. All the patrol members who saw the token showed expressions of respect. Duke just realized that Frey was the daughter of the Toulouse lord and had an unusual status here. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful with a fine figure, but also incredibly powerful, being a formidable first-level awakened being. Frey was a noble with real power in the Toulouse domain, possessing her own influence and faction. Duke didn't know why Frey wanted to help him, nor how Frey noticed he wasn't an awakened being. He had been very cautious along the way, barely revealing anything, yet Frey saw through him. More importantly, even after learning he came from another plane, Frey still chose to help, which was puzzling. Looking at the brass token in his hand, Duke casually tossed it out, then manipulated the surrounding earth to bury it deep. He couldn't identify any trickery with the token, but for the sake of caution, he still couldn't keep it on him, even within the Light God Court. The next step was heading from the White Land Wilderness to the Arsenal mountain range, where the 5th outpost was located. Duke had found out beforehand that for the people of this plane, the Arsenal Mountains were absolutely forbidden because they contained erosion body polluted zones. The position of the 5th outpost was near those forbidden areas, a location so cunning that ordinary people wouldn't venture there. All the awakened beings avoided it like the plague, but placing the 5th outpost there actually made it relatively safe. Duke took one last look at the blurry city outline in the south of the Toulouse territory, then turned to face the even more desolate and disquieting region to the north, the Arsenal mountain range. 3 days later, the ground beneath his feet transitioned from relatively solid wilderness to hills covered with rubble and low, twisted shrubs. The air became dry and thin, with an indescribable smell, as if it mingled with rusty decay. The sky took on a sickly gray-yellow color, with sunlight filtered through thick clouds, casting a cold, lifeless light. The surroundings were eerily silent. Even common insect and bird calls vanished, leaving only the mournful wailing of the wind through jagged rocks, reminiscent of the whispers of the dead. This was the edge of the erosion body polluted area. Duke could clearly sense an extremely faint, yet profoundly unsettling energy wave permeating the air. It was unlike the ferocity of demons or the energy of awakened beings, but rather a slow, continuous, intensely erosive stillness. However, Duke wasn't significantly affected. This energy in the environment didn't seem to react with his magic power. But it would be a different story for an awakened being here. In the Forbidden Zone, they would slowly get tainted and thereby contract erosion disease, becoming erosion bodies themselves. At this point, Duke understood why Black Sail set the 5th outpost here, as the pollution power didn't affect wizards. Despite this, he still chose a relatively gentle valley to advance, avoiding zones with intense energy fluctuations and more treacherous terrain. Every step was taken with utmost caution. The pebbles underfoot made faint noises, sounding extraordinarily jarring amidst the deathly stillness. Moving deeper into the mountain's core, the landscape grew more bizarre. The initially gray-green rocks were covered in dark red, moss-like substances resembling congealed blood scabs, emitting a faintly bloody odor. Twisted trees had long since died but hadn't fallen. Their branches reached towards the sky like despairing wraith claws, with bark filled with dark red veins as well. The rusty and decaying smell in the air grew stronger, now mixed with a faintly sweet blood scent, causing dizziness. Duke continuously scouted with the eye of darkness ahead, quickly detecting the presence of demons in front. There were 3 wolf-shaped creatures with distorted forms, nearly twice the size of normal wolves, but most of their fur had fallen away, exposing dark red, seemingly charred muscle and bone. Their eyes were cloudy and emitted a mad red glow, with corrosive drool dripping from their mouths. Most bizarrely, their claws and teeth were covered with densely packed dark red tendrils, exuding the same erosive energy inherent to the surroundings. The 3 eroded demon wolves had clearly discovered Duke. The intruder. Their murky red eyes were locked firmly in his direction, and a low, mucus-rolling growl came from deep within their throats. The corrosive energy emanating from their bodies was like tangible malevolence, resonating with the surrounding environment, making the air seem thick and oppressive. Duke frowned. Dealing with these 3 creatures, which had not even reached level 1, wasn't difficult, but he wanted to handle it more cleanly. Although the erosion energy in the surroundings didn't affect the wizard much, Duke still didn't want to be tainted by it. These 3 creatures were already severely eroded, their bodies filled with dense erosion energy. Duke watched as the 3 beasts charged toward him, but he decided against using sand to handle the situation. Magic power surged within him, infusing into the 2 magic models in his mind fireball technique and tornado. In the blink of an eye, a fire dragon tornado took shape, sweeping toward the 3 creatures, carrying immense energy and an extremely high temperature. The suddenly appearing fire dragon tornado had significant suction, pulling everything around into it, then instantly extinguished by the violent fire attribute and wind attribute energy. The 3 eroded creatures were almost devoid of any rationality, acting only on instinct. Their reaction was slow, and they instinctively wanted to move away from the fire dragon tornado, but it was too late due to their proximity. The 3 beasts were instantly sucked into the fire dragon tornado, swirling in the air, their bodies igniting with flames, consumed from the inside out. These creatures, not yet reaching level 1, had fragile bodies. Almost instantly, their flesh vanished, completely consumed by the high temperature, leaving only a trace of residue. The fire dragon tornado, formed by the combination of 2 level 1 spells, had excellent effect. Its strength and destructive power far exceeded that of the original 2 level 1 spells. The fire dragon tornado appeared quickly and disappeared just as fast. Duke guided the tornado to dissipate its energy, and the surroundings soon returned to peace. Having resolved the immediate trouble, Duke looked around, chose a direction, and continued forward. He only knew the 5th outpost was in this area, but its precise location was unclear. The fire dragon tornado Duke had just released served as a signal, likely to be noticed by the wizards at the 5th outpost. In any case, it was now a no-man's land and wouldn't be seen by the locals. The aftermath of the fire dragon tornado had not yet completely dissipated, the air filled with the smell of burning and dust, along with the nauseating erosion scent that re-emerged after being suppressed by the high temperature. Duke did not linger at the spot, knowing well that in this eroded land, any energy fluctuation could attract even more troublesome things. He set his sights on a direction, continuing deeper into the Arsenal mountain range. The ground beneath his feet grew increasingly soft and sticky, feeling as though he was stepping on the decaying flesh of some giant beast, each step accompanied by a discomforting stickiness. The towering rock walls on either side were a strange dark red, their surfaces covered in a moss-like substance that wriggled as if alive, emitting a sweet and putrid scent of decay. The sky was completely obscured by a thick, gray-yellow layer of clouds, the dim light reminiscent of twilight arriving prematurely. Time passed in dead silence and oppression. Duke didn't know how long he had been walking or if his direction was correct. Could only rely on his sense of the changes in erosion energy concentration and a mental map, advancing along the edge of the polluted zone. Since the 5th outpost was located near the restricted area, it must be on the border of this eroded zone, so he just needed to move along the boundary of the polluted area. There were also many eroded beasts at the edge of the polluted zone, but none was strong, posing no threat to Duke. About 3 days later, Duke reached a desolate mountain range when his left hand's black sail badge suddenly sensed something. He sensed some force pulling, guiding the black sail badge, precisely guiding Duke's direction. Duke felt a jolt of insight, realizing that the 5th outpost was probably guiding him. He stopped, the black sail badge at his fingertips slightly hot, a faint yet exceptionally clear energy fluctuation like an invisible thread coiling around it, extending somewhere to the left front of the mountain pass. Duke looked up, seeing only rock walls covered in dark red moss and twisted ruggedness, indistinguishable from the nauseating, eroded environment around it. He followed the guidance from the black sail badge, walking through the desolate mountain. The surrounding mountains were bare, not a single blade of grass in sight. The further he walked, the stronger the badge's response, gradually arriving at a seemingly insignificant rock wall. Duke reached the rock wall, extending his hand. His fingertips did not touch the cold stone. Instead, at a distance of an inch from the wall, the space rippled like the surface of water. He understood this was the entrance, open for him, accessible only to those bearing the black sail badge. A low, deep hum, as if from within the space's structure, sounded, and the huge, rough rock wall before him began to twist, blur, and dissolve like a reflection upon which a stone had been cast. Replacing it was a deep circular entrance shrouded in pale blue spatial light. Inside the entrance was a downward-sloping corridor paved with smooth, mirror-like black metal, emitting a gentle and stable white light from deep within, dispelling the darkness and filth outside the cave. Duke stepped in, the space entrance behind him instantly sealing, transforming back into the unnoticeable rock wall covered in dark red moss, completely isolating the suffocating erosion aura and whispers of death from the Arsenal mountain range. Inside the corridor, it was exceptionally clean, the air dry and fresh, carrying the slightly cold metallic scent characteristic of a circulation purification system. The walls and ceiling on both sides were made of the same smooth black metal, engraved with intricate energy circuits, emitting a faint light, serving both as illumination and the core component for maintaining spatial stability and energy filtration. He walked down the corridor, his footsteps echoing softly in the emptiness. At the end of the corridor was a heavier, precision energy-patterned metal door. As Duke reached the metal door, contemplating how to open it, a woman's face emerged on the door, observing Duke. After a moment, the face spoke a single word: identity. "Black Sail 3rd Legion, Duke," Duke said, presenting his black sail badge. The face on the door looked at the black sail badge, then at Duke, seemed to sniff, and said, "Identity verified, please enter." The heavy metal door slid silently inward, revealing a relatively narrow, pure white transition chamber behind it. The chamber's walls were smooth and unadorned, with only the ceiling and floor emitting a soft white light. The air was colder than in the corridor, carrying a strong, pungent medicinal smell. "Please enter the disinfection chamber and stay still." Although the face on the door disappeared, her voice still echoed in the chamber. Duke obediently walked in, and the metal door behind him closed immediately, enclosing him completely in this pure white space. A low buzzing sound began, and countless fine blue lights suddenly lit up on the ceiling and surrounding walls. These lights were not still. They flowed and rotated like living creatures, forming a complex three-dimensional rune array covering the entire chamber. An intangible energy field instantly enveloped Duke, sweeping back and forth over him. Duke was not unfamiliar with this scene. A similar procedure occurred when he returned from the Beastman plane to the space fortress. He could feel the energy field meticulously scanning the surface of his body, even attempting to penetrate his clothing. At the same time, a cold mist with a special energy sprayed from tiny holes in the walls, instantly filling the chamber. The mist touched his skin, bringing a slight stinging sensation, as if countless tiny ice needles were clearing all foreign matter and energy residues from the body surface. The disinfection process lasted about a minute. When the mist dissipated, the blue rune array also dimmed, the buzzing stopped, and the air in the chamber became fresh again. After the disinfection was complete, another metal door of the same material silently slid open in front of Duke, revealing a shorter passage behind it, with another door at the end. He passed through the passage and arrived at the second door, which opened automatically, revealing a more spacious, slightly darker room beyond. In the center of the room was a raised circular platform, its edges inscribed with older, more complex silver runes. In each corner of the room stood a black stone pillar, about the height of a person, with a fist-sized crystal embedded at the top. Emitting a dim blue light, a figure in a black robe stood with his back to Duke, next to the platform. The aura was not particularly noticeable, making it hard to determine this person's specific strength. But precisely because of this, Duke understood that this person was likely a very powerful wizard. Stand in the center of the platform, Wizard Duke. The black-robed wizard turned around, his voice deep and magnetic. He appeared to be around 40 years old, with a stern face and sharp eagle-like eyes, wearing glasses with crystal lenses, the edges of which flickered with subtle rune glows. Duke obediently stepped onto the platform and stood at the center. "I am the security chief of the 5th Outpost, Sauron." The black-robed wizard introduced himself in an official tone. "The research on erosion pollution is still not thorough, so anyone entering the outpost must undergo disinfection. This is written in the safety protocols." Sauron continued, "There are many types of abilities among the awakened, so to avoid any possibility of your soul being manipulated by an awakened, some checks are necessary. Rest assured the entire process won't harm you, it's just some scans. Here's the relevant document." He produced a roll of parchment which floated in front of Duke. The parchment detailed various rules of the outpost. It was a very formal document, representing that all procedures aligned with the Black Sail protocols. Duke carefully read the document, and after confirming, nodded, "Understood." Sauron then began to move, raising his hands, his 10 fingers quickly and precisely outlining several enigmatic runes in the air. With his actions, the silver runes around the platform lit up one by one, emitting a soft silver glow. Simultaneously, the crystals atop the black stone pillars in the 4 corners of the room suddenly brightened, casting 4 concentrated blue beams, which precisely converged above Duke's head. Duke could feel a gentle energy sweeping over his body, stopping after a moment. Sauron spoke, Nothing seems amiss, you may enter the 5th outpost." After completing the check, Duke couldn't help but ask, "Lord Sauron, how is the 7th outpost?" Sauron's face showed little expression as he said, "We can talk inside." Duke nodded, following Sauron forward through 3 similarly thick metal doors, finally arriving at the true interior of the 5th outpost. The 5th outpost was established earlier than the 7th, and it was more developed with all kinds of facilities fully equipped. Compared to here, the 7th outpost seemed too rudimentary and primitive. Upon stepping into the hall, Duke's gaze was drawn to the giant holographic map suspended in the center. The map outlined the entire Arsenal mountain range in dim blue light, with the erosion pollution zones writhing like dark red cancerous tissues on the 3-dimensional map. Duke noticed how deep the interior was, with lifts that could move up and down on all sides. He glanced downward, almost unable to see the bottom. It was evident that Black Sail had developed numerous things here, turning it into a strong, complete base. Many Black Sail wizards were moving about in the surroundings, seemingly unaware that Duke had come from the 7th outpost. Not glancing much toward him, Sauron led Duke into a small room, where the teapot automatically floated up to pour each of them a cup of tea. "The 7th outpost has fallen. Wizard Brandon is dead. Hela and other wizards are missing. Some wizards managed to teleport back to the wizard plane before the outpost was breached. Brandon chose not to teleport back and remained to guard until the very end." Sauron detailed the events of the 7th outpost. The location of the 7th outpost was somehow exposed, attracting an apostle-level awakens attack. Duke knew that an apostle was a level 3 being, and the strongest at the 7th outpost was a level 2 mage, certainly hard-pressed to withstand the onslaught of a level 3 being. The 7th outpost held out for time due to the witch Ray there, managing to send most of the level 1 mages back from the outpost. Hela and the other level 2 mages stayed behind to buy time for the teleportation. By the time everyone else was sent away, they no longer had time. The witch array was breached, and for the safety of the wizard plane, they had to destroy the teleportation array and many facilities of the 7th outpost, leaving nothing for the attackers. According to the soul imprint left by Black Sail, Brandon was completely dead, while Hela and others were still alive, just missing whereabouts. Duke wasn't the first wizard to return from the 7th outpost before him. 4 level 1 mages had already found the 5th outpost and returned to the wizard plane. At that time, only a part of the wizards were at the 7th outpost. Many others, like Duke, were on missions outside. Those wizards on external missions ironically avoided the ordeal of facing attacks from apostle-level awakened. In fact, the casualties at the 7th outpost weren't severe. The biggest loss was Brandon's death, as he sacrificed his chance to escape alone to buy time for others to teleport. As for Hela and others, They must be lurking elsewhere. They surely have the capability to find the fifth outpost. However, they haven't returned yet, indicating that they are probably investigating other matters. Duke also doesn't believe Hela and the others would die. As long as they wish to flee, the indigenous of the Devourer plane would find it hard to capture them. Level 2 wizards' power isn't as strong as an apostle, but they definitely have more methods than apostle level awakened, making survival a manageable issue. Duke also learned from Sauron about the current situation, including information from the Black Sail and the 4 great wizard organizations, who have gathered vast intelligence across the Devourer plane. Now all parties believe this plane is worth conquering, apart from the resources like minerals and energy crystal stones that the middle plane entails. The awakened here are also very valuable. The Devourer plane itself can be seen as a giant petri dish, utilizing its mechanisms to cultivate a powerful slave legion. Moreover, due to the varied abilities of the awakened, deep development, excavation, and utilization can be conducted. All that's left is the completion of the intelligence gathering phase, then the plan to attack the Devourer plane will formally launch. As they've explored thoroughly, it's clear there isn't any presence of level 6 life in this plane. Whether level 5 life exists is uncertain, but level 6 life surely doesn't exist. The Devourer plane hasn't been a middle plane for long, meaning it hasn't truly developed yet, with not enough top-tier experts, and strength hasn't reached its pinnacle. Due to the special mechanisms of the plane, top experts of the Devourer plane can't grow rapidly through rampant killing. It still requires time. Discovering the Devourer plane at this moment by the wizard plane can be said as an excellent timing, as capturing it would yield a large harvest of resources. Duke took out a piece of parchment and said, "Lord Sauron, this is intelligence I've gathered and sorted during this period. I'm uncertain if it can be of use." Sauron glanced at it, took it directly, looked and said, "Not bad, indeed there are some pieces of information we have not yet understood." Recently, Duke almost blended into the indigenous group of the Devourer plane and observed quite a bit of detailed information. This information might not be critical, but it can improve the intelligence database on the Black Sail side. Duke further added, "I encountered 3 wizards being held captive by the indigenous at Goose Peak Castle, all from the 7th outpost before, part of Lady Hela's squad, though I don't know their specific names." Goose Peak Castle. Sauron contemplated upon hearing this information. Duke then shared all the information he had comprehended with Sauron. "Understood. We will immediately initiate the relevant rescue plan. You've done well without alerting them, which enhances the success rate significantly," Sauron stated. As for Black Sail, being well prepared in advance meant they wouldn't fear the indigenous of this place. For Duke, the rescue mission would have presented great difficulty, but for those at the 5th outpost, it would be easy. Not only could the 3 wizards be saved, but possibly the entire Goose Peak Castle could be seized. Because the intelligence gathering phase is almost nearing its end, castles like Goose Peak are likely to be captured and used as strongholds. Devourer Plain is filled with almost independent state regions, which would probably provide great convenience for the Wizard Plains invasion. These independent city-states have almost no resistance capability against the invasion from the Wizard Plain. Wizard Plain will surely exploit this initial period to rapidly capture multiple key city-state areas. Because as the mid to late stage progresses, forces of the Devourer Plain are bound to unite. Otherwise, they will only be gradually devoured by the Wizard Plain. However, Duke remains pessimistic about the future of the Devourer Plain. Uniting these indigenous is quite challenging, and given the targeted attack by the Wizard Plain, their complete downfall is only a matter of time. Duke and Sauron conversed for a long time, after which Sauron asked, "Do you plan to return to the Wizard Plain or continue staying here?" "I'll go back first. I hadn't expected to be delayed. For this long on this journey, I still have some matters to handle," Duke said. Sauron nodded. "All right, I'll notify the others to arrange for this. You can return shortly. Have a good rest. It has been a tough period." Although Duke spoke lightly, Sauron understood how difficult it was to blend among these indigenous to arrive at this point. Sauron personally got up, leading Duke away from the office, passed through the bustling hall, and headed toward the deeper region. This time, they did not use the elevator, but swiftly slid into one of the core areas of the base vire. Gravity-free passage sustained by an energy field. the cross-plane teleportation array. Unlike the relatively simple teleportation chamber at the 7th outpost, the teleportation array at the 5th outpost was vast and awe-inspiring. It was located within a massive underground dome space, the dome itself being a complexly intricate three-dimensional rune array, emanating stable and magnificent spatial waves. At the center of the ground, there was a huge circular platform exceeding 50 meters in diameter, constructed from a black metal shimmering like starlight, with its surface engraved with runes as profound as the starry sky. Sauron halted at the entrance and said to Duke, "This is as far as I can go. Have a good rest on your return." "Thank you, Lord Sauron," Duke replied respectfully. Then he stepped onto the teleportation array. The wizard responsible for the array once again verified Duke's identity and the destination before activating the teleportation. The dome's rune array suddenly lit up, as if ignited by a reflected galaxy. The energy conduits at the platform's edge erupted with dazzling blue-white light. A massive torrent of energy surged along the rune carvings, instantly enveloping the entire platform in a cocoon of pure spatial energy. Duke could feel this teleportation array was different, a very stable one, as he didn't even experience any nausea. After a flash of light, Duke appeared in the teleportation array on the Elizabeth. It was different from the room he came from. After the teleportation array at the 7th outpost was destroyed, Black Sail also dealt with the corresponding teleportation array on the Elizabeth, erasing all traces. The purpose of doing so was to avoid exposing the coordinates of the wizard plane, not out of fear of an invasion from the Devourer plane. They did not have the strength for that. It was to prevent the plane's coordinates from being leaked. After Duke stepped out, just like before, he went through various procedures, signed some documents, and then left the Elizabeth. This time, besides the contribution points for the mission itself, he also received additional compensation, totaling 20,000 contribution points. Duke's Black Sail contribution points now reached over 22,000. He planned to recuperate within Black Sail for a while, because the process of spiritual power liquidation was almost complete. It wouldn't be long until he fully stepped into the level of a liquidation wizard. Once Duke returned to the deserted island, he found that it had changed considerably, with lush green trees and herbs everywhere. During his absence, the wood elves on the deserted island had taken care of it well, and the trees they planted were already tall and dense. There were also herb gardens everywhere, which Duke had previously asked them to sow and plant, all growing well now. The deserted island no longer appeared barren. The soil that was originally impoverished had become quite fertile. When Duke arrived at the deserted island, he saw many wood elves working in the herb fields. Their workload wasn't high, as the area of medicinal gardens on the deserted island wasn't large. They didn't have much to do each day, just needed to look after these few herb fields. Upon seeing Duke, they hurriedly laid down their work, knelt, and bowed. These wood elves didn't wear any clothing even though Duke had provided them apparel. But when there were no outsiders on the island, these wood elves preferred to maintain their natural state. Only Yala was always clothed, and her outfits were quite varied. After all, she was different from the other wood elves, not just a servant but responsible for attending to Duke. Knowing Duke had returned, Yala hastened to welcome him. Yala was dressed in a well-tailored dark dress, outlining a graceful figure. The most striking of all were her long legs wrapped in delicate black silk stockings, shimmering with a soft luster under the sun, forming a sharp contrast with her fair skin, adding a touch of elegance and allure. Her face bore genuine delight as she stepped forward, quickly bowing respectfully with her cleavage prominent. "Master." Yala, the island is well taken care of. You've worked hard." Duke nodded slightly. Yala now played the role of a steward on the island, responsible for managing various affairs. Knowing Duke had returned, she specially changed her clothes and tidied up a bit. Just then, a rhythmic and hurried footstep accompanied by a faint metallic friction sound came from the direction of the training ground on the other side of the island. Nina appeared like a swift lightning bolt. She wore tight-fitting dark brown leather armor, perfectly conforming to her body filled with wild strength. The armor protected vital areas, yet did not hinder her wide movement, exposing her wheat-colored arms and calf muscles. Appearing smooth and full of explosive power, her face was flushed from exercise, and fine beads of sweat hung at her temples. Her cat eyes, glistening with excitement under the sun, slightly contracted due to agitation. "Master Duke, you finally returned." Nina rushed over, abruptly stopping with a gust of wind. Nina had made significant progress lately and had now become a great knight, agile and fit. Her catgirl bloodline seemed to have been developed to some extent, indeed making her highly compatible with the wind attribute breathing technique. Duke planned to prepare a high-tier wind attribute breathing technique for Nina later to see if she could grow into a first-level knight. Both Yala and Nina assumed low postures. Essentially, they were only servants, not even qualified to be Duke's women, at least in this era. Otherwise, the wives and concubines of many wizards would not just be dozens, but hundreds or thousands. From a status perspective, Shari's position was higher than Yala and Nina. At least Shari wasn't in a slave status. Shari wasn't on the island during this time. She was still studying at Academy Island, currently in the second-level wizard apprentice stage. With Duke's resources, Shari only needed to steadily learn and enhance herself. The resources a wizard apprentice needed for training were trivial to Duke. After Duke returned to the castle, Yala changed into an even lighter outfit, draped with a hazy black veil, and filled a large bathtub with water and sprinkled petals. White mist drifted within the bathtub, and the room's temperature gradually increased. Yala walked barefoot to Duke's side to help him undress. A sleepless night followed, with Yala falling into a flushed sleep. Duke got up to contact Merrick to learn about recent events. His greatest concern was the happenings in the Crawford clan. Although the curse issue had been resolved, it didn't mean there would be no further troubles. Bell, an important figure in the Crawford clan, had died, and for sure they would investigate thoroughly. During the teleportation back from the Void Corridor to Harbor City, the curse had been triggered for a moment. It's uncertain whether the Crawford clan had sensed it. Regular people likely wouldn't know these details, and there's no point in asking at the Giant Rock Commerce Association. The organizational structure of the Giant Rock Commerce Association just meant their personnel were complex. From the spread of the auctioned Crystal Core's news, it's known they have people inside from the Crawford clan. Asking them would be tantamount to exposing oneself. Merrick quickly replied, "You're finally back. Heard something happened on the Devourer plane. Brandon is dead. Lucky to have escaped. But let's talk business. Anything noteworthy lately?" Duke replied. Merrick replied, The Crawford clan's Bell died in the Void Corridor. Lately they're investigating who killed Bell, I feel like. Walls have ears, be careful." Duke guessed what he was trying to say and interrupted directly. "You're really cautious, but the wizard's mark indeed is not that secure. Let's talk face to face next time." Anyway, the Crawford clan hasn't figured out the cause of Bell's death yet. They've already sent people to investigate in the Void Corridor and paid a considerable price to obtain the entry qualifications. The quota for entering the Void Corridor is not easy to obtain. Even large wizard organizations like Black Sail only hold some of the quotas. These quotas are distributed as rewards, mostly requiring certain contributions to exchange, which demonstrates their value. The Crawford clan originally did not have any quotas, but to uncover the cause of Bell's death, they had to send someone in to investigate. Initially, they applied for eligibility with the Wizard Council, but were rejected. Later, the Crawford clan purchased a quota from the Thorn Holy Tower to arrange for someone to enter the Void Corridor to investigate the matter. So far, no results have been found because even Bell's body has not been located, and there's no trace of his soul. It's quite normal not to find the body, as Duke had it reduced to ashes, so it's naturally impossible to find it. As for the soul, the Crawford clan themselves probably understand that the curse was originally initiated at the cost of the soul and resentment. Now the curse has been completely absorbed by the Nightmare Beetle, and naturally, there is no trace of the soul. People from the Crawford clan have been inside for a while now and still haven't found anything. They don't know who killed Bell. Merrick initially didn't know about Bell's death and didn't think about the curse on Duke in any other way, just assuming Duke picked it up during an adventure somewhere inside the Void Corridor. But when he heard Bell died in the Void Corridor, combined with the curse on Duke, he knew without much thought that Duke most likely killed Bell. Merrick himself has done a lot of research on curses. He knew clearly that the curse on Duke was not simple. It was initiated at the cost of the soul. By someone. After connecting the dots, Merrick had his answer. He naturally wouldn't disclose it publicly, originally wanting to confirm from Duke, only to find Duke so cautious that he didn't even trust the wizard's mark. But this indirectly confirmed Merrick's conjecture, leaving him quite amazed as he didn't expect Duke could actually kill Bell, which wasn't easy. Although Merrick considered himself stronger than Bell, it still wouldn't be easy to kill him. Judging from the curse on Duke, the process wasn't simple, it must have been extremely dangerous. But in reality, what Merrick didn't know was that Duke didn't do anything from start to finish, and simply angered Bell to death. Thinking back on the whole process, the only possible issue was Samuel, except Samuel didn't see him at that time, only Dogman Reed. From Samuel's perspective, he most likely believed that Dogman Reed killed Bell, delivering the final blow. This needs to be taken into account in the future. Duke thought of this, realizing that he must be careful not to let Dogman Reed show himself in front of Samuel, otherwise it would be easy for Samuel to connect the dots. However, even if Samuel found out Bell's death was related to Duke, he wouldn't disclose it, because he was also involved in the matter as he essentially pushed Bell to desperation. If it weren't for the urgent situation at the time, Samuel would have delivered the final blow, making sure Bell wouldn't survive. As far as the Crawford clan is concerned, they naturally wouldn't want such internal strife to occur. It's certainly not honorable. So even if Samuel learned about all this, he would most likely keep it to himself and instead seek out Duke on his own. He certainly wasn't seeking revenge on Duke. Samuel despised Bell and was probably glad Duke killed him. Samuel's reason was for that drop of blood of the dark, which was why he followed Bell into the void corridor. Blood of the Dark is a high-level bloodline power for most bloodline mages, so even if Samuel knew, he wouldn't spread the news and would likely try to get it from Duke himself. Duke could also deduce from the Crawford clan's reaction that they didn't sense the curse when he first arrived in Harbor City. The curse was only triggered for a moment, and indeed it wasn't coincidental enough to be sensed. Otherwise, the Crawford clan wouldn't be wasting time in the void corridor and would be coming to Black Sail to ask and investigate directly. There were only so many people from Black Sail who went into the void corridor. Even investigating each one would yield results. Duke learned this information from Merrick, who already knew about the matter in his heart, so he shared all he knew with Duke as much as possible. At least for now. It seems the Crawford clan shouldn't cause Duke any trouble, but in the future, who knows? Just as Duke finished communicating with Merrick, Harrison from the Giant Rock Commerce Association sent a message. They somehow got news that Duke had returned from the Devourer plane. Harrison sought Duke to discuss the division of profits, as quite a few Echoing Whisper Potion, Sun Resilience Potion, and more have been sold recently. These potions, improved by Duke, have strong competitiveness compared to those from other merchants on the market. After all, Duke's extracted features and improvement plans greatly enhanced the effectiveness of these potions. Harrison originally invited Duke to Harbor City, but considering the situation with the Crawford clan, Duke decided to lie low for a while and develop within Black Sail. Harrison respected Duke's decision and came to visit him on the deserted island. "Mr. Duke, it's been a long time," Harrison enthusiastically greeted as he stepped onto the deserted island. Duke casually exchanged a few pleasantries and then started discussing business matters. Harrison immediately took out a thick ledger from his space ring. This contains the detailed sales records of the Echoing Whisper Potion and Sun Resilience Potion over this period, as well as our first share after deducting the costs of production, transport, and the Commerce Association channels, totaling at 2.37 million magic stones after subtracting the advance payment and the expenses of Dream Manor on the Flower Seaplane. Please review. Duke took the ledger, quickly and carefully scanning it with his spiritual power. The records were very detailed and didn't seem to have any issues. In almost a year, he could have earned 11 million level 1 magic stones, but after deducting the advance payment and Dream Manor expenses, only 2.37 million remained. Overall, it's still a decent income, and it might be more next year. The Commerce Association's channels have just begun to open, and the annual revenue of 11 million is actually not much. Once the improved magic potion sales channels expand, the income will increase significantly. Duke still possesses the characteristics of Blood of War and Concentrated Potion. The Concentrated Potion is an improved formula certified by the Arcane Master Association, while Blood of War has yet to be submitted. Among them, Blood of War is the most important. Once released, it will undoubtedly generate immense profit. However, Duke now needs to focus on his spiritual training, striving to complete the process of spiritual power liquidation as soon as possible. There's also a dynamic control scheme for compressing spiritual power associated with the concentrated potion that has not yet been disclosed. Harrison did not stay long on the deserted island. After Duke saw him off, he entered a period of focused spiritual training. Using the concentrated potion daily to aid in the compression process of his spiritual power. In the following month, Duke's life quickly settled into a highly disciplined yet monotonous routine. Every morning, he would meditate on the seaside rocks of the deserted island, feeling the salty sea breeze brought by the rising and falling tides. This phase of meditation was more about adjusting his state rather than increasing his spiritual power. After daily meditation, Duke, once in the right state, would start the process of compressing his spiritual power. A special concentrated potion would slide down his throat, the icy liquid instantly turning into a pure and gentle energy stream, flowing slowly into his mind. Under Duke's precise control, his spiritual power was no longer passively compressed. Guided by the potion's energy and his own will, it was like heated metal being kneaded and hammered by invisible hands, collapsing inward in a more efficient way that matched its intrinsic characteristics. This process was extremely dangerous and painful. The tearing sensation from forcibly compressing his spiritual power, the heavy feeling of his consciousness being crushed, relentlessly impacted his nerves. With each successful compression, the core of his spiritual sea, previously gaseous, became thicker, more refined, emitting stronger spiritual vibrations. After a month, almost all of his gaseous spiritual power had been slowly compressed into liquid spiritual power. At this moment, Duke was compressing the final wisp of gaseous spiritual power in his mind into liquid form. With his eyes tightly shut, the spiritual power waves in his mind were refined to the extreme, like mercury about to overflow from a pond. The vast gaseous spiritual power in the core area of the spiritual sea had been compressed and transformed, becoming a viscous, heavy, liquid ocean with a deep sheen. Only the last wisp, like a stubborn thread, hovered above the liquefied spiritual power, still maintaining its gaseous lightness. Duke was compressing this final wisp of gaseous spiritual power. Its size was shrinking visibly, its density increasing wildly, undergoing a fundamental transformation internally. The lightness of the gas was stripped away, replaced by the heaviness and restraint of liquid. At this moment, unprecedented changes occurred within his spiritual power mind, entirely different from previous compressions. When the thread of spiritual power was compressed to a certain extreme threshold, it collapsed inward suddenly, like a singularity at the birth of the universe, or a drop of water finally merging into the sea. A dazzling light, invisible to the naked eye but brilliant in the spiritual realm, suddenly lit up in Duke's spiritual sea core. The final wisp of gaseous spiritual power completely liquefied. An unprecedented, tsunami-like, and refined spiritual power wave erupted from Duke's center. However, all this commotion was confined within Duke's spiritual power mind. From the outside, he merely appeared to be sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, as if nothing had happened. In his mind, the viscous liquid spiritual power seemed to come alive, slowly flowing and rotating, then gradually calming, forming a tranquil lake. Duke felt that the tranquil spiritual power had undergone a qualitative change, far stronger than before. He glanced at his current attribute panel, his attributes coming into view. Free attribute points. 8. Duke hadn't used free attribute points to increase spiritual power earlier, intending to use them after complete spiritual power liquidation. Previously, his spiritual power slowly increased through meditation, remaining around 107 before complete liquidation. After completing the liquidation of spiritual power, it directly increased to 115.6, already a significant leap at this stage. Looking at the remaining free attribute points, Duke no longer hesitated, directly adding all 8 free attribute points to spiritual power. Spirit 115.6, 123.6, with the free attribute points used now, the increased spiritual power is already liquid, eliminating the need for another gaseous compression process. There's still a gap of more than 20 points in spiritual power to reach the liquidation wizard's threshold of 150 points. For ordinary wizards, this gap of more than 20 points represents a vast chasm, requiring substantial time and resources to bridge. Unless a wizard has ample resources and methods to increase spiritual power, crossing this stage smoothly is virtually impossible. Bloodline mages can swiftly elevate spiritual power by enhancing bloodline power or unlocking hidden powers within the bloodline. For Duke, crossing this threshold is relatively feasible. By honing various skills, he can acquire free attribute points to enhance spiritual power. Duke isn't worried about the spiritual power threshold. He now has to consider advancing to crystallized wizard. The first issue is the crystal core, missing the wind attribute and light attribute crystal cores, relying on luck to acquire them. Wind attribute core is relatively common, and with good luck it can still be obtained. However, obtaining a light attribute crystal core is exceedingly difficult, as it's almost unheard of in recent decades. The objects capable of serving as light attribute crystal cores are too rare, requiring extremely high light attribute energy. Achieving this requires stringent environmental conditions to produce such items. Acquiring the blood of the dark was an unexpected fortune. Both light and dark attribute crystal cores are the hardest to obtain. Duke can only stay alert for various channel news while pondering ways to acquire the light attribute crystal core. Acquiring a light attribute crystal core through conventional channels is improbable. Duke must devise his own methods. Duke soon thought of the Oracle Plains Light Sect, unsure if any leads could be gained from them. The Light God Court was obtained by the Light Sect from the relics of the God of Light. There should be more than one relic of the God of Light. However, the probability is still very low. Even if there are remaining relics of the God of Light, it doesn't mean there are items with extremely intense light attribute energy. The Light Sect can only be considered a possible channel. It's still necessary to prepare as many other channels as possible. The Arcane Master Association is a good channel. As long as the level of the Arcanist is high enough, they can increase their access rights and obtain rare resources through the Arcane Master Association's channels. Duke is not even a level 1 Arcanist right now. He doesn't have the qualifications to purchase items from the internal channels of the Arcane Master Association yet. This time, when he returned, he happened to have the time to participate in the level certification of the Arcane Master Association. Duke now has 181 Arcanist points, enough to meet the 100 points required for level 1 Arcanist certification. He then contacted Caroline from the Harbor City Arcane Master Association and informed her of his intention to certify as a level 1 Arcanist. Caroline quickly replied, "Please wait a moment. Mr. Duke, I will submit your application immediately. Once the committee schedules the personnel and sets the time, you will be informed." "Thank you, I appreciate it," Duke replied politely. He then began organizing the magic potion knowledge in his mind in preparation for the Arcanist Assessment Certification. The Arcanist Assessment Certification is also divided into many types, mainly depending on the characteristics of the applicant's research. For example, Duke's previously submitted research results are all related to magic potion, so the participants in the assessment certification will all be people with certain expertise in the field of magic potion. This is also why the Arcane Master Association needs some time to prepare, as they need to coordinate everyone's schedules to set a time for the certification meeting. The committee of the Arcane Master Association is a very important organization. Only wizards with certain strength, status, and prestige can enter the committee. It's not easy to find a time when all these people are free. Generally, it's based on who is available in the near future, and then the assessment personnel for the certification meeting are formed. Before receiving news from Caroline, Duke was organizing the knowledge in his mind, mainly focusing on the characteristics extracted, which are sure to be an important part of the certification meeting assessment content. Duke organized each research result clearly from start to finish, fully understanding every step involved, including the principles, experiments, data, and so on. 5 days later, Caroline gave the news. The certification meeting would begin in 3 days and sent Duke some related materials for the meeting. As Duke carefully examined them, he saw that this time there were a total of 3 assessors, and he recognized one familiar name. Grace is a well-known wizard on the West Coast, not only possessing the strength of a level 3 wizard, but also being a level 4 Arcanist. Even within Thorn Holy Tower, an organization rich in academic atmosphere, her status is extremely high. It is because Vivian studied under her that she does not have to worry about resource issues, thus achieving such rapid progress. Apart from Grace, the other 2 wizards participating in the certification meeting are level 4 Arcanist Alan and level 3 Arcanist Kayla. All three wizards have the strength of level 3 wizards. Elan and Kayla also participated in the previous certifications of Duke's research. Results: they are quite interested in Duke himself, so after learning about Duke's intention to participate in the level 1 Arcanist certification assessment, they even cleared their schedules to participate in this assessment. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, Duke deliberately put on a slightly more formal black wizard robe, which Yala prepared specifically for him. He usually doesn't pay attention to these details or consider issues of dress, but having a woman caring for him does indeed make a difference. Duke returned to Harbor City, and beneath the grand archway of the Arcane Master Association, many wizards were still coming and going. Caroline was already waiting at the entrance, dressed in a black body-hugging dress with long legs wrapped in thick black stockings, and black high heels on her feet, which made her stature appear even more elegant at the door. "This way, Mr. Duke," Caroline guided him. Not towards the conventional certification hall, but directly into the depths of the association, heading towards the spiral staircase leading to an exclusive area for the higher-ups. Finally, they stopped in front of a heavy door, cast from an unknown dark metal, with complex constellations and book reliefs on its surface. Caroline lightly tapped a circular button on the door, and it slowly opened. Inside was a spacious, bright, yet unusually solemn circular hall. The dome simulated a starry sea that softly revolved, emitting a gentle glow. In the center of the hall, 3 people sat at an ancient, heavy circular oak table. Grace sat in the central main seat, wearing a moon-white robe with a slightly low neckline, revealing a fair view. Her long hair curled and tousled, she looked as lazy as ever, her eyes showing a faint smile as she looked at Duke. Grace's left sat an elderly man with a stern demeanor and sharp eyes like a hawk, wearing a deep blue robe adorned with star patterns. This was level 4 Arcanist Elan. Elan is a rare, unorganized free wizard who spends most of his time in the Arcane Master Association, not joining any wizard organization or force, focusing solely on research. To Grace's right was a woman with a crisp demeanor, short reddish-brown hair, and eyes that bore a scrutinizing and piercing flame. Wearing a deep red leather armor-style robe, this was Kayla. Kayla, as a level 3 Arcanist, has a high level of expertise in the field of magic potion. She is a wizard belonging to the Silver Hand. Duke, maintaining his composure, walked steadily to the designated spot in front of the circular table and bowed slightly. "Duke, greetings to Lady Grace, Lord Elan, Lady Kayla. Please have a seat. We have thoroughly reviewed your research results, and they left a very profound impression on us. Today, representing the Arcane Master Association, we will conduct a comprehensive evaluation of your knowledge to determine if you qualify as a level 1 Arcanist," Elan remarked, glancing at Duke. "I understand. I'm grateful for your time, gentlemen," Duke responded composedly as he took his seat. The certification meeting formally commenced. The first to question was Kayla. Her inquiries were as sharp and direct as her eyes. "Mr. Duke, regarding the modification plan for the Sun Resilience Potion you submitted, the core idea for optimizing the fundamental energy stabilization model seems to involve the introduction of a non-traditional energy node structure. Please elaborate on the design principles of this structure, the energy conduction path, and how you discovered its improvement to stability far exceeds existing models." This was an extremely professional and in-depth question, indicating that Kayla had thoroughly researched Duke's results. Duke was well prepared. He began to speak unhurriedly, his voice steady and logical. Didn't recite the report but narrated it as if telling a story he had experienced himself. From the initial observation of energy instability to the thought process of constructing a new node structure, simulation calculations, experimental verification. Each phase was clearly organized, with detailed data and a perfectly coherent logical chain. Kayla listened, and the scrutiny in her eyes was gradually replaced by focus and a hint of amazement. The content Duke spoke of was extremely fluent and sounded very simple. However, Kayla knew that such a research process generally couldn't proceed smoothly, as there would always be various problems encountered, often requiring a lot of time trialing and erring to find the correct path to optimization. Duke relied on the trait extraction ability, directly achieving successful research results, allowing him to point directly to the most correct path. This is akin to a wizard conducting an experiment whereby every consideration and decision is correct, naturally leading to rapid research results. But generally, such wizards are rare. Only a handful of genius figures can achieve this, bypassing a lengthy process of erroneous thoughts and experiments. Duke's current display is just like this, as he is incredibly knowledgeable about the content of these research results, understanding the principle, data, and so forth of every phase. Therefore, he could respond instantly to all Kayla's questions, quickly organizing detailed answers. Nearly all questions received near-perfect answers. Kayla asked for almost an hour, and she was very satisfied with Duke's answers, followed by Elan's questioning. Regarding the spiritual power liquefaction dynamic energy control model you proposed, its core lies in the real-time feedback and control mechanism, which we admire for its brilliance. Elan was most concerned about the concentrated potions research results, keenly realizing that the research findings themselves were not important, but rather the dynamic control mechanism. Duke was well prepared for this, knowing that this issue would inevitably arise, and he quickly began to respond. This time, Elan's questioning lasted for a full 2 hours. As a level 3 wizard and level 4 arcanist, his reactions were rapid, and his knowledge extremely profound. Every time Duke solved a problem, Elan could immediately ask more in-depth questions, digging deeper until reaching the core principles. If Duke hadn't been prepared in advance, even with the trait extraction knowledge, he would probably be unable to withstand such persistent in-depth questioning, and there were even several occasions where he had to think for a period to provide a relatively accurate answer. Finally, it was Grace's turn. She didn't immediately ask questions, but quietly watched Duke with her lazy gaze. "Duke," Grace slowly began, her voice calm yet penetrating, "your research ideas reveal a unique insight. It's as if you can directly see the essential rules of energy operation, not just deducing through experimental phenomena. This insight is extremely excellent. Can you tell me what inspired you? Or rather, where do your research inspirations usually come from?" This question seemed gentle on the surface, but was actually the deepest, as Grace didn't ask about any of Duke's research results, but saw Duke's keen insight behind these achievements. Ordinary wizards certainly can't obtain so many research results in such a short time, whether it's the echoing whisper potion, sun resilience potion, or other potions. Each requires ordinary people to invest a lot of time and effort to achieve something. Yet Duke, even having been a wizard for only 3 years, has achieved these research results in such a short time, indicating he is not as simple as he appears on the surface. Duke felt a chill in his heart but remained calm outwardly. As he was pondering how to answer, Grace spoke again. Grace smiled gently and said, "You don't need to answer this question. It doesn't belong to this assessment content. It was purely out of my personal curiosity." Grace was the earliest among these present to know Duke. Back then, the Duke she saw was just a normal knight, so she was very curious about how Duke could grow so quickly to this extent. However, she knew that Duke certainly had his secrets, which are not convenient to disclose to others. It's normal for wizards to have their secrets, for generally, those capable of advancing to higher levels do possess some personal secrets. Regardless, even if Duke has some secrets, it is sufficient to prove he is an exceptionally outstanding wizard. The 3 examiners exchanged a look, and without words they reached a consensus. Grace stood up, her movements carrying an indescribable sense of rhythm. She approached Duke, and somehow there was a brand new badge in her hand. This badge's main body was a deep sapphire color, with a book outlined in mithril in the center, and a tiny star composed of extremely fine gold threads slowly rotating above the book. The book represents knowledge, and the star represents exploration and the unknown. "Mr. Duke," Grace's voice was solemn and clear, resonating in the silent hall of certification. "Based on your submitted academic achievements of high originality and significant theoretical and practical value, and your excellent academic quality, profound theoretical insight, and rigorous research attitude demonstrated during this certification, as unanimously decided by the certification committee of the Harbor City branch of the Arcane Master Association," she solemnly handed the badge to Duke. "You are awarded the official title of a level 1 arcanist. May you never halt on your path of exploring arcane truths." Duke accepted the heavy badge, filled with the power and recognition of knowledge, with both hands, as a surging heat flowed beneath the sapphire's cold touch. "Thank you for the association's recognition. And thanks to the 3 examiners. I will surely remember the spirit of arcane exploration unswervingly. Duke's voice was steady and powerful. The certification meeting formally ended, and after receiving this Arcanist badge, it represented that Duke officially became a Level 1 Arcanist. The single star on the badge represents the identity of a Level 1 Arcanist, with each additional star indicating a higher level of Arcanist. From now on, Duke only needed to pin this badge to his chest to earn considerable respect from many wizards. Lots of wizards may have 100 Arcanist points, but few have a Level 1 Arcanist badge, and the certification examination of the Arcane Master Association is not easy to pass, which Duke experienced in depth today. After Duke became a Level 1 Arcanist, he learned that applying to become a Level 2 Arcanist requires 1,000 arcane points. It also involves the certification session. Gathering points is relatively easy. The hard part is passing the certification, as becoming a Level 2 Arcanist is not that simple. After the certification ended, Grace came over with folded arms and said, "Kid, you did well. You've reached this point even faster than Vivian did. Seems like I should have taken you in back then." Back then, Grace said that Duke's spiritual power aptitude wasn't sufficient, so she didn't allow him to enter the Thorn Holy Tower. But in reality, that was just an excuse. Even if Duke had a better spiritual power aptitude, she wouldn't have let him enter the Thorn Holy Tower, mainly because she didn't want the trouble. In Grace's view, since Duke had already gotten the token from Black Sail, he could just join Black Sail. Among the 4 great wizard organizations on the West Coast, there's none that is weak. It doesn't make much difference where you join. Taking in Vivian was just to fulfill a promise made to Earl Hardy back then. As a Level 3 wizard, Grace would always keep her promises, even though Hardy was just an ordinary person with some spiritual power aptitude. Otherwise, even if Vivian had excellent spiritual power aptitude, Grace would not have taken her as a student. Now Duke also realized that spiritual power aptitude is merely the starting point on the path to becoming a wizard, and how far one can go is not solely determined by it. "Thank you, Lady Grace, for taking care of Vivian. She has been working hard too." Duke expressed his gratitude. Grace nodded and said, "Vivian is fine. I really like this little girl. She possesses a spirit of determination. She knows that the opportunity to become a wizard doesn't come easily. Her opportunity was exchanged by little Hardy." Earl Hardy exchanged for it. Duke pondered over something. "You didn't know. Initially, I promised to take Earl Hardy off Florence continent to come to the Thorn Holy Tower to study becoming a wizard, since he also had some wizard aptitude. But Earl Hardy gave up this opportunity to take care of his wife, and I then promised to give his descendants a chance," Grace explained. It was only then that Duke understood why Earl Hardy could use the red glove, a demonized item, yet never became a wizard. He indeed had never heard anything about Earl Hardy's wife before, only about some concubines, and never any news of his wife. Actually, Earl Hardy's wife passed away shortly after giving birth to Vivian. Her health had not been good, and giving birth to Vivian had almost exhausted her strength. Earl Hardy had a deep affection for his wife. He didn't want to leave when her health was frail, and thus he gave up the opportunity to become a wizard. After his wife's death, it became Earl Hardy's greatest wish to take good care of this family and ensure better development for their descendants. Moreover, after meeting wizards and understanding more about them, he realized that if any of his descendants became a wizard, it would provide a foundation for the family's continued development. Thus followed the story that Vivian, working hard on night training, did so not to disappoint the sacrifices her father and mother made. After joining the Thorn Holy Tower, Vivian worked even harder, possibly even being more diligent than Duke, only that she lacked a skill tree. Vivian's personal effort, coupled with the resources and support poured in by Grace, made reaching this point unsurprising. Grace smiled anyway. "You 2 little fellows just keep striving. You are just at the beginning of the wizard's path." In her eyes, even though Duke had become a liquidation wizard, he was just setting sail on the wizard's path. "We will do our best, Lady Grace," Duke respectfully replied. To a wizard like Grace, who had lived for over 1,000 years, Duke and his peers truly are nothing but kids, both in terms of power and heritage, and they have a long way to go. After finishing her conversation with Duke, Grace left Harbor City. She had actually come specifically for Duke. The Arcane Master Association recently inquired whether she was available to participate in a wizard's Arcane Master Certification exam, which she originally intended to refuse, but upon seeing it was Duke, she became interested. Duke's performance left her very satisfied, creating a deeper impression of this young man. After watching Grace leave, Duke turned to Caroline beside him and said, "I plan to use some arcane points to exchange for things. How should I proceed?" "Mr. Duke, please follow me," Caroline respectfully said, leading the way. With her skirt wrapped around an incredibly rounded and alluring shape, Caroline was a bit surprised to see Duke successfully pass the Level 1 Arcanist certification. Many take the certification, but very few pass. Moreover, she noticed that Duke seemed quite familiar with Lady Grace, suggesting they've known each other for a long time, which led her to subconsciously believe Duke's background was not ordinary. Though Duke was a wizard of Black Sail, he seemed so familiar with Lady Grace of the Thorn Holy Tower, implying there might be some force behind him, which made Caroline even more respectful towards Duke. Under Caroline's respectful and slightly odd guidance, Duke was brought to the Arcane Master Association's Internal Resource Exchange Area. This place is a separate hall protected and concealed by multiple spatial folds and magic arrays, with extremely tight security. The resource exchange in the Arcane Master Association is different from Black Sail. With Black Sail, one only needs to operate on the Black Sail badge, and a dark demon will deliver it. However, with the Arcane Master Association, one has to come inside the association for the exchange. Arcane Master Association's internal exchanges require the consumption of arcane points, but will record your total lifelong arcane point history. Consuming some points won't impact your arcane point accumulation. For example, Duke currently has 181 arcane points, needing another 819 points to meet the base requirement to apply for the Level 2 Arcanist certification. Even if he uses up all of his 181 points, he only needs to earn 819 more arcane points to apply for the Level 2 Arcanist certification. So, consuming arcane points does not affect the assessment of the Arcane Master level, allowing for free usage. However, arcane points are extremely precious and hard-won, and Duke needs to consider carefully how to use them. Caroline, with her identity badge, initiated identification at a crystal-formed rune array in the hall, after which the door deep within the hall opened. "Mr. Duke, please proceed inside." "I'm sorry I cannot accompany you further," Caroline bowed from the side.